When Park transfers into a high school packed with the worst thugs in the city, he has a clear plan. The second the teacher introduces him, he stares down a classroom full of criminals and announces it flat out he came here to crush them all. Dead silence. He walks straight to the only empty desk, right next to the biggest bully in the room, and just sits down. Park sits quietly, completely ignoring the guy as he starts talking heavy trash. Then the thug makes the absolute worst mistake of his life and slaps him. Park instantly drops an elbow right into his face, sending him flying across the room. Pure shock. His classmates completely freeze. It gets even scarier when Park warns everyone not to even try waking the guy up. Nobody dares to breathe near him during class. But then the top boss of these delinquents rallies his entire army, announcing they are going to beat Park into the ground. While Park just sits there waiting for the next bell, every single student suddenly stands up and traps him in a circle. Even worse, dozens more thugs with bats flood the halls, marching toward his room. The whole damn school just united for one single reason. They swarm the entire area, and their only mission right now is to hunt down Park Hanjin. Then, boom. The second they reach the classroom door, two battered thugs come launching out into the hallway. The approaching mob stares inside, completely stunned, to see Park standing tall over a mountain of broken bodies. He wiped them out in seconds. Park steps out of the room, walking right over the bodies, and tells the crowd they need to realize who the real prey is. The mob rushes forward, totally convinced their massive numbers are enough to bury him. But Park crushes them one by one, moving so incredibly fast that nobody even gets close. Watching their friends fly across the hall, they genuinely cannot comprehend what kind of monster they challenged. The crowd decides their only shot is a full dog pile. They rush from all sides and completely pin Park down to the floor, grabbing his arms and legs tight. They swarm him, choking and beating him blindly. But Park knows exactly how to handle this, stomping one guy's foot and driving a knee into another guy's face. Then he sends the next thug flying with a brutal punch. He violently smashes the faces of the guys holding him from behind. Park swings his fists with insane speed and precision, and within seconds, every single guy who grabbed him is left completely ruined. He refuses to stop. He sweeps through the entire hallway, moving like an absolute beast until he wipes out every last one of them. Park leaves the whole floor totally covered in knocked out bodies and just keeps walking forward. He is hunting down every single person here. So get this, who is he really? And why does he hate these thugs so much? Park's backstory actually starts in a normal classroom. He sits there in total silence, tuning out the pointless chatter. Door opens. Suddenly, some highly arrogant student walks right into the room with a massive smile. His friends immediately hype him up, and a girl asks him how his sales are going. The arrogant guy acts like it is super obvious, bragging loudly that he pulled in 48 million won in just a single month. Her jaw literally drops to the floor, and his entire crew begs him to throw a massive party. He smirks and promises they are all drinking Dom Perignon tonight. The group cheers, but the rich kid suddenly drops his smile and walks straight over to Park. He slams Park's head right into the desk, acting like he runs the place. He keeps bashing Park's head against the wood, warning him to buy from him next time or face the painful consequences. Park takes the abuse in absolute silence, forcing himself to hold back. A few bystanders nervously warn the bully to stop before the teachers catch him. The bully just laughs, the teachers are literal trash anyway, and a small cash bribe fixes everything. Big mistake. Ignoring the risks, he just keeps violently beating the absolute crap out of Park. Park glares at him with dead eyes, but the rich kid completely misses the warning and keeps pushing his buttons. The bully knows Park cannot afford to call the cops either. He keeps throwing insults, and Park's face twitches with clear, raw frustration. Park will never forget the nightmare from 2 years ago. Back then, a violent high school gang caught the entire nation's attention. They called themselves Nexus. And Park was the only one brave enough to stand up to their vicious leader, Chansu Kim, completely alone. Just when he thought the fighting was over, everything fell apart. The gang's cowards actually filed a massive lawsuit against him. Total setup. He could not beat their perfectly forged evidence. The court ruled against him, and he lost the entire case. His father was forced to sell off his precious gym just to pay the ridiculous settlement money. Park was left drowning in guilt and anger. That day, he swore to never use his fists again. His dad completely forgave him, telling his son to wipe away the tears. Park was crushed. He learned you are absolutely nothing without money. Back in the present, Park walks home. 3 random thugs spot him and realize he is Hanjin Park, the guy who fought the famous gang. One guy steps up to him. The bald muscle head flashes a metal ring and aggressively drags Park into a dark, sketchy alley. He starts beating Park down for absolutely no reason, calling him a total wimp. But Park forces himself to hold back, refusing to fight. The musclehead just cannot believe a wuss like this ever stood against Nexus. He keeps kicking Park down and even brings up his father. Our boy grabs his foot and shoots back a totally terrifying icy stare. The bully gets confused, but Park instantly apologizes and lets go. The goons start sweating bullets. One of them wonders why his entire body just completely froze up. He finds it pretty hard to believe, but admits Park's stare actually did that. But the musclehead completely misses the hint and grabs a plank. Losing his patience, he violently smashes the wood right into Park's face. The guy keeps swinging until he is satisfied, then gets bored and walks off. Suddenly, a mysterious man appears, wondering what Park is trying to pull. The man asks if Park is just scared to pay the settlement. He tells Park there is absolutely no need to hold back after taking a beating like that. Knowing our boy is completely broke, the mysterious man unzips his bag and tosses out a massive stack of cash. He says that is more than enough to cover a lawyer. But honestly, he thinks it would be way more fun if the protagonist completely wrecks the musclehead now and pays up later. He asks if 3 minutes is enough time to crush these scumbags. Park just listens to this guy, seriously wondering who he is. The stranger reveals his only real goal is destroying Chansu Kim's life. He is willing to explain, but orders Park to handle this massive audience first. Meanwhile, the Baldy spots the cash scattered on the ground. He and his goons immediately march back toward Park. The musclehead starts blabbering nonsense again, but our boy knocks his soul straight out of his body with a single, devastating punch. The lackeys stand completely stunned, watching their leader drop pathetically. Flashing a totally evil grin, Park tells the mystery guy he actually only needs 4 seconds. He steps up to the lackeys, completely done holding back. The bullies try to block, but he instantly wrecks them with a couple heavy blows. Payback complete. He tells the guy they can finally talk now. Now, watch how wild this gets. They sit down inside a high-rise building, and this rich dude looks totally bewildered that Park does not recognize him. So he whips out his phone and reveals his identity, the famous Junu Oh, the absolute youngest self-made tycoon in the entire country. The guy starts bragging hard, but quickly apologizes and reins it in. Then he reveals exactly what kind of life Chansu Kim is living right now. He is a total model student, setting the standard for his class, basically the pride of the Korean gaming scene. Junu calls it absolute garbage and gets visibly frustrated. He explains that Chansu still controls the dark back alleys as a side hustle. Meanwhile, his victim Park got completely ruined, forced to live this miserable, beggar-like existence. Junu knows his money can buy literally anything, but he is holding back because he wants to crush this scumbag his own way, something filthy, low, and perfectly disgusting. He wants to push Chansu and his goons to absolute rock bottom. Starting today, Junu promises to cover every single expense Park has from hunting down that scumbag to just living a much easier life. He is even ready to buy back the gym Park's father lost. Junu just hopes our boy lends him his fists. That is his only wish. Park asks why he is after Chansu. Junu's face drops instantly. He brushes it off as unnecessary, but assures Park he will learn everything eventually. The next day, Park struts toward class confidently, knowing his money problems are officially over. He swings the door wide open, immediately hearing that Nexus small fry threatening everyone again. Mogul orders the class to spend $300 on his new fashion line. Park and Junu share the exact same enemy now. Junu specifically told Park to wipe these Nexus small fries out of his school first. Mogul starts checking the order history, loudly reminding the students he won't play nice today. His gang laughs it up, while the terrified classmates just freeze in panic. Park steps up, asking if money really is everything in this world. Clenching his fists, he admits that everything people desperately want comes from cash. Then, with one massive punch, Park absolutely flattens Mogul, leaving the entire classroom completely speechless. He finally accepts that money is pure status. Lying there, Mogul suddenly remembers fearing nothing. Back then, he could beat anyone, but then he crossed paths with our protagonist. Watching Park throw hands back in the day, he knew he stood zero chance against someone that strong. Park was not even human. The guy fought like a literal wild beast. But Park got seriously unlucky meeting Chansu. The gang boss buried Park in lawsuits, took away everything he had, and forced him straight to his knees. That was when Mogul realized money is incredible. Cash can solve literally anything. So he launched an online store, forcing his classmates to buy his absolute junk. Once he got rich, Park became nothing more than a completely tamed animal to him. Mogul bought his way straight to the very top of the food chain. But now, getting beaten to an absolute pulp, Mogul cannot figure out why he is getting so destroyed. The bully desperately tries to defend himself, but Park gives zero ground, just continuously wrecking him. Mogul finds this totally unbelievable. Pure humiliation washes over him as the entire class watches him catch this brutal beatdown. Park violently slams him right into the door. Mogul scrambles up, completely frustrated and trying to speak, but then he catches that terrifying look on Park's face. Realizing he is totally done for, Mogul pathetically calls out to his friend for backup, but the fatty is way too terrified of Park. He just completely ignores the whole situation. Mogul starts feeling pretty hopeless. He whips out his phone to record evidence, reminding Park he is completely broke, but our boy totally ignores those words and just keeps kicking him in the face. Mogul finally gets exactly what he deserves, screaming from the extreme pain. The scumbag is just hoping he can somehow survive this beatdown. He somehow manages to pry the door open and runs away, trying to at least save his own life. The guy tries to calm down and think rationally. Meanwhile, Park is stalking his pathetic ass with pure intent to kill. Mogul figures Park cannot possibly win against a gym rat. He suddenly remembers he knows the exact perfect guy for this situation. He bursts through the gym doors, practically begging someone to save his life. Park catches right up to him. Mogul pathetically ducks behind the local gym rat, ordering him to somehow beat Park and stop this madness. Seong thinks it over, demanding $2 million for the job. Having absolutely nowhere else to run, Mogul instantly agrees. Seong drops his weights and actually apologizes in advance, saying he really needs that college prep money. Park sees how desperate the kid is, so he casually pulls a fat stack of cash from his jacket. He advises the musclehead to avoid straining his body today. He orders Seong to stay completely out of it, and the guy listens without a single objection. Mogul screams in pure frustration, but Park just grabs the scumbag and literally hurls him out the window. Mogul crashes right in front of a teacher. The old guy demands to know what is happening. Spotting Park up in the window, the teacher starts screaming his head off. Once school finally wraps up, they both get dragged straight into the faculty office. The teacher is definitely not letting this slide. He reminds Park about what happened 2 years ago, making it perfectly clear he will not stop an expulsion a second time. Mogul sits there confidently while the teacher lectures about Park's poor father. Our protagonist instantly loses his patience, hitting Mogul with an absolutely soul-crushing punch. The teacher gets highly frustrated and desperately tries to hold Park back. But Park just continues beating the absolute crap out of Mogul. The bully is definitely learning his lesson now. Suddenly, a man walks in and advises Park to stop right there. The teacher demands to know who he is. The mysterious man calmly introduces himself, Byam Kim, an associate lawyer over at KR. The teacher actually recognizes him, but wonders what a lawyer is doing here. Later at Junu's building, Park asks him how he managed to pull that off. He remembers how the principal instantly started licking his boots right after finishing that conversation with the lawyer. Watch this move. The scumbag bully got expelled instantly. Junu brushes it off as easy, saying the guy finally paid for his trashy behavior. Park is pretty curious about the principal's reaction. Junu reveals that handling the old man was actually super easy. The old guy has been skulking around doing shady things lately, so Junu just used that gathered evidence to permanently shut him up. But Junu admits he is nowhere near done with the principal yet. He is mostly just using the old man to send that bully straight to juvenile detention. Once that is handled, he fully plans on putting the corrupt principal behind bars too. He is totally determined to not let a single person off the hook. He drops the subject, asking if Park is feeling a bit lighter now, but our protagonist is still not completely satisfied. Junu completely understands it is too early for a thank you from Park. Honestly, he realizes he should be the one thanking him instead. Junu shows his gratitude in advance. Meanwhile, Mogul is just unable to control his frustration anymore. He is absolutely determined to get his revenge on Park to end his life. The very next day, he heads out and arrives at a highly sketchy destination. A man peeks out of the metal door, asking who it is. Mogul reveals he is just here to check on the progress. The guy calls his timing perfect and lets him inside, mentioning that Jinsong is around. Mogul immediately notices a few thugs brutally beating the gym rat with bats. You can feel the tension shifting here. The gang leader, Jinsong Huang, allows him inside. The bruised gym rat spots Mogul, finally realizing he orchestrated this entire beating. They forcefully shut his mouth and just keep swinging those bats. Jinsong orders his lackey to drag the trashy gym rat away, since their paying client has arrived. Jinsong wonders why he actually came in person this time. Mogul reveals he has another big request. Jinsong mockingly calls him adorable, getting pretty fired up. Mogul shares he is willing to pay 10 million won for the job. The yellow-haired lackey is visibly surprised. He advises his boss to accept the request, asking Mogul to explain a bit more. Jinsong suddenly smashes his own lackey in the head with a bat, ordering him to shut his mouth. He can tell Mogul is after a seriously big fish today. The scumbag straight up admits he wants Hanjin Park dead. Jinsong gives him a pretty cold stare and orders him to leave, telling him he is not nearly dumb enough to mess with someone like Park for just 10 million. Mogul panics, offering to pay 10 million up front right now, promising another 10 million the second they finish the hit. Hearing that total, Jinsong gets incredibly excited and eagerly accepts the deal. Meanwhile, Hanjin enters a rundown house surrounded by tall buildings and wrapped in police tape. He announces his arrival, apologizing softly for not visiting more often. He brought some fried chicken along, wondering why the portion is so small. Hanjin suddenly recalls the specific fried chicken his own father used to make. He really starts craving it now. He remembers the very last time he got to eat that amazing meal from his dad exactly 2 years ago. Junu's expression drops. Pure rage takes over, remembering everything exactly like it was yesterday. He goes dead silent for a moment before turning to leave. He announces he won't be swinging by anytime soon, his schedule is packed, and that ultimate goal is finally within reach. Stepping outside, Junu finds his lawyer standing by, waiting for him. The man reports that Mogul is making another move and asks for orders, but Junu makes it crystal clear he is completely done playing fair. The lawyer just grins, more than happy to follow those exact orders. That night, Park's dad gets a call from the major Jim. He eagerly accepts the offer, thrilled to hear his new salary is absolutely huge. He plans to start tomorrow. Hanging up, his dad screams in pure excitement to share the amazing news. He can hardly believe their sudden luck, thinking they might actually get rich soon. Park grabs his gear for the gym. His dad tells him to be home on time tonight. They are finally eating like kings. Park catches that wide, totally genuine smile on his father's face. It makes him genuinely happy. But right as he steps outside, his phone rings. Someone warns him that Mogul is cooking up fresh trouble. Junu explains the guy hired a bunch of runaway students, adding that they shouldn't be too hard to handle. Junu tells him to call right away if things get messy. But our protagonist brushes it off, letting him know that won't be necessary at all. Junu sounds pretty confused, so Park clarifies those wannabe gangsters are already here. Just as he asks who they are, a heavy van comes barreling toward him, aiming for a lethal hit. Park instantly charges right toward the heavy vehicle, desperately trying to save himself. Park tumbles hard to the ground, taking a nasty blow to the head. The thugs just burst into laughter, loudly wondering if the guy is some kind of masochist. Jin Song looks genuinely astonished. He calls it a smart tactical move, watching closely as the injured protagonist slowly gets back on his feet. Park is absolutely enraged, ready to destroy every single one of them. The thugs quickly grab their weapons, preparing to face him head-on. Even though Park hasn't fought in ages, Jin Song sees his raw strength and agility remain sharp. Still, he figures victory is guaranteed since the target is bleeding. Up above, folks in the nearby apartment block hear the heavy commotion and wonder what is going on. The thug smirks, barking at his men to pile into the van. He hopes to see Park again and takes off, but our boy absolutely refuses to let this slide. He bolts straight after the fleeing van at full sprint. The thugs point and laugh, calling him a maniac until the crazy reality sets in as he actually gains ground. The thugs panic. Park leaps onto the speeding van and completely shatters the side mirror. He violently drags one of the lackeys out, letting the vehicle peel away. The rest ask their boss if they should turn back, but Jin Song coldly orders them to ditch him, leaving everyone in the crew totally stunned. The ditched thug struggles to stand. Park towers over him, demanding to know exactly where they are headed. The idiot decides to joke around, misreading the room entirely, so our protagonist immediately craters his face with a brutal punch. Park offers the pathetic guy one more chance, but the lackey firmly keeps his mouth shut. Park just starts beating the absolute crap out of him. Meanwhile, inside a sketchy hideout, the gang celebrates their victory. Jin Song orders everyone to pace themselves and lay off the heavy drinking. Off to the side, Mogul sits in frustrated silence before finally snapping, calling the entire operation garbage. He doesn't understand why they are even celebrating. He hopes they actually earn his paycheck, loudly wondering what happens if Park sniffs out this trashy hideout. Jin Song catches his drift, but highly doubts Park will ever show up. He casually drops an old Korean proverb about hunting a bear. The leader suddenly smashes his glass, sharply reminding Mogul that they are actually hunting a tiger, and there's no such thing as a tiger hunting knife. Jin Song violently grabs Mogul's face, pressing the jagged glass close to genuinely terrify him. He highly doubts a simple blade will cut it, but notes their ancestors hunted tigers by unleashing entire packs of vicious Pungsan dogs after them. Tigers fiercely protect their territory, but those dogs would relentlessly torment the beast until sheer exhaustion finally broke it down. Jin Song plans to use that exact same brutal tactic on our protagonist. He expects his crew to drive Park insane until he drops dead, but he underestimated his prey. A sudden massive impact almost rips their door clean off. The gang gets terrified, noticing the huge dent in the iron door. Jin Song immediately orders his lackey to check it out. Annoyed, the guy peeks outside only to find Park standing right there, radiating absolute killing intent. Shockwaves through the room. How did he find them this fast? But Jin Song orders everyone to calm down, totally confident Park cannot punch through heavy iron. After a few tense minutes, they figure he gave up. One lackey mocks him for being scared until his face goes pale, spotting an arm reaching over the third-floor balcony. Park vaults inside, completely shattering the glass balcony window. Jin Song is absolutely floored. They are literally 3 stories up. But Park wastes zero time, immediately tearing into the panicked thugs one by one. He single-handedly overpowers the whole room. Now watch closely as the momentum shifts. Park casually destroys the first wave and turns back to teach the rest a very painful lesson. Facing this absolute monster, Mogul is shaking in terror, though he notices Jinsong is somehow still keeping his cool. Remembering how effortlessly these guys wiped the floor with Seong, Mogul tries to reassure himself, fully believing the gang leader is still hiding some kind of crazy secret tactic. The guy sits there praying this gang can actually beat Park. Junong yells out, "Get him!" The crew charges in with weapons, but Park does not even blink. He grabs one guy by the leg and slams him straight into the wall. Another thug tries attacking from behind. Big mistake. Park beats the absolute crap out of him and pins him down completely. A yellow-haired lackey smashes a bat right over Park's head, actually thinking it did some damage. Park immediately proves him completely wrong by casually tossing him out the third-floor window. The pathetic weakling crashes into the dirt. Out of nowhere, a biker girl rolls up and walks over to him. His vision is already fading out, but this cute girl casually asks if Park is upstairs fighting. He happily confirms she is right and tries spouting more garbage, so she just smacks him hard with her helmet and walks off. She calls Junoo to update him on Park. Junoo actually sounds pretty concerned, but this girl just ignores him and starts blabbering about cute purses she found online. She demands cash for more details, completely annoying Junoo. He sends the money anyway just to shut her up, and she drops Park's exact location. Now check this out. Back up in the apartment, Junong is the last man standing. He stares dead at Park, while Mogul lies wrecked nearby. Jainong admits his crew could not even scratch Park. He assumes he only got spared because this monster needs a huge favor from him. Wrong answer. Park grabs his throat to choke him out, admitting he just wanted to save the absolute worst guy for last. Game over. Jainong swings his bat, but instantly gets slammed hard to the floor as Park just starts wrecking his face. Right mid-punch, a crying boy steps up to stop Park. He begs him to quit, screaming about how incredibly unfair all this is. He says he suffers enough already and cannot handle heavy repair costs as a poor orphan. Park actually listens, but the kid is totally losing his mind, screaming about what he did to deserve this. Right then, Junoo finally strolls in and spots Park's messy handiwork. The orphan boy asks who he is. He starts trembling, totally assuming Junoo is the rich boss who ordered Park to destroy everything. Junoo introduces himself and casually offers to pay for all the property damage. The crybaby immediately shuts up and demands 10 million won. Junoo blows his mind by dropping 50 million instead. Meanwhile, a bloody Jinong calls Park a literal monster, swearing no normal human could be this strong. Knowing he lost from the very start, Jainong makes a desperate play. He tries saving his own skin by leaping straight off the building. He almost makes it, but Park grabs him by the collar, dragging him right back up because this brutal beatdown is not over yet. Jainong knows he is absolutely dead if he stays here, so the scumbag pulls out a knife just hoping to somehow scare him off. Park just lets go. The scumbag plummets pathetically to the dirt from the third floor. Somehow, despite completely shattered bones, Jinong scrambles up and runs for his life. Junoo smirks, calling it a pretty strong will to survive. One heavily bruised lackey actually starts laughing, calling Park an idiot for getting himself tangled up in a massive, totally deadly mess. He reminds them about Jinong's father, bragging that the man is actually the chairman of PJ, a massive corporate shipping behemoth. The thug claims this chairman will make the ego disappear, but watch Junoo's face, he just flashes a genuinely wicked smile hearing that. Jainong finally stumbles back home and finds his father, the infamous chairman of PJ Shipping. Seeing his son completely battered naturally concerns him. Jainong begs his dad to eliminate two guys immediately. Haryong warns him there is no going back and asks for a reason. Jainong shares the whole story, but his dad just brushes it off. He tells his son to keep his chin up and lock eyes when asking for a hit, or else no one respects the order. Looking completely terrifying, Haryong orders his own kid to beg like his life literally depends on it. Jainong obeys, staring dead ahead, demanding to see both of those guys drop dead. Now perfectly satisfied, the father calls up his crew. He orders them to prep 2 barrels, ready to hunt down some young daredevils. His gang pulls up to a construction site. Junoo stands there, calling it totally pathetic to bring a guerrilla troop into a high school feud. Haryong calls him incredibly cocky, asking why this kid wants to die so badly. Junoo steps right forward. Nobody here actually wants to die, so he came heavily prepared. He tells Haryong to guess his plan. The chairman looks confused, but his jaw hits the floor upon recognizing Junoo. Pure terror washes over him, and his phone suddenly rings. Haryong nearly wets himself. The massive OJ affiliate shipping deal just got cancelled on Junoo's personal order. The young tycoon laughs, knowing his trap worked perfectly. Total panic. Haryong instantly slams his knees into the dirt, begging. His men are totally clueless, but he screams at them to shut up. Since the chairman is finally behaving, Junwoo tells him to dismiss the apes. The gang vanishes without wasting a single second. Haryong just goes right back to groveling, since this business deal is literally everything to him. He knows his entire company will completely collapse without OJ's partnership. Junwoo does not mind fixing the mess, but he absolutely refuses to let his own company's precious image get tainted. Junwoo has absolutely zero interest in partnering with a gang boss's dad. He has to protect that perfect image. Haryong swears his son will never step foot in Korea again. Jaenon tries to interrupt. Bad move. His dad punches him straight in the face and starts absolutely beating the crap out of him. Junwoo laughs at the brutal sight. Finally, he tells Haryong to stop. Point made. Sending the brat abroad sounds like a vacation. Junwoo is definitely not satisfied. He drops his own plan to discipline this total scumbag. Haryong would do literally anything for his company. Junwoo casually mentions Jaenong's little mess just cost him 50 million today. That is a massive sum. Junwoo wants the kid working it off, though Haryong seriously doubts his worthless son can ever pay back that kind of cash. Junwoo smirks, a wicked grin. He brings up their family's sea farming business. Jaenon catches the hint right away and realizes he is completely doomed. Zero options left. Soon enough, the guy is out there fishing on his dad's boat. Inside a massive building, Park sits with Junwoo. He thinks the guy is a pure villain. Junwoo openly admits he is playing dirty, but he tells Park to ignore anything money can fix. No need for our boy getting injured over absolutely nothing. Park tries acting totally tough. Then that girl from yesterday walks in. She immediately points out the fresh bruises on his neck. Junwoo introduces her, their brand new partner, ready to help them take down Nexus, a literal celebrity acting as their secret informant. She looks super embarrassed hearing that label thrown around. Her name is Seo Yan Choi. She is honestly shocked. After hearing the crazy rumors, she fully expected Park to look like some massive trucker. She calls our boy dapper, though Junwoo warns her to step back. She flips him the bird. She jokes she would honestly prefer a trucker anyway. Junwoo brings up her completely stupid behavior from their last call. Choi ignores him entirely. She orders them to focus on business. Clearly irritated but keeping his cool, Junwoo reveals why they are here. Time to lock in plans for their very next move. Choi thinks planning is totally useless. Why bother when Park can easily beat everyone into shape by himself? He reminds her Nexus grew insanely fast. One guy alone cannot fight a literal army. Junwoo decides they need to target the combat force first. Tossing a file onto the table, he reveals a new recruit might join their team soon. Park spots the high school name mentioned in the file. He instantly assumes it has to be Dong and Kim. Spot on. Junwoo reminds him this guy fought Nexus right alongside Park, but our boy remembers a much darker detail. Junwoo knows all about it. The knee injury from that first battle ruined Dong's entire life. Selfishly, Junwoo makes it clear he still needs him. Park goes completely silent. Junwoo tells him to chill out. They are strictly professionals here. It is the perfect chance for Park to apologize to his old friend. Plus, they can sweep the Nexus trash out of that infested school. Meanwhile, over at Dong and High, gang members are holding a meeting. Word goes around that Mogul just got sent to juvie, caught for bullying and extorting kids. He is totally useless to them now. The rest of the thugs just laugh at the pathetic scumbag. Still, one guy speaks up. They really need to teach whoever snitched a brutal lesson. Mogul was one of their own gang members after all. The informant drops a huge bombshell. The guy responsible for taking Mogul down was Hanjin Park. Gyang Shol, the school's undisputed #1, is genuinely shocked. Everyone remembers Park specifically promising to lay completely low. Right in the middle of their talk, a student bursts in. Hanjin Park just transferred to their actual school. Watch closely. This entrance is absolute gold. The gang is stunned. In his new class, Park introduces himself casually announcing he is here to destroy everyone. The entire room stares in dead silence. The teacher just nervously laughs it off and points out an empty seat. Park slowly walks over and takes his seat right next to Joe. Joe starts talking immediately. People warn him not to mess with Park, but he is seriously getting the urge to throw hands anyway. He transferred in last year and has heard wild stories about Park ever since. Now he really wants to see if the rumors are actually true. Joe demands a fair fight. Park ignores him completely. Getting super annoyed, the guy straight up slaps Park to force a reaction. Big mistake. Our boy smashes his head down, destroying Joe in one brutal blow. The class is terrified. Meanwhile, at the batting cage, Choi insists recruiting Dongin is a seriously terrible move. She knows plenty of strong fighters for this job and thinks Junwoo simply pities Park's friend over that knee injury. Junwoo shuts that down. He reveals Dongin is easily the most tenacious guy he has ever met. People constantly underestimate him due to his smaller build, completely blinding them to his absolute iron will. He proved it fighting Nexus. Junwoo believes a spirit like that might break, but it will never ever bend. Choi still heavily doubts a broken knee is useful. Junwoo admits he might lose some physical vigor, but he will definitely develop a dangerously sharp new edge. Choi goes quiet. She honestly thinks he should just write a book instead. Back at the school, Park walks down the hallway completely surrounded by staring thugs. He finally finds his old pal. A thug storms in and boots Dong Yan right in the gut, all because he took more than 5 minutes bringing the snacks. Feeling like his cash was completely wasted, the jerk starts beating the absolute crap out of him just to teach him a brutal lesson. The other bullies figure violence is not working anymore, but this scumbag actually thinks fear will make Dong Yan move faster, so he just keeps throwing punches at Park's old friend. Park watches the whole thing, eyes completely cold. Over in Junu's office, Choi finally agrees to bring Dong Yan onto their team. She really doubts Park is the type to forgive and forget an old friend, though. She figures just throwing cash at the problem would be way faster. Junu shakes his head. This guy is someone who does not care about money at all. He reminds her how the guy fought the Nexus gang simply because Hanjin did. That was the only reason. Junu finds it completely stupid, but it proves one thing: a friend's enemy is his enemy. Dong Yan absolutely cannot stand seeing a friend get hit. That is his true nature. Back at the school, Dong Yan finally catches a tiny break and sits down. Park walks right up and says hello. Dong Yan already knows exactly why Park transferred here. He highly doubts it will work, though, since the gang is extremely powerful now. They do not just have numbers, they have serious financial backing, so the war is basically over. Park instantly shuts that down, making it clear he plans to win. Dong Yan calls that completely delusional. All that fiery determination did not stop him from ending up in this pathetic state. Park goes quiet, then tells him to just watch. Up at the window, the leader observes them and mutters about how wimpy they look. Seeing him team up with Dong Yan, he barks an order, "Get the men ready to take our protagonist down." Cut to the hospital. The doctor is glad Dong Yan is taking it easy, but delivers a heavy warning: wait too long, and he might lose his mobility forever. He heavily advises seeing a surgeon, even if it costs a ton. Dong Yan stays silent. As he walks out, Jeongcho suddenly approaches and asks what the doctor said. Dong Yan has no idea why this guy is here. Jeongcho smirks, claiming he just wanted to check on how the former number one is doing. This guy mentioned spotting that secret meeting with Park earlier, so he came down to see if Dong Yan had actually recovered yet. He is totally determined to destroy Park's friend all over again. Dong Yan fires back if he was fully recovered. Jeongcho could never beat him alone. Irritated by the truth, Jeongcho kicks him hard. Jeongcho flashes a nasty smirk. He reminds Dong Yan he is nobody's sidekick anymore, and he will absolutely not tolerate any funny business. Bringing up their last fight, Jeongcho calls loyalty pure trash after all. It almost permanently crippled Dong Yan. Dong Yan points out how Jeongcho betrayed them all to join that terrible gang. He calls it wicked. Jeongcho just laughs. You can think whatever you want, but there is zero chance he stays a loyal, wimpy fool. The bully highly doubts Dong Yan can keep up that loyalty now. Back at school, Park sits in total silence as an announcement blares. Over the speakers, Jeongcho introduces himself. He tells the whole school that the famous Hanjin Park, the guy who fought Nexus 2 years ago, is here to destroy them. He calls the threat absolute garbage and tells Park to get ready. Immediately, the entire class stands up, cracking their knuckles to fight the protagonist. Jeongcho openly admits he would lose a one-on-one fight, but he has absolutely zero interest in playing fair today. A literal army of students marches toward Park's class, weapons gripped tight. Now watch closely, the leader tells his men to get ready to teach Park a brutal lesson, but suddenly, a few guys fly out of the classroom, totally wrecked. The students out in the hallway freeze in pure terror. Park has already taken care of everyone inside. They stare in complete shock. The entire class is already defeated. Our protagonist steps out wearing a dark, evil expression. He practically begs everyone to attack him. The massive army of students charges all at once. Park faces the rushing wave without a single ounce of hesitation. While he beats the absolute crap out of the gang, Dong Yan tries his hardest to ignore the chaos and stay put. The savage fight continues. Literally, the entire school tries taking down the protagonist, but he holds his ground against everyone alone. The guys call him completely insane, realizing he wasn't joking about destroying them. They frantically try putting him in a lock. Park struggles hard, but eventually gets caught. A few men pin him down and start throwing heavy punches. It does not matter, he frees himself in mere seconds, utterly wrecking everyone in reach. He just keeps beating the absolute crap out of them, dismantling the whole school one by one. Park barely manages to survive the massive brawl. Stepping back inside, he finds even more men waiting for him. They act super disappointed to see him sweating, mocking him because the real show has not even started yet. They all rush toward the exhausted tiger. Meanwhile, Dong Yan just sits quietly inside his classroom, desperately trying to ignore everything. He really doubts Park can win, making all these crazy efforts completely useless. Suddenly, Choi appears. Guessing Park is probably hitting his absolute limit, she tries shaming Dong Yan for ignoring his friend out there. She introduces herself as Park's coworker. Dong Yan feels ashamed, but admits he is just too weak to fight right now. She smiles warmly, saying she is already aware of that. She reveals the protagonist actually knew things would turn out exactly like this. Even though he was told to just run away, he refused. She looks right at Dong Yan. The only reason Park is still fighting is to prove something to him. He suddenly remembers his friend's warning and goes completely silent. She promises he won't regret a single thing, forcing Dong Yan to rethink his entire choice. Back out in the hallway, Park finally finishes wiping out the grunts. He is dead on his feet after fighting an entire army, but then Gyeongcho shows up with reinforcements. He actually praises Park's crazy strength, but highly doubts the guy can survive against the school's top 10 strongest fighters. Gyeongcho spells it out for him, but Park refuses to back down, shifting right back into a fighting stance. The thugs charge in hard, but before their punches even connect, Dong Yan slams one with a windshield wiper, joking that Park really needs to stop stealing the spotlight. The goons curse him out as a sneaky rat, but Gyeongcho orders his men to stand down. He decides they can just crush both guys at once. The whole pack swarms Dong Yan now, but he easily drops one of them instantly. Another grunt lunges in and grabs him tight. Ignoring the sharp pain, he totally wrecks the guy and keeps brawling. Park keeps throwing heavy haymakers too. Together, they are an absolute wall. The thugs quickly realize they are severely screwed, wondering why these two were so insanely strong. Standing side by side against everyone, Park suddenly apologizes. Dong Yan admits he really used to hate Park for what happened, but confesses he just needed someone to blame back then. Hearing this, Park cracks a genuine smile. Gyeongcho jumps in to ruin the whole moment, swinging hard at both of them, but they easily dodge. Dong Yan says he wants to handle this leader himself. He and Park immediately bolt straight toward a nearby room. Gyeongcho calls them total cowards and chases after them, but Park grabs the guy and hurls him inside. Dong Yan locks the door behind them, guaranteeing a completely private showdown with Gyeongcho. Gyeongcho calls this a ridiculously stupid move. Dong Yan smirks, admitting it probably looks that way to a friendless loser. That strikes a nerve. Gyeongcho furiously charges forward, but Dong Yan nails him with a hard strike and shoves him backward. Gyeongcho refuses to quit and dives for Dong Yan's legs. He completely lifts him up and slams him into the glass door, shattering it. He actually manages to break Dong Yan's weapon, fully convinced the guy's totally useless without it. Dong Yan just rips off his shirt and tightly wraps it around his fist. Gyeongcho finds this absolutely hilarious, but as they trade brutal blows, Dong Yan uses the wrapped shirt to grip the thug's face, slamming him hard onto the ground. He starts ruthlessly pounding the guy's face. Gyeongcho counters by grabbing his leg and dragging him down, finally managing to break entirely free. Gyeongcho snarls that he isn't the same weakling anymore, viciously squeezing Dong Yan's injured leg. Dong Yan screams out in agony, forced to let him go. The bruised leader finally scrambles up. Catching his breath, he promises to somehow get his bloody revenge later. Dong Yan sharply orders him to freeze, totally shocking Gyeongcho, who thought his opponent had finally learned his place. Park's buddy forces himself up despite the searing pain. Gyeongcho immediately starts beating the absolute crap out of him until he collapses. Exhausted, Gyeongcho turns to leave. Dong Yan demands he wait right there, quietly gathering up the shattered glass pieces. Beyond frustrated now, Gyeongcho carelessly charges back in. Park's friend seizes the split-second opening, tossing the shards as a distraction before destroying him with a savage uppercut. He keeps absolutely hammering Gyeongcho. He doesn't expect anyone to get it, but admits he'd be way too embarrassed to face Park if he lost here. Taking relentless punches to the head, Gyeongcho slowly starts losing his vision entirely. Remembering everything he endured, Dong Yan lands one final, devastating blow, completely knocking the muscle head out cold. His leg is throbbing badly, but Dong Yan ignores the intense pain, walking out to see his friend actually won too. Park grabs his injured friend, and they both start laughing hard while leaving the ruined school behind. Now check out this shift. The board chairman, also named Dong Yan, is absolutely horrified when he sees the school's destruction, eventually learning Park caused this entire mess. He stares at the total devastation, finding it incredibly hard to believe one single student did all this. Chuckling darkly, he immediately orders his men to bring Min in. Sitting face to face, Min calmly states that his organization doesn't usually interfere in their own students' personal problems, but they definitely don't mind handling the actual grown-up conversations themselves. Chairman Dong Yan figures out who's backing Park, but whines about it being unfair in a law-governed country. Min simply drops a few heavy suitcases onto the floor, guessing this might satisfy him. The chairman smirks wickedly. He orders his goons to check the bags, firmly stating that only solid yellow cash stacks will make him happy now. The lackey unzips the luggage, and they only find a few standard textbooks inside. The chairman asks what the hell he's looking at. Min casually tells him to read the newspaper headlines revealing exposed intel about his gang recruiting Dong Yan graduates. The bold headline also splashes hard evidence of Dong Yan stealing school subsidies, committing massive tax fraud, and worse. Min firmly warns him to back off, or else he is ready to dig much deeper. Chairman Dong becomes totally enraged. He threatens the guy, aggressively reminding Min whose territory he's in, completely baffled why Min is still sitting there so unfazed. The guy in glasses just smiles, warning that killing him won't stop anything. And if the KR faction and Dong Yan actually go to war, the chairman doesn't stand a chance. Throwing a death threat into the mix absolutely justifies a death match, but Dong forces himself to hold back and orders his men to lower their weapons. He cuts to the chase, asking what Min actually wants. The Four Eyes demands the entire school, totally catching Dong off guard. Over at the hospital, Choi simply cannot believe the protagonist fought the entire school and still walked away without a single scratch. Park finally answers her. Then the doctor steps in, admitting he has zero idea how the guy is even still holding on. But his relieved expression says that all the surgery was a total success. The doctor confirms Dong Yan is definitely going to pull through. Hearing this massive relief, Park finally breaks into a smile. At a fancy restaurant, Junwoo waits patiently, thanking Cheon-woo Kim for his precious time. The woman begins his interview. Junwoo reads the school news and smiles in pure satisfaction. Once the interview wraps up, he hears the woman walk away. Chansu spots Junwoo and instantly realizes exactly why his team's schedule got completely scrapped. He figures Junwoo orchestrated that entire magazine interview. Still, Chansu feels pretty shocked that a major player like Junwoo is actively trying to track him down. He feels pretty good about it, but Junwoo just smirks and orders him to drop the nonsense. Sitting down, he gives Chansu a quick reminder about himself. The gang leader flashes a smile, swearing he remembers everything, but things changed. He sarcastically praises the guy for climbing so high, completely convinced Junwoo is still just a simple gamer. Chansu fakes some admiration, but Junwoo sees right through the cheap bluff, making it painfully clear he is not moving on from this anytime soon. Smiling wickedly, Junwoo drops the bomb that he absolutely ruined Dong Yan high. Chansu stays quiet, turning to leave since he has nothing left to say. He offers a parting handshake, but Junwoo completely ignores it, totally unbothered. Junwoo just hopes Chansu can keep that crappy smile plastered on his face the next time they cross paths. Chansu forces another smile, but outside the restaurant, his face immediately twists in frustration. Junwoo lets out a relieved breath. He honestly wasn't sure if this old grudge still mattered to him, even fearing he might actually get intimidated. Now he realizes he was stressing for absolutely nothing, because seeing Chansu's face still pisses him off. Inside a waiting car, Chansu's driver quietly asks if he plans to take action. He treats that school brawl as an open invitation, swearing he is absolutely hitting back. Chansu firmly believes this upcoming turf war will be the biggest clash in Korean history. At a luxury building, Tae-soo Choi walks directly into a room packed entirely with men. He demands to know why this urgent meeting was called, while the others loudly voice their own frustration. But Chae-young calmly tells them to stop being so damn negative. With all the top leaders gathered together, Tae-soo quickly finds out the main topic of discussion. They are talking about Hanjin Park. He figured the guy was still hiding out after the gang completely ruined his life, and the other leaders remember it exactly the same way. Dongshin simply wonders who he is, having zero clue what they are even discussing. Mongo laughs at his confusion, figuring that is pretty normal for a crappy noob like him. Still mocking Dongshin, he goes on to explain that Park is an absolute nightmare for their entire syndicate. Back in the day, he actually led a small district. Nexus controlled the entire surrounding territory and several whole provinces, yet Park absolutely refused to surrender his tiny district, a massive humiliation for the gang. But the real problem was his influence. More people got inspired after hearing about Park's resistance, forcing Nexus to deal with a constant wave of new enemies. The syndicate poured absolutely everything into destroying whoever stood in their way. Things didn't go perfectly, which is exactly why they are gathered here. He reveals that the completely unpredictable happened. They threw their entire combined force at Park and still lost every single battle. Soon enough, Nexus was literally on the verge of collapsing, all because of one single guy. Dongshin finds that incredibly hard to believe. Monjil thinks he will finally understand once he sees the guy with his own eyes. He calls Park a literal beast. But watch this rookie mistake. Dongshin bursts out laughing, calling everyone complete wimps for losing to one single guy. The leaders become enraged. Monjil violently warns him to shut up, or else he will get painfully reminded of his place. Jihawk stops the guy and actually calls Dongshin's words correct. Tiu completely agrees, but firmly believes it is all just ancient history now. He thinks they are totally overreacting, but Chae-young sternly orders everyone to stay cautious. He knows they might brush it off, but to a monster like Park, their simple carelessness could easily become a massive, fatal opportunity. Chayanu walks in, greeting everyone casually. He apologizes for the extremely urgent call and decides to treat them all to dinner later. Shiu reveals the protagonist finally made his move, meaning a brutal deathmatch is completely unavoidable. He already made the call, but wanted a face-to-face meeting for a matter this huge. Taiyu doesn't mind his decision, but argues there is absolutely zero reason for a war. He thinks they are just overreacting over some crappy school. Chayanu's dark expression terrifies the guy, making him instantly shut his mouth. He coldly asks if he is really making a big deal out of it. Breaking the tension, Insum speaks up, calling the decision correct and offering to personally handle the entire matter himself. Chayanu smiles and calmly asks if he is sure about it. He reveals that cash just will not cut it anymore, especially since their enemy secured a massive backer this time. They're going to need some serious preparation to win. Insu drags a finger down his facial scar, coldly stating he has been ready ever since he got marked. Chansu just cracks a smile and hands him the reins completely. He checks if anyone actually objects. The room nods in total agreement. Nachian is genuinely buzzing with excitement, especially after Park completely wrecked them the last time around. Chansu officially orders the Incheon chapter leaders to handle the mess, and with that, the meeting wraps up. Insu just bursts into this malicious laughter. He's finally getting a real shot at pure revenge. Under the cover of night, a massive biker gang gathers at some shady hideout. Inshu announces their golden opportunity to utterly destroy Hanjin Park is finally here. One heavy, rough-looking biker steps up. He asks the boss if they finally get the green light to slaughter that scumbag. Meanwhile, Juno drags Park out to that same scorched house. He thinks it is totally unfair for our guy to be entirely in the dark about his history. He starts laying out exactly how he built his massive wealth and why his hatred for Chansu runs so deep. He invites Park inside, ready to spill every single secret. The second they sit down, Juno drops a bomb. All this money he throws around, it actually belongs to the guy who owned this very house. Pay close attention to this next part. He dives into events from 2 years ago, bringing up his absolute best childhood friend, Hayak. The two were ridiculously close, basically actual brothers. Hanging out in this exact spot back then, Hayak showed Juno a custom stock trading AI he had somehow managed to code. This software was absolutely wild. It could analyze massive amounts of crucial data and instantly spit out a perfect recovery plan. Juno realized the thing could literally predict market trends just by studying past outcomes. He was super invested in Hayak's project, but then Park lost his huge fight to Nexus and everything flipped. The gang took over the district and Chansu's goons started targeting Juno. He is not the type to just roll over for petty street thugs, so he fought back against them with every single ounce of strength he had. Hayak was built the exact same way, so both of them stood against the gang even though they were completely terrible at actually throwing punches. Juno genuinely figured the thugs would just get bored and let them off the hook. He was so dead wrong. The gang burned his best friend's house to the ground. He confronted the goons directly, but they just laughed, called his friend unlucky, and violently silenced him forever. He felt completely helpless after that. The bright fire inside his chest just slowly faded out. Stripped of all hope, he decided to just end his own life. He wanted to completely erase his existence from the world, starting first with his dead friend's work laptop. He planned to just quietly liquidate the funds, but his entire face dropped the second he laid eyes on the account's insane progress. He literally could not believe the numbers. Yet all that cash sparked absolutely nothing inside him because he just did not care anymore. He only wished Hayak could have lived to see the massive success of his own invention. That extreme rage gave Juno a solid reason to keep breathing. It is his brother's money. He is going to spend every last cent completely destroying Chansu and his gang. Park asks why he is dumping all this heavy trauma. Juno goes totally straightforward. He is straight up gaslighting our protagonist, so he never quits hunting down Nexus. Later that exact night, Juno dials up Choi. He admits he finally trauma-dumped his miserable backstory onto Park. She finds the whole thing pretty funny, teasing him about trying to make a real friend. Juno gets super embarrassed and quickly snaps at her to shut up. Choi's tone drops, turning dead serious. She reminds him the absolute worst Incheon chapter scumbags are actively hunting him down right now. She tells him to stay on high alert, considering these enemies are literal meatheads who never actually use their brains for anything. Now watch how fast things go off the rails. Juno says she is totally right just as his car gets completely surrounded. Only brainless thugs pull this crap mid-traffic. The hostile bikers hurl heavy buckets of thick paint right at the windshield to trap them. His frustrated driver yells at Juno to hold on tight, desperately trying to swerve and escape the trap. Over the phone, Choi hears the loud crash and demands answers. Juno slams his head hard during the chaotic ambush and instantly passes out. Insu picks up the dropped phone, smugly assuming Choi is just his little girlfriend. With total arrogance, he orders her to deliver a message to Park he will be waiting very patiently over at the JQ distribution center. She desperately tries to warn the guy, but the arrogant punk just hangs up. She completely loses her temper after being mocked like that. Somewhere else, Park strolls home, replaying that heavy conversation with Junoo in his head. He figures the guy was exaggerating. He never planned on giving up anyway. Suddenly, Choi slides in on her heavy motorcycle and yells at him to hop on fast. She quickly fills him in on the hostage situation. Junoo eventually regains consciousness inside the massive distribution center. He blinks, realizing he is completely surrounded by Incheon goons. That massive gorilla acting as the number 2 of Incheon spots him waking up. He steps up to knock Junoo right back out, but Insu waves him off. They only need this guy as bait for Park. Junoo recognizes these thugs and just starts cackling. He openly mocks their sheer stupidity for kidnapping the actual chairman of a massive leading corporation without a second thought. He sarcastically praises their messy ambush, joking about hiring them himself. Then Junoo glares at Insu, telling the guy to get some real self-awareness. He reminds this arrogant scumbag that they are quite literally the weakest faction around. Junoo clearly remembers Insu pathetically groveling on his knees for Park's mercy just 2 years ago. Junoo seriously doubts they can even hold their ground against a monster like Park. The gorilla lackey loses his temper, but Insu holds him back, stepping up to handle things himself. Insu figures Junoo knows a bit about his crew, but clearly missed one detail: only one coward bent the knee, not the whole gang. Junoo just grins. He tells Insu to go easy on his brother, since he only surrendered to save Insu's pathetic hide. The gorilla goon gets furious, yelling at him to shut his mouth, but Junoo just keeps running it with total arrogance. The giant loses all patience and swings at Junoo. But another lackey rushes and Park is on his way. Insu flashes a nasty smirk, ordering Banjung to save that anger for the actual threat. Junoo calls out perfect timing from Park. Banjung shoves Junoo hard into the wall and angrily storms right toward the front entrance. Junoo realizes this giant really has zero patience. Meanwhile, Insu could not care less about Park. He stays totally confident since he never surrendered to anyone. He tells Junoo to watch closely. This crew is completely different now. Outside, a whole pack of bikers chases Park and Choi down the street. She tries shaking them off, getting pretty frustrated when they stay locked on. Park calmly mentions they finally stopped trailing them. She looks confused until he tells her to check the road ahead. Choi slams the brakes hard. Banjung and his goons are standing right there, completely blocking the path. The giant gorilla stares down the protagonist, but forces himself to hold back, barking at them to follow along. He desperately wants to crush Park instantly, but even this gang follows strict orders. Park follows the brute straight toward the distribution center. Choi stares, honestly wondering how Banjung got so massive. She starts tossing teasing remarks his way, but he shuts her out entirely. She just keeps poking fun at his ridiculous size. He finally snaps, ordering her to shut her mouth. But her curiosity wins out, and she smoothly asks if he can answer just one little question. She casually brings up his cowardly former leader, the guy who groveled and swore off fighting forever. She cheekily asks why they are even bothering to hunt Park now. The brute completely loses it and lunges at her, but Park steps up, agreeing with the girl. Banjung drops the restraint entirely, ignoring his boss's strict orders. He charges in to beat Park down, but our guy does not even flinch. Banjung was always a massive kid, only getting more monstrous after hitting puberty. People call this guy the man-wrecker, yet for the very first time in his life, he actually goes flying. Park launches him backward with one heavy kick. The giant crashes down head first, while his panicked goons quickly throw their guards up in total shock. Park strides into the distribution center with total confidence alongside Choi. The remaining goons know they are in deep trouble, forming up to attack him all together. Choi immediately mocks them for needing a group effort. Junoo yells at Park to untie him fast, complaining his legs are completely numb. Meanwhile, Insu casually sheds his jacket, warming up to crush Park entirely on his own. He greets Park with serious, arrogant energy. Park instantly recognizes him as Mansu's younger brother. Insu drops the smile and throws a sudden punch. Park dodges, yet get this, his cheek inexplicably starts bleeding anyway. Insu admits how badly he wanted this fight. Wasting zero time, he throws another heavy punch. Park tries weaving away, but takes a solid hit, leaving him visibly rattled. Insu declares that today, he's finally taking blood for the deep humiliation his gang swallowed 2 years ago. Park ignores the speech and launches his own attack, but none of his heavy strikes land. Insu slips past every single swing with ridiculous ease. Park tries holding his ground, but Insu drives a straight punch right into his face, mocking his sluggish speed. The protagonist stumbles back, feeling genuinely frustrated. But Insu eggs him on, demanding he keep fighting to burn off years of pent-up rage. With a completely deadpan stare, he orders Park back to his feet. Ever since the former leader caught that beating, Insu never took a single break. He pushed himself relentlessly, driven purely by that bitter humiliation. It made him absolutely sick. His own brother, the strongest fighter in Incheon, bending the knee to Park without throwing a single punch. Insu dropped out of boxing entirely to become a true street fighter. After that, he dragged himself through hell, crushing 27 schools and taking down multiple gangs just to build enough strength to destroy Park. Now he just feels incredibly disappointed, wondering why Park can barely stand his ground. That old embarrassment from 2 years ago still burns hot inside him. He keeps tearing into Park, steadily backing him into a tight corner, leaving Choi stunned. She honestly doubts Park can win this fight, but Junwoo tells her to wait. He did his homework before hiring him, actually shocked to find Park has zero martial arts background, just basic fitness training. He tore through Nexus using sheer brute force and wild adaptability. Junwoo bets Park will win the second he downloads Insu's fighting style. The real problem, though, Insu already knows exactly how Park operates. As Insu continues ripping Park apart, Junwoo knows a bare-knuckle punch deals some insane damage. A trained boxer can literally tear human skin right open with one hit. Junwoo realizes the plan. Insu is using his overwhelming strength to slowly grind Park down, saving a brutal critical hit for the very end. Park gathers his fading strength for another wild attack. Insu shuts it down instantly, demanding he stand up and fight back like a real man. Insu lunges forward, but Park finally dodges the hit and grabs his legs. Insu snaps back, calling him completely delusional. Park tries using his own body weight to drag Insu down, but the guy sees it coming and smiles. He is far from a normal boxer. Driving a knee into Park, he proves to everyone here he is a pure street fighter. He then grabs Park and hurls him into nearby boxes. The goons go wild, convinced they already won, but Park just gets right back up and takes his stance. Treating that like just round one, Insu highly doubts Park goes down so easily. Still, he is confident the damage will wreck Park's vision and totally ruin his balance. Now claiming victory, Insu charges in for a critical blow, but Park easily dodges the strike, putting a huge smile right on Junwoo's face. Park finally adapts and lands a heavy punch. Insu stumbles back, completely stunned that his opponent could actually read him. He tries fighting back. Big mistake. Park smashes his face with another punch and just keeps wrecking him. Junwoo knows exactly how scary Insu's speed is, but he considers Park an absolute beast, doubting anyone could ever overpower him with speed alone. Choi still has zero clue why Park kept eating all those hits without dodging. Junwoo explains it clearly. Park used his own body to read the opponent. He practically downloaded everything about Insu's entire fighting style. Insu barely dodges a heavy kick. He gets completely frustrated since Park now sees right through every single move he tries. Taking another brutal hit to the face, Insu wonders why he even trains so hard just to get read like an open book. He finally realizes Park is a true fighting genius, yet he refuses to quit, dodging an attack and charging forward to crush him once and for all. Insu just keeps throwing insanely fast punches for heavy damage. He speeds up even more, challenging Park to keep pace. But Junwoo just smiles and calls checkmate as he watches Park absolutely dismantle Insu. Park just calls him slow. Then he wrecks him with an uppercut. Suddenly, Insu remembers his brother. Inchin wanted to protect the people he loved even if he had to completely throw away his pride. He truly believed the most miserable man alive was someone who failed to protect his family. Park keeps beating Insu down. But get this, the guy refuses to back off. A memory hits him of his brother groveling before Park. Insu used to mock his gutless brother for kneeling. Insu had stepped up to defend Inchin's name alone, only to get crushed. Back in the present, he keeps standing with pure determination. His men grow super concerned, one asking why Banjung isn't stepping in to help. Inshu starts losing consciousness. Right here, he finally understands exactly why Inchan dropped to his knees. He fully accepts that no normal man can fight a total beast like Park. Terrified, he genuinely wishes he could run away, but the heavy responsibility of his entire gang rests right on his shoulders. Banjung and all the other goons suddenly charge forward to kill Park. The gorilla orders everyone to destroy Park, promising he will take all the blame. But Insu desperately screams at them to stop right now. Dropping to his knees, he loudly announces that Park is the winner. Back then, Inshu felt completely humiliated when his old boss groveled on the floor like that. But now he finally understands just how heavy it was for his brother to kneel down without anyone taking his side. He finally sees the truth. The ones weighing his brother down were never Park, but their own men. Furious, Banjung yells at his leader to stand up. They all shame him for kneeling, ordering the poor guy to rise, but Insu simply accepts total defeat. Junwoo steps forward, telling these goons to actually use their stupid brains for once. He points out Insu is only doing this to protect their sorry hides. He asks if they are seriously low enough to claim victory by ganging up on Park. Calling them a bunch of total fools, he makes it clear, real men only succeed when they can actually protect what they love. The goons instantly feel ashamed. Junwoo tells Insu to look up, spits on his own fist, and punches the guy just for kidnapping him earlier. Junwoo feels great, thinking he actually deserves some gratitude for not sending them all straight to jail. He calls it even right there, then brings up the massive debt their gang owes Nexus. He knows these guys still owe the huge sum their old leader took for their families. But here's the real shocker. Junu drops a bomb, saying he already paid off everything. They sit there totally confused. As Junu turns to leave, Insu asks why he is showing them such crazy kindness. Junu gives a pretty selfish reason but reminds them this isn't free. He tells them to check their phones, revealing he just paid for their entire tuition. He hopes they study as hard as possible and eventually work like crazy to pay him back someday. He already knows they have been trying to clear that debt using money earned from doing honest, hard work. Watching them do everything in their power, Junu admits the only reason he stepped in is because of the sheer grit Insu showed despite all his hardships. Choi quickly mocks him for acting so nice. Embarrassed, he just tells her to shut up. Insu bows his head deep, showing genuine gratitude. He swears he will absolutely pay back every single penny someday. Junu tells him to keep his trap shut and walks away. Insu apologizes to his crew, bowing again since he ruined their honor once more. He firmly announces, this kind of humiliation stops today from now on. They cut all ties with Nexus. He asks if they want to stand by him and actually fight for a real future. The whole gang roars back absolutely. Cut to the next day, and Junu praises the team for crushing Incheon. Park watches Choi acting a bit crazy. She just scored 40 million from Junu and laughs like an absolute maniac. She actually hopes Junu gets kidnapped every single day. He takes offense, but she quickly apologizes. She just cannot hide the joy. Choi looks over at Park and notices his massive shoulders. She figures he needs a wardrobe upgrade and asks about his weekend plans. Flashing a cheeky smile, she practically drags Park out for a shopping spree. Over at the mall, Choi cracks up while forcing him into the most ridiculous outfit ever. One look at his death glare and she rethinks that plan. Next up, beat-up rockstar aesthetic. She pulls out her phone for a picture but backs off when she sees his terrifying face. Junu tells her to get it together. Choi finally drops the joke and hands him something casual. He walks out of the dressing room, and yeah, the guy looks incredible. Choi blushes hard but quickly plays it cool and grabs more clothes. Meanwhile, some random guys spot her and recognize the famous Insta babe. The blondie of the group decides to shoot his shot. His friends doubt him, but he figures any girl hanging with such goons must have bottom-tier standards. He just wants to show her a real man. He calls influencers nothing but overrated fantasy toys. Gassed up by his buddies, the guy strolls over and confidently asks her out. Choi just stares at him and asks who he even is. This stupid blondie totally misses the hint. He keeps pushing and actually grabs her by the shoulder. Patience gone. Choi slaps his hand away and tells him to back up. She heard every disgusting word he said earlier. Publicly humiliated, the guy completely loses it. He throws a punch right at her face to teach her a lesson. Park steps in immediately and beats the absolute crap out of him. Blondie's friend rushes in, but Park shows zero mercy and wrecks him too. Now the guy is crying, begging Park to just let him walk away alive. Choi actually cheers Park on, totally loving the show. Then a mall worker walks up and threatens to call the cops. Choi promises they will stop fighting, but the lady demands they pay for the property damage. Park and Choi immediately turn and stare at Junu for the cash. Junu sighs, barely holding his frustration together. Now watch how the other side reacts. At a casino, Tae-soo learns Incheon got completely wiped out. He expected nothing less from those idiots. He actually praises Junu's arrogance after finding out he paid off Incheon's massive debt. He tells his boss not to worry about Park at all. Before the fight starts, Tae-soo hangs up and focuses on gambling. Smiling like a total psycho, he orders the woman to check her card. She flips it, another brutal loss. Tae-soo calmly informs her she just hit her maximum debt limit of 120 million. He calls it a good game and orders his men to drag her away to start her new life. She breaks down, begging them to stop. Tae-soo pauses at the door as she finally agrees to follow his orders. A wicked grin spreads across his face. He asks if she is really willing to betray a close friend, but she has absolutely no choice. He slides over pictures of Choi and warns her not to back out. Meanwhile, at the hospital, a nurse catches Dongjun doing heavy leg presses. She quickly forces him off the machine since he has not fully recovered. Junu drops by to visit and asks how his recovery is going. Dongjun is super grateful and swears to pay back every single penny. Junu tells him to relax, he can make his own choices from here on out. The guy appreciates it but makes one thing clear: he's going to crush Nexus, and he is doing it strictly for himself. Junu gives a dark little smile and wishes him a fast recovery. Back at the building, Junu updates Park. They get right back to business. Everything is playing out exactly as planned. Their next target is definitely Tae-soo, the guy bankrolling the Jangi chapter who loaned Incheon that money. Figuring Park does not know him, Junu explains Tae-soo is the gang's financial backbone, a greedy loan shark who drains people dry. Taking out his chapter is top priority. To make this happen, Junu brings Park to a sketchy warehouse to meet someone. Junu thanks the guy for cooperating. This anxious, shaky weirdo just prays they can actually keep him safe after this. After a bit of convincing, he finally reveals Taesu is literally Satan. The guy starts his story, explaining how he used to be praised every single day. His buddies swore he had the right look to be a huge influencer. He bought into the hype, desperately wanting that exact life. But no matter how hard he grinds, fame just stays out of reach. That is, until he scores an invite to a high-profile party packed with major celebrities. Taking this as a sign from above, he starts showing up at all their events. The stars actually back him, and within days, his follower count just explodes. He is riding high. But that glory fades fast the moment his new rich friends drop their friendly act. They drag him to a local casino, ignoring his warnings and throwing cash around anyway. Before long, they boot him from the group entirely. His massive following naturally crashes right back to the bottom. Nothing he does can fix his ruined numbers. Out of pure desperation, he crawls back to that toxic friend group just to salvage his reputation. He starts gambling alongside them and immediately gets hooked, throwing away every single dime. Facing total ruin if he cannot make that cash back, he eventually crosses paths with Taesu. Taesu offers a massive loan up front. Being incredibly naive, the green-haired guy takes the money without a second thought. Now, he is trapped in a debt nightmare. What really pushes him over the edge is knowing Taesu orchestrated this whole mess, pushing him straight into a gambling addiction. Still, he knows he dug his own grave here. The guilt is literally driving him insane. Junu stands up with a dead serious expression, reassuring him. Those wealthy scumbags just exploited his dreams, so the blame does not land on him. Junu swears they are tearing Taesu down. Now watch this play out. The green-haired guy struts right into the casino, loudly demanding chips from the floor staff. He thinks back to Junu, telling him to hit up a Nexus casino alongside Park and just play casually. Frustrated, the green-haired guy really thought he could avoid getting his hands dirty. Junu totally disagrees. He belongs on the front lines. Junu boldly declares he is shutting down every single gambling parlor connected to Nexus. The green-haired guy sits there, entirely speechless. Back in the present, casino staff ask for proof of funds. Remembering Junu's promise of protection, he confidently flashes a heavy bag packed with cash. Junu handed over the cash to gamble and even promised he could pocket any actual winnings. The green-haired guy barks out orders for more chips. The employees silently mock his stupidity as they lead him to a high-stakes table. Earlier, he genuinely had no clue how this crazy scheme would pan out. So Junu laid it out. They will just win every hand until the place goes bankrupt. He seemed ridiculously confident about cracking their system. Normally, dealers drop a few rounds intentionally, but Junu dug into these Nexus casinos. He figured out they run a rigged setup, guaranteeing the house wins every single match. They're definitely cheating. The green-haired guy knew the games were rigged, but had zero idea how to beat them. That is when Junu revealed a plan to weaponize their own cheating. Right now at the table, he shoves all his chips in. The amused dealer gladly plays along, preparing a dirty trick. Suddenly, Park screams out a warning about the dealer cheating, smashing straight through the window. The dealer frantically tries to silence him. Park just launches forward, ruining the guy's face with one heavy strike. Since the house got caught rigging the game, the green-haired guy figures he won the pot. But Junu already predicted the casino would resort to brutal violence. A squad of bouncers swarms in to clean up the mess. They surround the green-haired guy, but Park steps up, ready to crack some skulls. They blindly charge in. Park easily overpowers the entire group, brutally humbling every last bouncer. Moving to a second game, Park watches the dealer's hands like a hawk. The second he spots a rigged move, he beats the dealer senseless. Junu knows they are relying heavily on violence here, but since they are only punishing scammers, he considers it perfectly fair game. Meanwhile, over at Taesu's main headquarters, an underling reports the utter chaos, making his boss furious. Sitting directly across from Choi, Taesu admits Junu is playing a surprisingly smart game. She looks incredibly disappointed, ignoring the other girl desperately trying to apologize. Taesu apologizes for the sudden rudeness. He asks her to just listen for a second, pitching an opportunity that benefits them both. Piquing Choi's curiosity, Taesu leans in and openly asks to buy intel on Junu's next move. He boldly promises to pay triple whatever Junu is currently handing over to her. She instantly agrees and seals the deal, which leaves Taesu absolutely stunned. Sending over her bank details, Taesu stays on guard. He coldly warns her that any lies will be met with zero mercy. She just laughs, claiming she is a terrible liar anyway. The payment hits her account and she starts spilling their secrets. Then, she starts counting down, thoroughly confusing Taesu. She happily announces the raid on his headquarters has already started, hitting him with pure panic. The main doors explode inward. Park marches in like an unstoppable beast, with the green-haired guy tailing behind for his long-awaited revenge. Taesu's guards rush forward to jump Park. He drops every single one of them with zero effort. Watching this unfold, Taesu feels a crushing hopelessness. No strategy matters against a monster like that. Desperate, his elite guards ask for permission to kill. He gives the go-ahead, and these guys actually smile, tearing their shirts off for an all-out brawl. Taesu realizes he is completely outmatched here, so he instantly bolts, sprinting away as fast as possible. He basically hired a bunch of weak scarecrows, and Park absolutely wrecks those two guys in seconds. Taesu forces himself to just take a deep breath. Sure, he lacks raw physical strength, but he usually wins by throwing cash and massive influence at his problems. He really thinks he can crush Park this way. Our guy finishes completely wiping out the headquarters, but Choi brings bad news that absolute coward managed to escape. The very next day, Junwoo hears about the escaping rat. He gives Park some well-deserved praise and tells him to stay ready. Junwoo gets pretty annoyed, knowing they are not fully prepared for the fallout. He fully expects Taesu to try some cheap, garbage revenge tactic. Hiding out in some shady building, Taesu's lackey finds out his boss actually ran away. He calls it a smart move. Facing a monster like Park is just pure suicide. The lackey sets something up and tells his leader to stop panicking entirely. Taesu barks an order, and the guy slaps a massive 2 billion bounty on Park. You see, Taesu's real empire is actually built on illegal online gambling rings. He controls an army of 87,000 desperate users. Thugs all over Korea see the alert, though a few smart ones realize a payout that huge means guaranteed extreme danger. Taesu completely anticipated that people might get cold feet, so he created a system paying out cash for even tiny amounts of damage. Now, random students are literally skipping class just to hunt down Park for a quick payday. Now watch this. The whole city targets Park as Taesu's perfect plan begins rolling. While Park heads home, a random girl calls out to him, quickly stammering some weak apology. He barely registers her until the crazy girl suddenly draws a blade and slashes at his back. But Park easily reads her sloppy movements. He immediately notices she's definitely not a Nexus gang member. She panics and starts rambling about needing cash. Suddenly, another guy swings a baseball bat, but Park just catches it mid-air and brutally crushes the dude's skull with his own weapon. He glares at the girl and demands answers. Terrified out of her mind, she confesses that a massive event just dropped on her favorite gambling site. Park learns Taesu is pulling the strings here. He gets totally furious, but quickly notices even more regular civilians rushing his way. Taesu's lackey watches the live reports flooding in. Everyone is fighting desperately for the cash. Honestly, the lackey doubted this crazy reward system at first, but right now, he admits it is an absolute masterpiece. Taesu knows this stunt might bankrupt him entirely. Still, he fully expects a perfect outcome. He purposely targeted the gambling world because it ruins weak, greedy men. Offer this bounty to a wealthy guy, and they would just laugh directly in his face. But desperate losers who completely destroy their own lives, they will not hesitate for a single second. People like that will gladly throw away their sanity for cash. Meanwhile, Park fights off a massive wave of hunters, quickly sidestepping when he spots a kid charging him. A speeding car crashes into the street and stalls, but the frenzied mob still finds an opening to strike. Park swats them away and suddenly gets a phone call from Junwoo checking on his safety. Junwoo saw the insane bounty and promises to send backup immediately. But our stubborn hero completely rejects the help. He just tells Junwoo to track down Taesu's hideout, insisting he can handle the rest himself. Junwoo finds him too reckless, so he orders his elite security team to move in. Down below, Park handles the assassins one after another. One desperate father actually tries stabbing him to pay off hospital bills. Park mercilessly bashes his face in any way, then leaps up high to grab onto a sturdy ledge. He forces his way out, sprinting away from the madness, even as everyone tries jumping him. Our guy ducks into a random storefront to catch a quick break, but he freezes an absolute army of armed thugs is waiting right inside. He knows they lured him inside, meaning they are Nexus thugs. Park feels pretty glad that he doesn't have to hold back his punches anymore. Park just starts obliterating the entire room. No matter how many gang members rush him, he stays totally unstoppable. He shatters one guy's bones, leaving the rest absolutely terrified. Park stays on guard and answers Junwoo's call. He finally gets the exact location of that pathetic scumbag. He plans to quickly sweep this room and go hunt Taesu down, but the remaining thugs are now so deeply horrified they just completely back away. Taesu watches the brutal feed through a security camera. He actually smirks, fully convinced Park is trapped since our guy only wiped out a tiny fraction of his army. Another gang steps up to face Park. Meanwhile, Taesu's lackey confidently suggests they should just wipe out Junwoo while they are already attacking. Taesu loves that ruthless energy and instantly promotes the guy. The lackey attempts to hack Junwoo's camera feed, but the very second he tries, Junwoo's face suddenly blasts across every single screen in their room. Taesu initially thinks it is part of their own plan, but brace yourself, the lackey admits they are totally screwed. Junwoo happily jumps in, explaining the massive trap. Junwoo laughs like a total psycho, deeply terrifying the leader. The lackey frantically types away, but the live broadcast stays on. Junwoo's elite team had already completely hijacked their pathetic garbage security system. Junwoo straight up calls their little operation a pathetic failure, saying he is about to teach them some manners. He completely deletes Park's bounty and paints a massive target on Taesu instead. Taesu panics, but Junwoo shows absolutely no mercy. Flashing a wicked grin, he tells Taesu to enjoy the hunt, right as every Nexus goon gets the new bounty notification. Seeing they totally lost this one, the entire gang immediately falls back. Taeyu completely panics. Hearing a heavy knock at the door, he screams at his useless lackey to grab all the cash from the safe. They plan to lay low, but guys are already hunting him down. Taeyu tries to stay calm, deciding his actual life matters a whole lot more than just cash. He figures building another illegal gambling site will not be tough. He can always get rich again as long as he actually survives today. Out of nowhere, his goon gets absolutely crushed, crashing hard right into Taeyu and stopping him cold. Pure terror hits the boss when he realizes Park already caught up. Our guy glares at him, asking why he happens to be in such a massive rush. The pathetic coward realizes his entire body is shaking violently. Taeyu attempts a weak bluff, yelling at him to stay back with garbage excuses. Park answers by smashing a kick straight into his face. He seizes the opening to teach this scumbag a brutal lesson. The rat manages to dodge and desperately runs for it, but Park refuses to let him slide away that easily. Taeyu shouts another warning, pathetically bringing up what happened last time to make him stop, but Park just keeps totally wrecking his face without pausing. He tries buying his way out, but Park holds absolutely nothing back. Taeyu screams out offers of billions. Park just stomps his face down. The total scumbag crawls away, begging to reason with him. He throws every single bill he has at him. It means nothing. Park is fighting like an absolute wild animal right now. Hearing his trash talk makes Park furious, but he finally pauses when he sees the man pathetically sobbing for his life. Park wants to finish him off himself, but he steps back. He decides to let the angry gambling addicts handle things instead. A massive wave of men charges right at Taeyu, desperate for those 2 billion. Ignoring his cries, they bash his head in to silence him, fully ready to take him out for that insane payout. Taeyu screams out in agony as gambling slaves completely tear him apart. With the bounty expired, Junwoo gets an update from his lawyer. Taeyu only has a few weeks left in the hospital ward to live. The lawyer promises he will absolutely take care of all the details. Junwoo praises his solid work and stands up, wondering if this damage will finally make Chansoo Kim snap. Over at the hospital, Chansoo pays his broken lackey a little visit. Wearing a creepy fake smile, he asks why Taeyu is ignoring him. Taeyu finally chokes out a response, swearing he is doing just fine. The terrifying boss brings up the lost money. Chansoo coldly crushes his hand. Taeyu screams out in pain, but Chansoo tells him to relax, claiming he knows Taeyu never gives up. He orders him to fix this giant mistake immediately. Meanwhile, a nurse congratulates Dong Yan on healing up, warning him to avoid fights. The redhead just smirks, saying he might think about it. Stepping out of the hospital, he spots some Nexus thugs harassing a crying kid. They demand cash, threatening to rip the poor student front teeth out for compensation. Dong Yan immediately steps up to handle the messy situation. While picking on the kid, the goons notice the redhead stretching out. They try intimidating him away. Dong Yan answers with a brutal kick that launches the guy backward. Remaining scumbags rush forward, proudly screaming they belong to Nexus. Dong Yan drops them both effortlessly, but his body feels pretty heavy. He realizes a full recovery is still a long way off. He considers upping his training weights and walks off. One goon struggles up, finally realizing he just messed with the famous Dong Yan. The thug wonders if he and Park are hitting their prime again. Dong Yan and Park used to be famous nationwide for their monstrous strength. Everyone used to be obsessed with their crazy stories of fighting against Nexus. Now that Nexus lost 2 entire chapters to them, these 2 legends are pulling massive attention. Things are clearly about to explode here. Videos of their fights blow up online. A lot of people are terrified, but others genuinely feel hopeful watching them fight back. Chansoo walks into a martial arts gym. Ignoring everyone inside, he heads straight for the rooftop. A man up there greets him, realizing the rumors are actually true. Chansoo confirms that Hanjin Park is officially back in action. The fighter stands up, guessing Chansoo only came because he cannot beat that monster alone. Munyoung Baek drops the smile and listens closely. The Nexus boss admits he needs someone just as strong to crush Park. Munyoung bluntly reminds him how horribly the last time went. Chansoo nods. 2 years ago, he treated Munyoung like a total joke, yet here he is, crawling back with enough nerve to ask for a huge favor. Chansoo throws out a weak excuse, promising the guy will be heavily rewarded for this. He offers him absolutely anything he wants. Hearing the offer, Munyoung flexes a massive bicep. Then he gets deadly serious, asking if Chansu would actually give up his throne for this. Heavy silence drops between them. Wearing a terrifying glare, Chansu asks if he can truly handle Nexus. The musclehead realizes Chansu still carries that deadly aura despite everything. He quickly swallows his pride, understanding this is a strict order, not a favor. He swears to take action immediately. Munyang feels highly confident he can finish Park off just like he did before, so he lets Chansu know straight up he expects a major payoff for this. Later that night, Munyang replays the chat in his head. He knows Chansu does not trust him at all. The guy figures his boss plans to wipe them both out. Munyang's goon freezes up. A really bad feeling washes over him, making it hard to decide. Munyang wonders what the holdup is. He orders his guy to just finish off the pathetic loser if he stays quiet. But Wong, his left-hand man, hesitates. You know that gut feeling? He hates the victim's face and got the info, but something still feels off. Munyang barks at him to finish the job. Right then, his right-hand man, Zhang Yang, steps up dying to know how that earlier meeting went down. Zhang Yang assumes Qiansu is gunning for Junu, so he asks if they should put their boys on alert. Seeing his subordinate's absolute confidence, Munyang suddenly breaks into a grin. He realizes he was overthinking things for nothing, and the thought of crushing old rivals gets him totally hyped. One problem, Junu Park will not drop dead easily. After executing the victim right in front of his crew, Munyang makes a bold claim. Once he crushes Junu, Qiansu is totally next. Back at Junu's office, Choi films herself loudly celebrating Dong Yun's recovery. Junu snaps, telling her to cut the nonsense. She insists it is a discharge party, but he immediately steers things back to serious business. Choi throws a ridiculous tantrum, getting completely on Junu's nerves. He thought they were only here for payback, yet she actually starts shaming him for being so serious. Dong Yun watches them. He seriously wonders why Junu hangs around such complete fools. Junu casually answers that they share the exact same enemy. Then his phone rings. He finds out In-chan just got totally wrecked. Insu checks on his gorilla-sized buddy, instantly furious at seeing Banjung in such awful shape. Junu steps in to cool him off, trying to figure out what went down. Junu thinks they should steer clear of this mess, but Insu is seeing red dead set on avenging his massive homie. The second Insu walks out, Banjung speaks up directly begging Junu for help. He was only faking sleep to keep Insu from going wild. He knows his absolute crackhead friend would charge into a fight without hesitation. Junu already knows the Nexus gang is involved, but he needs a specific name. Banjun drops the bomb. Munyang pulled all the strings. Dong Yun spots the massive bruise on his leg. He confirms it instantly the signature work of the same monster who shattered his knee before. Elsewhere, Qiansu meets a contact and thanks him for the heavy support. He credits the guy for their recent wins, deciding to advance his plan. He confidently declares that every single high schooler nationwide will soon be hooked on his company's game. They will push it all the way to the top. Qiansu is betting everything on skyrocketing those share prices by an insane margin. The contact remains pretty skeptical, but Qiansu flashes a cocky smile, guaranteeing he will pull it off. The man finally agrees to back the scheme. Later in the elevator, this masked guy admits the games are actually garbage, but he has already set things in motion. Qiansu smirks. He calls the guy a highly dependable lackey. The mysterious Lion Kim ignores the fake praise. He skips straight to asking about Junu. He thinks using Munyang for a counterattack is incredibly risky, since that psycho causes too many problems. Qiansu drops a weird analogy, ordering Kim to just sit back and enjoy the bloodshed. Message received. Lion Kim catches his drift and totally drops it. Cut to the gym, where Dong Yun goes absolute beast mode on heavy squats. Meanwhile, Choi completely ignores the weights, purely focused on snapping endless selfies. She pitches the idea of shooting a collab video together. Dong Yun sees right through her, asking what she really wants with a cheeky grin. Choi brings up Munyang's name. She practically begs Dong Yun to reveal their dark history. Dong Yun calls the guy an absolute fighting genius. He admits he has only ever seen 3 in his life, Junu, Qiansu, and the last being Munyang. He explains how he and Junu completely took over their district 2 years ago. Back then, absolutely nobody dared to stand against them. Even the Nexus gang was terrified. But months later, a transfer student randomly arrives straight from the States. Dong Yun heard this kid hospitalized everyone on day 1. He honestly couldn't believe it until Munyang transferred again, stepping right into their turf. Total chaos. He flipped everything upside down, conquering neighboring schools just to force brutal turf wars. He preyed on the absolute losers, doing it all purely for laughs. Just a complete, miserable scumbag. A few days later, even Dong Yun's school became a prime target. He received a formal invitation to settle things at a nearby park. But after standing around for hours, Dong Yun realized he got completely played by Munyang's dirty tricks. The coward laid low for a bit, until another innocent kid ended up beaten to a pulp. Munyoung was trying to slowly wreck Dong Yun using these cheap, agonizing mind games. Dong Yun was losing his mind with pure rage, but eventually, the perfect chance to finally confront that total scumbag arrived. And look, this is exactly where their brutal war started. Munyoung looked completely disappointed, thinking the school's top boss looked like a weakling. But Dong Yun instantly proved him wrong with a savage opening kick. Munyoung was caught off guard, yet dodged it with ease. Dong Yan asks why he even bothered messing around this whole time if he wanted to die this badly. Dong Yan keeps swinging, but Munyoung brushes it off, admitting he only pulled those cheap tricks to piss him off. Munyoung finally hits back, and with a single punch, he nearly shatters Dong Yan's ribs completely. The redhead gets even more furious, but it doesn't help at all when he takes another heavy blow. He suddenly realizes Munyoung is totally on par with Park. If Park is an absolute beast, this scumbag is a viper. He crawls right inside his enemies' heads before physically crushing them. The beating continues. Dong Yan starts feeling completely hopeless, doubting he'll ever get his revenge while getting smashed to a pulp, but he forces himself to stay calm. The redhead suddenly stops the viper, catching him tight in a brutal leg lock. He absolutely wrecks Munyoung's face with a vicious headbutt, finally breaking himself entirely free. He admits he was totally taking Munyoung lightly, but that intense pain just woke him right up. Munyoung decides to get serious too. They just keep tearing into each other, going hit for hit until they both get knocked out, completely cold. The surrounding goons watch in pure shock as both stubborn beasts drag themselves back up for round 2, but then police sirens wail in the distance, sending everyone scattering. Munyoung admits Dong Yan is definitely no ordinary fighter. He yells out that they will settle this later, warning Dong Yan to stay ready, because he is going to crush him soon. A few days later, Park hears about the whole mess. He asks if Dong Yan wants him to go teach that guy a serious lesson. The redhead knows Park will face the scumbag eventually, but he tells Park to back off. He wants to settle this bloody score entirely by himself. That night under a bridge, Jang says the plan is impossible since Munyoung just got totally thrashed by the weaker guy. The stubborn fighter completely ignores the negativity, deciding he's going to make it work regardless. He orders his right-hand man to pull from their local schools and gather 100 solid fighters. Munyoung highly doubts those two beasts can survive against 100 men. Cut to 2 years ago at a Busuzan restaurant. Munil calls the food amazing and wonders why Chansu is barely eating anything. Turns out the guy is just a pretty picky eater, so Munil happily decides to finish off Chansu's plate for him. He suddenly brings up Munyoung, who's apparently fighting Park right now. Munil mentions their men are losing hope right on the edge of national conquest, all because of Park. Chansu just smiles, letting the guy ramble on. Munil recently learned Munyoung almost beat Dong Yan. That means they could potentially use him to destroy Park once and for all. But Chansu orders him up, telling him to forget Park. They have way worse things coming. He spots a huge rival army gathering right outside. The rival gang leader gets furiously annoyed seeing them eat. He yells out to kill the scumbags. The whole gang starts hurling furniture and smashing the restaurant windows. Munil just gets annoyed. He really wanted to finish that delicious lunch. He tells his own crew to gear up, and both heavy gangs immediately charge into an all-out brawl. Chansu just watches the absolute chaos and fully enjoys it. The rival leader steps up, but Chansu instantly wrecks him with one brutal punch. He starts plotting to throw Munyoung at Park someday. Back in the present at the school, Munyoung gathers his 100 men and announces the plan. Every single guy panics, already knowing exactly how terrifying Park is. Munyoung demands quiet and explains they are hunting Park today. Seeing their terrified faces, he gets completely pissed off, realizing he is working with absolute cowards. He bets they are totally sick of holding themselves back. Now watch how he spins this. He pushes them, reminding everyone that Park and Dong Yan are still just ordinary humans, no matter how tough they seem. He asks if they seriously believe 100 guys could lose to Park when he is leading the charge. He fully convinces them to hunt Park down, assuring them they can fight absolutely dirty. Munyoung rallies this pathetic gang that used to fear Park. Once they beat that beast, he plans to steamroll Nexus and finally claim the top spot. He invites every single guy to back him up so they can all rule the top together. The whole crowd gets completely fired up, suddenly determined to crush Park for good. But suddenly, the man himself kicks the door wide open. With a completely dead stare, Park makes it clear 100 guys will never be enough. Park gets ready to break some bones, walking right up to the stage to face their leader. Munyoung smiles, actually glad he showed up. Park just tells him to step up time for a very painful lesson. Munyoung smirks maliciously while his guys throw glass shards right at Park. Blood starts dripping, but Munyoung gives him zero time to react and throws a fast hook. Park blocks it, but his arm gets shredded because this scumbag taped splinters to his knuckles. Munyoung yells that this is just the start, ordering his massive army to finish Park off. Park stands his ground against the wave, but realizes all these guys are coated in splinters too. Munyoung is literally using his own men to shred Park's arms and exhaust him completely. He drops multiple guys, but a bat suddenly slams into his back. Park sends the attacker flying. He literally rips his own shirt off to wrap his arms. The rival leader orders an all-out assault. Park faces the entire army alone, turning the street into a war zone for hours. Against impossible odds, Park cements his absolute legend status. He wrecks Munyoung and his entire crew single-handedly. The ruthless boss is in pure shock over getting destroyed. He never let a single person beat him before, regardless of their raw power. This guy defeated the nation's top fighter, but right now, Park is completely dismantling him. He just cannot comprehend this level of monster strength. Park finishes Munyoung off, strictly ordering him to keep his head down forever. He absolutely humbles the guy. Park tells him to remember this beating, or he will gladly crush him a second time. Munyoung screams out in pure frustrated agony. The next night, he still cannot understand how he failed. He refuses to accept reality. One single guy demolished 100 men and shattered his entire crew. Munyoung finally accepts he might never reach Park's level. Then Juwon walks in, asking why his boss looks so utterly miserable. He reminds his boss of who he is, the legendary Munyoung. Juwon believes they will win eventually, whatever the cost. Munyoung gets back on his feet. He apologizes for acting weak and letting sheer emotion cloud his judgment. Following that brutal clash, Munyoung and his goons vanish into thin air. But whispers of the street war spread fast. Word travels fast. Everyone is mind-blown learning that Park dismantled 100 thugs all on his own. People start calling him the nation's new #1. They seriously doubt the Nexus gang can even touch Park. Chansu gets desperate and tries wiping out Park's district. But Dongyan and Park are absolute beasts, basically unstoppable together. Starting with Incheon and Gyeonggi, Park systematically hunts down every single gang chapter and hands them a brutal defeat. The entire nation starts believing Nexus is officially finished after this massive loss. Munyoung suggests they just jump Park with sheer numbers. Chansu calls the idea pathetic. He refuses to ruin the Nexus name by acting like cheap street thugs. Chansu wants to crush Park with overwhelming brute strength. He needs to spark pure terror in anyone backing him. Munyoung gets hyped, thinking it is finally his turn, but Chansu shuts that down. He plans to handle Park personally. Munyoung instantly objects. Lion steps in and agrees, warning that Chansu's reckless plan risks the entire gang's survival. He calls it way too risky. Chansu thinks Lion is basically predicting his defeat, but Lion clarifies the situation itself is just terrible. He argues this tiny district simply isn't worth the massive risk. Reminding Chansu of their ultimate goal, Lion begs his boss to finally listen to reason. The leader still insists Nexus will lose its authority by ganging up on Park. So Lion pivots to an alternative. He claims to know the absolute perfect fighter to send against this monster. He guarantees this secret weapon will clean up their terrible situation flawlessly. Back at the gym, Munyoung trains like an absolute maniac. He wants more strength, heavily unsatisfied with his current progress. Chansu strolls in wearing a smug grin. He claims to have a massive shortcut for power and invites Munyoung to work under him. Munyoung already knows Nexus is bleeding badly because of Park. After his own crushing defeat, he assumes Park is invincible. Chansu just smiles, calling that exact mindset a major problem. He cuts right to the chase. Munyoung needs to destroy Park. In exchange, the entire district becomes his territory. Munyoung laughs, pointing out this sounds like a cheap lackey job. Chansu totally ignores his pride, which makes Munyoung furious. So he decides to test if the leader is actually the real deal. Munyoung throws a vicious punch, but Chansu easily catches it with zero effort. Chansu points out their goals align perfectly. He has the money and the master plan, he just needs an executioner to carry it out. With Munyoung throwing the punches, Chansu knows his trap will work. Munyoung agrees to hear out the details. Chansu praises his wisdom, highly confident this ambush plan is foolproof. Now pay close attention to how dirty this gets. On a rainy day, Dongyan suddenly finds himself surrounded by thugs. He fights back as they rush him. He genuinely expected Nexus to play by the rules, leaving him totally caught off guard. The redhead refuses to quit. He fights back hard, but then a brutal betrayal from his own friend. Munyoung seizes that exact distraction. He corners Dongyan, ready to finish him. Dongyan realizes he is trapped with zero chance of survival. Reading the SOS text, an enraged Park sprints toward Munyoung's location. The true downfall begins right here. Park finds Dongyan heavily injured and tied down, reigniting their brutal war from 2 years ago. Wearing an absolutely terrifying glare, Park reminds Munyoung exactly what happened last time. But this persistent scumbag makes it completely clear he is not backing down unless Park literally rips his eyes out. Munyoung swings that metal rod, but instead of hitting Park, he smashes Dongyan right in the knee, entirely wrecking his future. Park completely sees red. He charges straight at Munyoung to end this for good, but the enemy goons throw heavy metal chains to lock him down. The whole crew pulls hard on those chains, trying to drag him down, while Munyoung's right-hand guy starts bashing Park with a steel rod. Park just grips the steel links tight. Using raw, brute strength, he yanks the chains and sends every single guy flying. Munyoung just lets out a sick laugh, tells Park to drop his last words. Somehow, the goons manage to hook the chains tight, completely immobilizing him. Munyoung groans out loud, calling guys like Park incredibly annoying. He absolutely hates those hero types who make a huge deal out of stupid rules and friendship. To this scumbag, winning is the only thing that matters. He crushes Dong Yan's leg again out of pure frustration, daring Park to save his precious best friend. Park taps into insane brute strength to tear himself free. He drops multiple guys, absolutely shocking everyone as he snaps the metal chains with his bare hands. The goons start dumping petrol everywhere to finish their sick plan. Panicking at Park's absolute beast mode, Munyoung lunges forward to stop him. He swings a steel pipe and smashes Park right in the head, drawing serious blood. The guy starts bleeding heavy. He drops straight down to his knees. Park simply cannot control his own body anymore. Munyoung acts so proud, completely ignoring his own dirty tricks. He loudly claims victory, viciously stomping on Park just to put him back in his place. The goons yell at him to run since they already lit the fire, but Munyoung has a personal score to settle, clearly remembering exactly what happened last time. This trashy villain mocks Park's past words while everyone else watches with serious concern. His men keep screaming to evacuate, but Munyoung totally tunes them out. A few guys have to forcefully drag him away, though the scumbag keeps screaming that he is the strongest fighter in the entire country. Dong Yan ends up deeply blaming himself for everything Park suffered. He firmly believes Park would have destroyed that scumbag if he had not been such a massive burden. Dong Yan feels absolutely horrible for dragging his friend down 2 years ago. Park finally frees his best friend. They both barely escape the blazing building with their lives. The moment they recover, cops show up out of absolutely nowhere. It suddenly hits them this entire setup was completely pre-planned. Both guys take the fall for the massive building fire, and fake witnesses suddenly come out of the woodwork to testify against them. The cops are totally bought out too. Later on, they find out the burnt building actually belonged to China's wealthy family. So, the rich guy hired a massive law firm to destroy their lives. Their parents had to pay insane settlement fees, pushing them to their absolute limits. Then, the scumbag actually demands a public apology from both guys. Park steps out of the shower, catching his dad on the phone. The older man begs a friend for a loan, but gets absolutely zero help. His dad just brushes it off with this heartbreaking fake smile, while the friend casually advises him to strictly discipline his son. When his dad finally hangs up, he walks out to find Park already gone. Honestly, it was only natural after everything that just went down. Park stands outside, desperately trying to keep his rage in check. He tightly clenches his fists, punching a tree with everything he has. He realizes his mindset was completely delusional. He honestly thought he was unstoppable. But standing against real money and power, his fists mean nothing. And that is exactly how the war ended. Soon after, the gang summons our boy. Cheyenne steps up and beats Park to an absolute pulp, but he refuses to fight back. He finally learned that fists alone cannot win every war. Park is forced to drop down to his knees right in front of Cheyenne. This trashy leader mocks his cheap little tricks, giving Park a brutal lesson on the real world. He sharply warns him to never fight again. He tells him to keep his head down, act like he does not even exist. Cheyenne calls this a fitting punishment for everything Park tried to pull. And here is the thing, Park has no choice but to play along. Cheyenne orders his men to jump Park, just testing if he truly learned his lesson about staying down. Dong Yen finally wraps up the story, confirming he shared every single detail he knows. Boy feels terrible for him, realizing this is exactly why he tried backing away earlier. He trusts Park completely, but remains terrified of becoming a heavy burden again. Choi gently pats his head, trying her best to comfort him. She tells him he is absolutely not a burden, especially since he has her and Junu on his side now. She quietly admits she went through some rough times too. Dong Yan feels newly motivated, highly determined to reach a totally different ending this time. Meanwhile, over at Junu's office, the guy reviews everything that happened. He knows Taiyu is just a walking cash cow, and Inchin's crew are basically Nexus slaves. He realizes none of their past enemies were the true combat force of Nexus. Junu feels the exact same way about Munyoung. He thinks it is completely stupid to assume that Guy could ever beat Park at his current skill level. So Junwoo figures out the truth. Cheonsu is definitely just stalling for time. Right then, Park gets a totally random text message. He looks down to check his screen, and a speeding car suddenly swerves right at him. Our guy barely jumps out of the way, but another vehicle instantly speeds in for the exact same kill shot. He barely survives the ambush. Then someone tosses a photograph straight out the window. Park grabs it off the ground, a snapshot of Choi and Dong-yoon hanging at the gym. He connects the dots fast, guessing Moon-young has to be pulling the strings. Meanwhile, Cheonsu orders Moon-il to actually help Moon-young out, catching the guy totally off guard. The leader quickly clarifies he will not have to do the dirty work. He tells Moon-il to simply send his own men as backup for Moon-young. He demands every single soldier available, but Moon-il shoots the idea down immediately since he trained those men with his own 2 hands. He refuses to let some worthless scumbag boss them around. Instead, he decides to just take Park out personally. Cheonsu insists he completely trusts Moon-il, but they have way bigger issues to focus on right now. Handling this mess personally is just a terrible idea at this stage. The boss calls his grand plan the priority, adding that Moon-young is totally capable here. He orders Moon-il to stick to the main objective, somehow managing to talk him down. Moon-il finally agrees, leaving his leader breathing a heavy sigh of relief. Over at the gym, Dong-yoon hits the showers to cool off. A shady guy creeps into the locker room, breaking into his stuff and snatching his phone. The intruder uses a high-tech gadget to slice through the security and plants a tracker. Later on, the redhead is just walking home when a wild biker charges right at him. His insane reflexes are the only thing keeping him alive. But the ambush is not over yet. A massive air conditioner suddenly drops straight from the sky. Dong-yoon somehow manages to dodge that metal box too. The bikers circle back for round 2, but Dong-yoon lunges forward, completely terrifying them into retreating. Before fleeing, they drop another photograph for him. This time it shows Park. The redhead is totally lost. He gets super frustrated, trying to figure out what insane game Moon-young is playing now. Meanwhile, Moon-young and his crew wait at the target spot. Moon-il pushes the door open and steps right into the room. He actually greets the worthless scumbag with a handshake, but the cocky jerk just laughs it off. He tells Moon-il to shut up and follow orders. Moon-young starts mocking the crew, reminding everyone how the protagonist already completely trashed them. He calls the goons totally useless, hoping they fight harder under his command. Moon-il just grinds his teeth, forced to swallow the massive insult. The guy keeps running his mouth, bragging that Park is arriving any minute. They can just sit back and watch the whole bloody show unfold. Back outside the gym, Dong-yoon senses something is very wrong. He calls Park in a panic, but nobody answers the phone. Right then, Park gets a fake location picture sent straight from Dong-yoon's hacked phone. Believing it is totally real, he completely loses his mind. He sprints toward the spot, refusing to waste a single second. At the same time, Dong-yoon arrives at the fake coordinates he pulled from Park. The redhead looks around and instantly realizes the entire thing is a setup. Absolute frustration sets in. He just prays history is not repeating itself right now, remembering how these cheap tricks took down Kim Dong-young in the past. Moon-young just stands there acting ridiculously cocky. He honestly believes a guy like Park does not even require any real heavy backup to defeat. Moon-il calls him completely shameless while the goons point straight at the front gate. Suddenly, the worthless scumbag cracks a massive smile. He is absolutely thrilled to see Park again. He yells out, "Come on up here and get yourself destroyed." Moon-young even name drops the redhead just to fuel Park's blind rage. But look at this setup. The protagonist is staring down an entire army. One guy steps out for a fair one-on-one, actually claiming he looks up to Park. The protagonist completely ignores the speech and just caves his face in instantly. Not wasting a single second, Park charges headfirst into the crowd. He plows straight through the enemy lines, relying on nothing but pure, devastating brute strength. He sprints toward the main school building, desperate to save his friend. Up above, Moon-young gets super hyped seeing that Park is still an absolute monster. He calls Moon-il's forces absolute trash since they cannot even touch the guy. But Moon-il just smirks, revealing his brand new batch of recruits. He literally just threw them at a beast like Park for the combat experience. Moon-il tells the cocky jerk to relax, things are about to get incredibly serious right now. Park bursts inside the building only to find 2 massive guys blocking the hallway. They laugh, calling him hopelessly arrogant for thinking he could push past them. Park yells at them to get back as he launches a furious strike, but the enemy easily sidesteps the hit and locks onto his arm. He slams our protagonist to the floor, warning him to never throw such sloppy punches when facing the real elite force of Nexus. Park hits the wall but forces himself back up to fight. The elite force member just sighs, calling the kid totally delusional. He admits Park is definitely strong, but relying on pure brute strength to crush a top-tier gang like Nexus? Not going to happen. He makes it crystal clear they do not even need a full war to crush him. Nexus has officially evolved to a completely unimaginable new level of power. Park pushes through the pain and charges right back in. The elites casually warn him they are not holding back anymore. They mock his raw fighting style as pure garbage. In seconds, they use their body weight and high-level technique to absolutely choke him out. The elites proudly reveal the truth. They only follow Moonal, the absolute driving core of Nexus. They actually think they can steal this win. Why? They assume Park is helpless against real technique. They try suffocating Park to knock him out cold, but he just tries smashing his back against the wall to break free. The guys call it completely useless, and one of them locks in a brand new hold to keep choking him out. He proudly calls this chokehold the Lion Killer. Park actually starts bleeding from his mouth. The man brags that a human could take down an actual lion with this move, but the protagonist just rushes straight toward a wall. They call it a useless struggle, but he ignores them. Smash. He cracks one of their heads against the concrete, completely sacrificing his own head to do it. And yet, they somehow keep their grip locked tight to continue choking Park. His eyes actually start losing focus, but Park stays fully determined and pulls the exact same trick. He rams both his and his enemy's heads right into the solid ground. Both of them struggle to contain him, but they still hang on tight, so Park just smashes his head a third time. The elite member gets his skull wrecked. He finally drops. Park breaks free and effortlessly destroys the second guy too. Before the fight, Mun made one thing crystal clear: they could never actually beat Park. They called that totally unfair. They had already survived insane training just to reach this point. Mun understood their pride. He saw the fire in their eyes, knowing they would still assume they could win. But soon, they were about to learn a brutal lesson. Those elite members finally realized Park is a literal beast. Now watch this dynamic. They thought it was so unfair for Mun to send them in without trusting their skills. But Mun called the sacrifice absolutely necessary, openly admitting that nobody on their entire roster could actually take Park down. That does not mean they are weak. It just means Park is a completely different breed of human. He believes in his squad and wants them using their strength just to slow the monster down. Mun ordered them to simply exhaust Park as much as physically possible, and once he is pushed to the edge, Park will have to face the absolute fastest boxer they have on their payroll. A new elite fighter greets Park, who is just trying to catch his breath after the previous brawl. Meanwhile, Choi picks Dong-Yoon up on her bike, but disappointingly shares it will still take them a full hour even at top speed. She mentions some guys and suddenly hits the brakes. Dong-Yoon instantly recognizes the Incheon men waiting there. Insu steps forward, assuring them he already took care of the hackers. Insu orders everyone to start moving. Choi flashes a huge grin, and the entire gang rushes straight toward Park's location. Back at the school, Park starts trading blows with the fastest guy. The result? Not a single punch actually connects. He predicts every single move with zero effort. Just a few minutes before this, Mun advised his boxer to only face Park once the guy is exhausted and desperate to save his friend. Mun knew Park would rush in, making his moves super easy to read. The fighter was ordered to keep fooling Park while maintaining distance to buy as much time as possible. The boxer thought that sounded ridiculous, but Mun convinced him, do not pull any reckless stunts against a monster like Park. Even if victory looked absolutely certain, Mun told him to hold back. But the guy gets impatient anyway and tags Park with a sharp jab. He knows Park simply cannot read it. Most martial artists telegraph their attacks using their whole body, but this guy is totally different. He throws the actual strike first, and his body simply follows the motion. Thanks to this weird technique, Park can never predict the punch coming his way. The guy lands another wild strike, forcing Park backwards. He decides to just finish Park off, but suddenly remembers Mun's strict orders. You can almost feel his frustration here. He steps back, wondering what is so special about this guy. He completely ignores the hype and kicks Park hard right in the stomach. Park is clearly running on fumes, but keeps attacking anyway. Pointless. The boxer dodges everything, calling Park nothing more than a brainless animal. He gets way too cocky, fully assuming he can win this, but suddenly his back hits the wall. He stays surprisingly calm, admitting it was a pretty clever move to push him back like this. Park swings, but he dodges and smirks, bragging that he does not even need space to throw a heavy punch. The guy launches a 1-inch punch, daring Park to try and survive it. Park eats the massive hit. He gets thrown backward. But guess what? He gets right back up. He pounces at the boxer to finish him off. The fighter assumes Park has 0 brain cells left, so he hits him with the exact same punch again. The guy just laughs out loud, wondering if Park never learned about such a famous technique. He asks how awful that must feel, but Park stays dead silent and charges right back in. The man gets genuinely frustrated. Seeing his best attacks did not slow Park down at all. He challenges Park to handle another move, rapidly throwing multiple punches all at once. He just keeps hitting. Then, a grab. Park catches his arm tight, ordering him to stop all this nonsense. With pure rage in his eyes, Park begins absolutely wrecking the guy. Meanwhile, Mun gets word that his second floor has already fallen. Mun was definitely expecting a lot more time, so he assumes the boxer probably forgot his orders and did something incredibly stupid. He decides to just brush it off, holding out hope that his guy must have dealt some real damage at least. Mun already set the trap on the upper floors. Park has to push through and fight again, despite those heavy injuries. Mun feels completely sure Park will crack, but then his scout rushes up. Floor 3 is already wiped out. The leader is stunned. Did his second floor fighter really fail that badly? The scout warns him 2 floors are down, triggering a massive domino effect. News drops that the 4th floor got wrecked too. The cocky fighter just laughs. He looks incredibly thrilled. Flashing an evil grin, he admits he just loves seeing Mun panic and act like a total coward. Mun Yang snaps in pure rage. He orders this arrogant scumbag to take the situation seriously. Park is about to breach the rooftop any second. This arrogant fighter ignores him entirely, telling Mun to watch his mouth. He tells the boss to sit back with his goons and watch him end Park right here. The scout yells out, "Park is almost here." Down on floor 4, a thug lunges with a knife. Park handles him effortlessly. Another enemy charges in. Our beast snaps his arm with zero mercy, completely destroying him. He finally kicks the rooftop doors open. Mun Yang and his personal squad are waiting. Wearing a truly terrifying glare, Park demands to know where his friend is. Mun Yang lets out a vicious laugh. That hostage photo was completely fake. Park just walked himself straight into a brutal death trap. A massive heavy net drops toward Park. He spots the trap coming, but it is way too late to dodge out of the way. The protagonist is fully tangled up. The thugs swarm in to beat him senseless while he grits his teeth and screams in pure rage. But check out this timing. Mun Yang suddenly hears loud engines. He freezes in sheer terror. A massive biker gang is rushing the school, led by Dong Yan. The redhead tells Choi to drop him off right there. She smiles, launching him forward into a completely insane landing. He immediately starts thrashing the guards, and Insu's entire crew jumps into the brawl. Insu orders Dong Yan to push forward and save his friend. The bikers will handle the trash down here. The redhead yells his thanks and sprints ahead. Mun Yang loses his mind, cursing the redhead as a sneaky rat. Meanwhile, Insu literally rams his bike into the crowd, clearing a direct path for Dong Yan. The street thugs call him a traitor. The bikers ignore the noise completely and just keep throwing heavy punches. Mun Yang's right-hand man jumps in, knocking down several bikers at once, but Dong Yan suddenly kicks him right in the face, instantly wiping away that cocky smirk. While Insu is busy shouting orders, an enemy tries a blindside kick. Insu barely manages to block the strike. This arrogant guy smirks at him, but Dong Yan intercepts and attacks the fighter out of nowhere. The arrogant fighter tells the redhead to go save his friend. Instead, the two of them literally have no reason to fight right now. He only wants to teach Insu a brutal lesson. Insu steps up, ready to throw hands, and tells Dong Yan to keep moving. He can handle this trash entirely by himself. The redhead dashes off to find Park. Mun feels incredibly relieved, finally getting a real chance to take his anger out on Insu. The Scarface guy steps up alongside him, ready to throw some heavy punches. The brutal brawl kicks off. Meanwhile, up on the rooftop, Mun Yang glares down in absolute frustration. But he quickly calms his nerves, highly confident his execution plan will still work perfectly. He commands his goons to finally finish Park. They ruthlessly batter him with wooden bats. Park takes massive damage but almost tears the net apart anyway. Mun Yang calls his men useless and steps up to crush the protagonist himself. Park finally breaks free from the net, but this scumbag thinks he's way too late. He swings full force, but Park lands a counter. The goons instantly grab Park, desperately pinning him down. Mun Yang totally loses his patience. He pulls out a screwdriver, ready to end Park's life forever. You really think it ends there? Mun Yang rushes in to gouge our boy's eyes out, but Dong Yan finally arrives, blasting the boss away with a flying kick to the face. He acts slightly disappointed that Park is actually struggling against such completely useless goons. The protagonist just grins, saying he tried his best to save some targets for the redhead. The two finally team up, effortlessly wrecking the entire army of thugs. The tide completely shifts in their favor. Mun Yang literally loses his mind, grinding his teeth in absolute bitter frustration. Driven by pure desperate revenge, the villain starts wrapping a thick rope tightly around his own wrist. He lunges straight at Dong Yan, grappling him tight before violently throwing them both right off the rooftop. Mid-air, he tosses the redhead down and grabs the dangling rope, but Dong Yan tightly grips his ankle. The madman goes feral, wildly kicking Dong Yan's head to break the desperate hold. He screams that this is divine punishment. He warns the redhead to never look up at him again. Filthy, street scum belong down on the concrete. Dong Yan steps onto the wall, shoving off with all his raw power. Mocking this total scumbag, he crashes safely through a window. Meanwhile, the swing sends Mun Yang slamming face-first straight into the solid brick. His face gets completely wrecked. Getting violently hoisted back up to the roof, the villain suddenly freezes in sheer terror. Park is the one pulling the rope now. Burning with cold, unstoppable rage, our protagonist is fully ready to teach this guy a permanent lesson. Mun Yang tries ripping himself free, but Park yanks the rope, launching him right back. A brutal punch to the skull sends the villain flying all over again. Park pulls the rope one more time to finish off this absolute trash, but Dong Yan suddenly steps in to stop him. He totally gets why Park is seeing red, but he needs to settle his own score. Park grants him 5 minutes. A dark smile spreads across his face. He steps right up to Manhwa to finally settle old business. The desperate scumbag wildly tries fighting back. He demands to know if they actually think they are some righteous heroes, treating him like the ultimate villain. He strikes Dong Yan, screaming they are just weak losers who never stood a chance. He cries about how unfair this petty revenge is after so much time has passed. Dong Yan answers by absolutely wrecking his face, telling him to shut his mouth. He kicks Manhwa again and again, making sure he knows he never really won. The redhead calls out his pure cowardice, cementing his status as complete garbage. Park suddenly jumps back in with a heavy punch. Annoyed, the redhead tells Park to step back, his 5 minutes are not up yet. Park simply apologizes. He just could not hold his rage back anymore, so they both start beating the guy down together. Manhwa grows completely terrified and tries stopping them, but it is way too late for that. The two of them absolutely destroy his body and shatter his teeth. Desperate, Manhwa grabs the redhead by the leg, literally begging for his life. He promises to never, ever stand against them again. Sweating and desperate, the guy pleads for them to let it slide just this once. Park knows that is total garbage. He hands over a solid metal rod, making it crystal clear nobody is talking their way out of this. Dong Yan grabs it. Ignoring the endless begging, he grips the heavy rod tightly and swings right at his leg. The pathetic trash screams out in horror, but then he realizes the hit never actually landed. The redhead just glares down at him. He decides this is enough punishment, refusing to sink as low as this completely shitty villain. He turns away, only to watch Park use his insane strength to completely demolish Manhwa right in the knee. Eyes blazing with rage, Park simply refuses to go home without destroying this scumbag forever. Outside the school grounds, the men finally notice Manhwa hanging limply from the high rooftop. Moon just smiles, guessing the fight is finally over. He and his goons simply raise their hands, accepting total defeat. The guy excitedly announces they will pick this up another day. Catching his breath, Insu firmly orders his men to stand down. Up on the rooftop, Dong Yan wonders who they target next. Park makes his goal clear. He is going straight for the leader, Chanyu. Later at the hospital, Manhwa sits helplessly in a wheelchair. He looks absolutely pathetic, wrapped up in bandages from head to toe. Elsewhere, a group of armed guys gather to slow down Park. Their leader orders everyone to get ready as the protagonist slowly enters the building. The men are clearly terrified, but their leader pushes them forward, so they nervously hold their ground against Park. They start backing away, deeply annoying their boss. But then Park lunges forward, completely destroying the leader in mere seconds. The remaining goons freeze in terror. Park just keeps moving, beating every single one into a bloody pulp. Park snaps a picture of the wrecked goons and sends it to Choi. She laughs, confirming he is officially done dealing with that school. She gets pleasantly surprised by positive reports from Insu and Dong Yan too. Meanwhile, Junwoo ignores her completely, lost in deep thought, which really annoys her. He asks for a little quiet space. He is incredibly close to reaching a major conclusion. Junwoo widens his eyes, completely cracking the case. He jumps up in pure excitement, finally understanding the truth. Startled, she asks what is wrong. Now watch how crazy this gets. Junwoo reveals exactly what Chanyu is pulling here. He points to Pascal, a massive game that hit #1 just hours after it released. He finds it incredibly suspicious that huge amounts of traffic are still generating a full week later. Thanks to those fake numbers, the shares for this game have exploded by 600%. Choi just stares, completely confused. So Junwoo spells it out clearly. The Nexus gang is pulling the strings behind all of this. Meanwhile, at the Nexus office, Moon warns Chanyu that Park and his crew are systematically conquering every single school. Word on the street says Nexus is only laying low because they are too terrified to fight. If things keep going this way, they will slowly lose all their hard-earned control. Moon firmly believes it is time to take aggressive action. Chanyu takes this in, then turns to ask Lion about their current timeline. Lion confirms their massive plan will succeed in exactly 7 days. So Chanyu orders Moon to stand down for 1 week and absolutely avoid fighting Park. He guarantees every single problem gets fixed next week. Chanyu simply refuses to waste gang resources fighting a bunch of absolute nobodies. He sits there looking incredibly confident. In just a few days, Nexus will have 100 billion riding on their name. Chanyu casually adds that he still trusts Moon. Hearing that, Moon realizes his boss has a much darker plan to ruin Park completely. He puts his full faith in Chanyu Kim. Back at Junwoo's office, Choi starts assigning a few new target schools for Insu and Park to clear out next. As for Dong Yan, she sends him straight to Dongtang High, a tough school run by Becky Choi. She casually explains there is nothing too special there. This Becky guy just has some basic MMA training, making it an effortless sweep for Dong Yan. Wrapping things up for the day, she flashes a smile and wishes everyone a good afternoon. Everyone clears out, but Dongjian immediately picks up on it. Choi is acting completely off. She fires up her motorbike to leave, but he stops her. He asks if she is absolutely sure about this, especially since the guy she named goes to her school. She is honestly shocked his brain works. Tossing him a helmet, she tells him to hop on unless he is busy. They ride out to a quiet spot, and she finally opens up, bringing up a guy tied to the Nexus gang. Choi digs deep into her own past here. Turns out her dad was absolute trash. He abandoned them and ran off with his mistress. Her mom was left working day and night just to keep them fed. Things just kept spiraling, and Choi started hating her own existence. She wanted to stop skipping classes, but she felt completely stuck and helpless. Her little brother was worried sick about it all. Meanwhile, Choi started hanging out with other miserable misfits. It gave her a real sense of belonging finally, people she could actually call friends. She got tangled up in shady stuff, fully trusting they would always have her back. One day, the police haul her in, and her teacher actually comes to collect her. She tells him point blank, "Save your breath, I am dropping out of school anyway." He says he does not care about her personal life, but points out something crazy: her grades are way too high for a dropout. He tells her to apply herself, but she just brushes it off as pure luck. Her teacher shuts that down fast. Nobody scores an 80% by just getting lucky. He dumps all her discarded textbooks back into her hands, acting like it is whatever. It is her life, he says. She can ruin it if she wants. But he orders her to hold it together until she officially quits. Walking away, he leaves one last warning: stop pulling these stupid stunts with the cops. Those words actually hit her. Later that night, sitting near her gang, she starts doing some real thinking until something completely messed up grabs her attention. Some musclehead blondie is slapping a kid around over cash. The victim is shaking, promising to pay up, but the thug is seeing red. He has absolutely zero mercy. The guy actually unzips his pants and starts peeing right on the innocent kids. He laughs like a maniac, but Choi is completely done. She stands up and chucks her heavy helmet straight at his head. She screams at them, calling them sick for doing this to literal children. A total line crossed. Blood drips down the blondie's face, and he is furious. His scummy goons instantly swarm Choi, grabbing her by the hair. A thug slaps her hard, telling her to shut up. The blondie demands to know why she is playing hero. Her cheek is stinging, but then her eyes widen. One lone guy is absolutely dismantling the gang. He swings a bat, wrecking multiple dudes at once. Choi instantly recognizes her little brother. She watches in total shock as the goons rush him, ready for a bloodbath, but he does not even flinch. He sweeps the lackeys, grabs Choi's helmet, and utterly destroys the blondie, leaving everyone stunned. Standing tall, he coldly declares himself the district's new leader, Baekhyun Choi. Honestly, the two siblings were absolute opposites. While she rebelled, Baekhyun tried everything to be a perfect son, but that just made him a prime target for the Nexus gang. One day, a thug was beating the living daylights out of him. Seeing Baekhyun flinch, the scumbag started insulting his sister again. He kept running his mouth, but Baekhyun finally snapped. He lunged forward to throw a punch. The thug easily dodges it, countering with a brutal strike of his own. Poor Baekhyun never stood a chance at a normal school life. Knowing nobody was coming to his rescue, the kid went feral. With zero options left, he tackled the Nexus goon, clamped his teeth down, and ripped his nose clean off. Completely losing his mind, Baekhyun screamed at them to back off. The whole crew charged, but he stood his ground against every single one. Soon enough, rumors of his insane fight spread everywhere. Out of nowhere, a high-ranking Nexus member approaches with a direct invite to join. He joins Nexus and becomes unstoppable. But watch closely, everything soon flips. Walking home one night, his partner desperately warns him about an ambush. But Baekhyun just stands there, watching a mob of guys charge him. He knocks the first guy out cold, proving he is not running. The brutal brawl drags on for hours, until he finally collapses against the overwhelming numbers. They stomp right on his face, and he just cannot move. Frustration eats at him. He knows it is over, but then Chanwoo steps in and saves him, praising the kid for surviving against such insane odds. Smiling warmly, Chanwoo tells him to drop the formalities. Baekhyun is totally awestruck. The thugs are terrified. Yet they still try rushing Chanwoo anyway. Now listen, all his life, Baekhyun hated staring at people's backs. His sister, his parents, everyone around him had been a cowardly rat. But watching Chanwoo stand strong in front of him, that changed his world forever. They rush him at once, Chansu just wrecks them. No sweat. Baekhyun's eyes light up with pure determination. He just found his new life purpose following Chansu. Later on, Choi confronts him about this crazy choice. He completely brushes her off. The boss chose him personally, he explains. He is only here to follow exact orders. He drops a brutal warning: never cross Chansu. If anyone does, he swears he will kill them with his own two hands. Over at the pool club, Baekhyun calls out a massive problem. Too many clueless brats just aren't fearing Nexus like they should. He fully blames the teachers for offering absolutely zero backup on this. He calls them all wimps for refusing to cooperate. Why act so incredibly reckless? Time to shut down the nonsense. He orders everyone to fall in line with his plans. One teacher finally speaks up. The staff does not care about his garbage orders. Baekhyun just coldly asks if they have a problem. They say yes. Baekhyun does not hesitate. He snaps a pool cue and viciously stabs the teacher straight in the leg, paralyzing everyone else. He dares the rest of them to step up. A fair warning to the wimps: do not take this lightly. Choi feels crushed watching her brother spiral, but she is totally powerless to stop him. The staff gets tormented daily now. Baekhyun just keeps ruining their lives in the worst ways possible. Most district teachers simply give up and quit. Choi's homeroom teacher is honestly shocked they would fold so easily over this cause. He is fully ready to throw hands with this kid if it comes down to it. Resigning to avoid issues is just the coward's way out. Still, he worries deeply about his class. The gang keeps sending them non-stop death threats. He swears to protect them at all costs, but any teacher who refuses to back down gets their life entirely dismantled by Baekhyun. Sure enough, Choi's homeroom teacher ends up badly beaten and hospitalized. He assures her he is fine, but a fresh wave of guilt crushes Choi. Absolutely ashamed, she throws away her ring and walks out on Nexus forever. Her new mission: destroy these arrogant scumbags completely on her own. Wrapping up her story, she says people do not change easily. She tells him not to hold back just because Baekhyun is family. Dongjian decides he will try his absolute best to convince him. Outside a food stall, Park hunts down the rival school leader. The kid begs, but Park shows zero mercy and totally wrecks him. Insu finishes his target too. They both laugh, wondering what is holding Dongjian up. The redhead calls them idiots, pointing out his target school is just crazy far away. Wait for it. He steps into the pool club and freezes. The place is completely empty. Meanwhile, Choi heads to her destination but suddenly hears a woman screaming for help. She stops to check on her, only for the victim to instantly reveal her true colors. Choi is confused for a second, then catches on. A dozen guys surround her. The goons demand she surrender. Instead, Choi violently smashes her helmet into one guy's face and shoves him back. The woman lunges, but Choi brutally smacks her down too. Then crack. A baseball bat strikes her from behind. She drops cold. The thugs quickly call their boss to report the capture. Choi wakes up locked in a room. She pounds the door, screaming in pure frustration for her brother to let her out. Baekhyun finally arrives. His guys report she has been screaming for hours now. He kicks the door hard. Keep your mouth shut for 5 days, he barks, so he doesn't actually have to murder anyone. He lays it out, keeps screaming, and he assumes she is blocking Chansu's path. If that happens, he will destroy her life completely. She just smiles and lies down to relax, exactly as ordered. She mutters his warning and starts laughing. Over at headquarters, Moon briefs Chansu. He knows Park's crew is blindly obsessed with loyalty. They will never pull a stunt that puts Choi's life in real danger. Chansu flashes a dark grin, hoping they stay that predictable. His master plan is already nearing total completion. Back in Junu's office, the tension is heavy. He knows they must tread carefully while the enemy holds Choi hostage. But it is a bitter reality. If they sit back, Chansu becomes a multi-millionaire titan that even Junu cannot defeat. He admits the huge risk, but orders his crew to keep dismantling the gang piece by piece. Insu speaks up with a question. Defeating Nexus is one thing, but won't their boss still win? The company stocks have already blasted past every single expectation. Insu honestly thinks it is game over. Junu just laughs. He gets the panic, but they are missing one crucial detail. And let me tell you, Junu is determined to win this war even if he has to play incredibly dirty. He tells the team to relax. They still have a massive trump card ready to completely turn the tide. He points out Insu is right about the numbers. Nexus pumped the game shares to 8 times their original price, but nobody has sold anything yet. Why? Because Chansu's grand scheme still needs just a little more time to truly lock in. With a wicked grin, Junu predicts Chansu's actual scheme to short sell the stocks. The whole financial breakdown totally flies over Park's head. Junu breaks it down. Chansu borrowed the shares first and plans to liquidate them completely. When the time comes to return everything, that guy simply aims to buy the exact amount of shares needed and hand them back. Junu keeps explaining, guessing the enemy leader will actively push the market price into a total crash. Since the redemption date is coming up fast, the boss will use his influence to destroy share prices. But that is exactly where Park and Insu jump in to stop everything. Dongyan feels pretty worried about Choi, but Junu swears they will get her back. He admits he tracked her hours ago. She can easily be rescued right now. Dongyan gets furious, demanding why he hid that secret. Catching his fiery vibe, Junu teases that the redhead might be in love, which completely embarrasses the guy. Stuttering a quick excuse, the redhead immediately heads out to go save Choi himself. Junwoo tells the rest of them to get up too, though they still look completely confused. Insu drops the fancy financial talk and helps Park realize they just need to smash more goons. Laughing wickedly, Junwoo tells them to handle the fighters while he fixes the massive money problem. Park and Dong-yan reach the spot and smash the door open. An entire army of thugs is waiting inside. Stunned that they got tracked down, the men still charge forward to crush this beast and his friend. Park steps up to handle the mob, telling his buddy to push forward and keep Choi safe. The redhead sprints toward the captive girl. Meanwhile, a grunt warns Beom about the sudden attack. Calling her own brother an idiot, Choi reveals she had a tracker all along. She straight up warns him a heavy beating is coming his way. Beom throws the door open. Wearing a deadpan stare, he calls her the one who actually messed up. Dong-yan and Park finally reach that floor, but they freeze in their tracks, watching this absolute scumbag take his own sister hostage. Beom warns the duo to just walk away. This completely frustrates the redhead, who shoots him a deadly glare. Suddenly, Choi slams her brother right into the floor, reminding him she is not some weak victim. Dong-yan seizes the opening and charges ahead. He throws a wildly heavy punch, launching the guy backward. Beom starts feeling completely awful. He admits underestimating his sister was a huge mistake, but refusing to let anyone ruin Chansu's grand plan, he readies himself to completely destroy these guys. Beom hurls a literal window at the redhead. Dong-yan mocks those pathetic cheap tricks, but Beom grabs his face, claiming this is raw strength. He nearly caves the redhead's face in before getting dodged. Beom unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, yet the redhead reads every single move, staying completely unscathed. Throwing a sharp kick, Dong-yan wonders who called this garbage strength. He bets their awful leader said it. He tries explaining that Chansu is merely using him as a pawn, but Choi's brother keeps blindly defending his boss, punching the wall in pure rage. Deciding to teach this fool a lesson, Dong-yan lands a heavy kick that sends him flying backward. The redhead calls him an absolute simp. Honestly, you hate to see it. Beom survives some real trauma, but this just isn't who he wants to be. He delivers the harsh truth. Chansu absolutely does not care. Beom was only sent here to buy time. Trying to snap him out of it, Dong-yan asks why he simps so hard for Chansu. Beom refuses to listen, charging forward in a desperate bid to win, but the redhead absolutely wrecks him instantly. He does not know what Beom endured, but knows this path is completely wrong. That is a tough pill to swallow for someone forced to become a violent beast just to survive. His leader supposedly helped him find a real path. Beom knew perfectly well his actions were terrible, but none of that mattered once he pledged absolute loyalty to walk behind Chansu. No matter how depressing or painful, he gladly walked this dark road for the one person who gave his awful life a single spark of hope. The guy halts them, screaming in pure rage. Watching his pathetic desperation, Choi grits her teeth. When her brother recklessly charges again, Dong-yan smashes him down, hoping he just stays down because this is getting depressing. Desperately clinging on just to stay upright, the guy gets violently knocked out by the redhead. Using whatever strength remains, he grabs Dong-yan's leg to stall them, only to catch a brutal stomp to the face. Choi's mind suddenly floods with old memories, yet her brother staggers up after taking insane damage. Dong-yan looks pretty annoyed, but Choi holds him back and steps forward herself. Slapping her brother hard, she cries and orders him to finally wake up. Choi screams that Nexus completely shattered her friend's knee. Park's life was destroyed by insane lawsuits, and Junwoo lost his precious friends and family. She makes it clear his awful gang will inevitably betray him and ruin his life too. She apologizes for everything, begging him to change. Dong-yan supports her, believing Beom needs to try harder to fix his own life. Reaching his hand forward, the redhead tells Beom there is still time to change and start fresh from zero. The desperate guy grabs Dong-han's hand, but instantly yanks him forward for a vicious attack. He goes completely feral, screaming that he will never ever betray his leader. Beom jumps right through the window and escapes. Choi is visibly frustrated, but Dong-han reassures her that the punch completely missed. Honestly, he is way more worried about her brother right now, because once Chansu snaps, Beom's entire life will shatter all over again. Meanwhile, over at Chansu's building, the leader watches his men short-selling, finding out today's progress hit 20%. Lion is pretty amazed by how incredibly fast it drops. He actually feels bad for the people losing their savings, but Chansu could not care less. He praises the team's work and calls it a day. But right as he turns to leave, a trader starts screaming about a sudden 6% spike. They are actively losing money now, leaving the leader stunned. But watch this genius move. Somewhere else, Junwoo sees right through their whole little scheme and effortlessly turns the tide directly in his favor. Flashing a wicked look, he declares Chansu is totally finished if the price keeps flying. His men start panicking hard. Watching the numbers soar, they pray for the trend to drop back down, but they absolutely lose their minds instead. Trade closed. As the price crosses 18%, Lion's face loses absolutely all of its color. His phone blows up with calls. The traders literally cannot fathom how someone could manipulate the price this severely. They think it is completely impossible, but Junwoo just sits back smiling, making the impossible happen. Chansu's rage becomes painfully visible. He finally loses his patience, just as he spots Byeon creeping through the door. Byeon calls out to him, begging for backup and swearing he will handle the mess. Thinking his leader is actually listening, he feels glad, but Chansu brutally kicks him in the gut, turning the guy into his personal punching bag. Sending Byeon flying across the room, Chansu screams that he is absolutely worthless for not fighting to the death to buy them time. Chansu snaps at Mun to listen up. He finally admits there is no other way to win this. He must get his own hands dirty. He orders the guy to gather every single chapter leader. Mun gets super hyped, instantly realizing what is about to happen. Telling him he is dead right, Chansu gets ready to crush the protagonist himself. By the next day, Chansu's trader is in total shock, staring at the news of Pascal partnering with Junwoo's corporation. The stock trend just keeps rising, following Junwoo's plan perfectly. Chansu honestly cannot stop laughing, wondering what on earth his enemy will do next, or if they even have cards left. Outside a school building, Chansu greets his massive army. The entire elite force of Nexus leaders from every single chapter stands gathered right in front of him. He keeps things brief, reminding them it only took 2 years to conquer all of Korea. Sure, they built a massive reputation and raked in cash, but he knows they have all heard about Park coming back. Thanks to the protagonist, more and more idiots are trying to stand in the way of Nexus. So, to protect their gang's brutal reputation, Chansu gives one simple order: drag Park in front of him before the day ends. Wearing a genuinely terrifying expression, he plans to use Park as a bloody stepping stone, a brutal reminder of what Nexus is capable of. The men scream out in pure hype. But then, out of absolutely nowhere, a car comes rushing straight toward the building. Boom. It smashes through the doors, charging directly at the leader. Scattering everywhere, the goons barely dodge it. The car stops right in front of Chansu, and Junwoo steps out laughing hard at their crappy little meeting. He calls them nothing but a pathetic group of thugs, reminding Chansu exactly how their last conversation went. Flashing a wicked grin, Junwoo celebrates his win. He finally manages to wipe that fake smile right off Chansu's face. The leader admits he truly did not expect things to escalate this far, calling Junwoo completely insane for playing such a wild game. Junwoo just laughs, openly admitting normal people could never pull this off. But honestly, he's super disappointed. Chansu's big backup plan was just to gather some goons and jump Park like literal wimps. To avoid this entire crap show, Junwoo throws out a better idea: a clean 3-on-3 fight. Chansu isn't falling for the bait, but Junwoo quickly corrects himself, making it perfectly clear this is absolutely no kid's game. When adults settle things, they make a real deal. Junwoo puts the game rights on the table, fully prepared to stomach the loss if things go south. And if Chansu actually wins, he promises he will stop all the vengeful crap. But if Junwoo takes the win, Chansu has to step off and disband his shitty gang forever. Junwoo makes his terms clear. If dealing with something this incredibly simple is too hard for him, then the guy is just a pathetic little wuss. You can bet Chansu feels insulted by that, but to save his pride, he accepts the deal, adding one dark condition. He demands Park all for himself if he wins. He is in a remarkably shitty mood today. He won't be satisfied until he completely wrecks Park's life for good. With a dead-eyed, terrifying stare, Chansu invites him to try his absolute best. With the deal locked in, Junwoo runs through the rules. The moment all 3 fighters go down, that team loses. He finally chooses his 3 fighters. Cheonsu selects Moon and Ji-hak, head of the Gangwon chapter. With everything on the line, Junwoo officially calls the start of the battle that decides their fate. The chosen fighters step up and lock eyes. Off to the side, Donyeon is just baffled about why he got benched. He thinks he matches that gorilla in every single way, feeling incredibly disrespected. But Cheonsu shuts that down, admitting Ji-hak is simply way stronger than both of them, leaving Donyeon stunned. Cheonsu tells him to just wait and watch. He promises Donyeon is about to see exactly what kind of freakish strength Ji-hak is hiding. Ji-hak steps up for the very first round. In response, Insu walks out, declaring himself as the opponent. The musclehead finds this pretty ridiculous. He assumed Insu understood basic weight classes, genuinely wondering if the guy has lost his actual mind. Insu gets his logic, but challenges him. Anyway, let us see if weight matters once I take the win. Dashing straight ahead, Insu stuns everyone with his absolute blinding speed. Even the musclehead acknowledges it while taking heavy hits. A clean punch connects. The big guy actually praises his effort right before launching Insu straight backward. Ji-hak is genuinely surprised Insu can deal that damage despite the weight gap. He kicks off his shoes, completely stunning the goons. Moon realizes the gorilla is about to fight completely seriously. He gets hyped up, knowing he's about to witness an absolutely wild brawl. Jihak prepares his assault. From the sidelines, Junu warns Insu that getting grabbed means instant game over. Insu understands, but accidentally drops his guard while replying. The musclehead snatches him right up. He tells Insu he is showing true respect by fighting at full power. He smashes the scar head onto the concrete, totally wrecking his spine. Choi yells for Insu to stay sharp, watching in horror as the gorilla hoists him right back up. Two more brutal slams directly into the dirt. Before this fight started, Junu warned Insu his survival odds were slim. He explained Jihak is a literal beast in combat. The rumors say he once tore apart a massive tree with pure strength alone, a monster in both size and natural talent. Junu called Jihak the better fighter, leaving Insu wondering if he should just try to drain the guy out completely. Frustrated, Insu forced himself back up. He made it perfectly clear he would give it his all, even if a victory was completely impossible. Junu just wondered why Insu was getting so overly dramatic. Since he is paying a massive load of cash, he totally expects his fighter to snatch this win. Junu told him to drop the hopeless act. Flashing a dark grin, he firmly believed there is always a way for a normal man to butcher even a fighting bull. Back in the present, Insu kicks his gut and breaks free, leaving the goons totally frustrated. They get pissed, but quickly notice Insu is barely hanging on anymore. Insu's entire body screams in pain, suddenly understanding why Junu called this matchup nearly impossible. He silently admits one thing: if he gets trapped in that grapple again, he will instantly drop dead. Here is where it flips. The musclehead charges to end it, but Junu just smirks, knowing Insu is about to humble this bull. A fast blind. Insu throws his hand up, covering Jihak's face. The massive guy assumes it is a simple blind, but Insu smoothly redirects his body weight, shoving him aside using a fluid Tai Chi stance. Insu spots him rushing back in. He knows he needs way more dirty tricks to actually win this. Staying light on his feet, he maintains his distance while throwing out a quick flurry of connected punches. Jihak blocks every hit with ease, reminding Insu those weak punches do absolutely nothing. But suddenly, Insu steps into close range and cracks his jaw. Yet the gorilla recovers in a split second, charging back in for blood. Moon yells out a warning, but Jihak ignores it completely. He barges forward, eating an insanely brutal punch straight to the face. Despite that heavy hit, the gorilla stays standing. He just looks confused by all of Insu's cheap little tricks. They both sprint into close quarters again. Insu tells the big guy to shut his mouth, slipping right past those massive hands reaching for him. Insu nearly lands another hook, but this time Jihak actually reads the stale movement. Still, Insu stays 2 steps ahead of him, slamming another brutal shot right into his face. The enemy goons start sweating a bit, but Moon tells them all to relax, claiming it is literally impossible for Insu to win using such pathetic, light attacks. He is fully confident that time is still on Jihak's side, so even with all this chip damage, Insu still needs one massive critical hit to actually close this out. Right on cue, Insu takes a heavy punch that shoves him backward. Moon's gut screams something is totally off. He spots Junu flashing a confident smile and screams for Jihak to halt. But it is way too late. Insu drives a vicious knee strike right into the gorilla's nose. Junu grins wide as everything falls into his trap. Bleeding, Jihak admits his mistake, finally realizing exactly what Insu was actually planning here. Moon looks worried until he sees the huge muscle head has firmly grabbed Insu's raised knee. Jihak praises the slick move, but reminds Insu he is fighting a true monster. Insu cannot understand what just failed. He struggles wildly to break free, only to get slammed down yet again. Panic sets in. But Donjian actually thinks Insu can still handle this. Jihak goes ruthless, absolutely demolishing the guy on the ground. But Insu kicks up dirt to blind him, finally slipping out of the grapple. The enemy goons stare in sheer disbelief that he is standing. One guy notices something incredibly creepy. Insu's eyes are completely out of focus, yet he refuses to fall down. Insu stumbles forward, slicing his elbows right through Jihak's tough skin. Moving on pure, unconscious instinct now, he is somehow still dealing out serious damage. Jihak gets completely fed up taking so many direct hits. He throws a furious punch, but Insu strikes him first. The street thugs watching on the sidelines are completely lost now. They realize Insu is just fighting like a wild animal. Mun says those thugs are actually right. Insu just broke right past his limits and unlocked a totally new level. So right now he moves purely on instinct instead of actually thinking. He became a literal beast driven strictly by raw reflexes. Mun figures only a hardcore veteran with massive mental endurance could ever pull off something like this. Mun is genuinely stunned. The very guy who betrayed their crew is somehow inspiring him right now. Insu changes up his entire rhythm. His stamina hits an insane peak, and that sharp elbow strike could smash absolutely anything. Jihak knows he is stuck in a terrible spot here. He has to take a massive risk and counterattack, or it is completely over for him. He charges in and grabs Insu, absolute fury burning in his eyes. Insu thrashes wildly, but still gets slammed flat onto the ground. The dust finally settles. Beaten into a messy state, Insu feels like a madman after surviving that near-death drop. Bleeding heavily, Insu somehow scrapes together the strength to stand up, claiming absolute victory over a wrecked Jihawk. Heavy silence falls until Mun finally steps forward. The watching thugs grin, fully convinced a founding boss like Mun could never actually lose. Insu gets his guard up, but Mun simply clocks him, sending the exhausted guy flying backwards so he can finally get some rest. Park watches that heavy strike and remembers a certain elite fighter using that exact move against him. Mun calls Dong Yan over for a showdown, joking that they do not need two redheads around. Loser gets shaved, winner keeps the bright hair. Dong Yan checks if he is serious, warning him that long hair takes forever to grow back. Mun already knows, but he is incredibly confident he will win, so he dashes forward to start the fight. The crowd screams, and honestly, this matchup is wild. Both fighters smoothly weave past each other. Mun sneaks in a vicious hit, tossing the guy straight backward. Dong Yan is totally stunned. He realizes this guy uses traditional Chinese martial arts. Mun lands multiple rapid strikes, making it incredibly obvious who holds the clear advantage here. Choi complains that using formal techniques in a dirty street brawl is totally unfair. But Junu explains that while some traditional styles suck in real fights, there are always rare exceptions. It is crazy for Choi to think Mun mastered a style like that. Junu shrugs it off. Mun is the heir to a legendary combat family, one that went entirely corrupt and started using their elite skills for shady underworld business. Mun kicks him hard, yet Dong Yan absorbs it and charges right back. This heavily disappoints Mun, who really wanted a decent challenge today. He calls Dong Yan absolutely pathetic, then violently smashes his face. Dong Yan totally loses his temper and finally lands a solid kick. Mun feels that crazy power behind the impact. He flashes a wide grin, getting genuinely hyped up. Dong Yan repeats the exact same kick twice. He knows he lacks the skill to win, so his new plan is just hammering one single spot until Mun drops. Mun instantly reads the pattern, calling it purely pathetic. He shatters Dong Yan's jaw with a smack, loudly warning him that such a highly predictable strategy is useless. Dong Yan ignores the warning completely. He repeats the exact same move. Mun mocks the basic strike, crushing the guy's collarbone with a monstrous punch. All those rumors about Dong Yan's talent, and this is what he gets? Total disappointment. He wrecks the redhead with another brutal shot to the face. Growing up, Dong Yan got bullied constantly for being so skinny. That is, until the day his tormentors accidentally annoyed Park and got their skulls bashed in. Dong Yan watched that monster fight with his own eyes. Desperate for strength, he begged Park to teach him a secret. Park just gave him one rule: whenever you get hit, always hit right back. Since that moment, Dong Yan trained like crazy. He knew Park's advice was technically useless garbage, but it proved to him that he could slowly claw his way up. Eventually, he accepted a harsh reality. He possessed zero natural talent, and his fragile frame was a physical flaw he could never fix. Put simply, reaching Park's level was strictly impossible for him. People call him tenacious now, but he hates that word. He never planned on being stubborn. It was literally the only tool he had left to survive. Back in the present, Dong Yan drags himself upright. He throws everything he has, fully accepting that he is no combat genius. He refuses to bow to trash like Mun. He just keeps swinging, turning that pure stubbornness into its own weird kind of talent. Dong Yan locks in. He loudly announces that it is finally his turn to deal out the pain, and Mun's leg bone violently snaps, dropping him straight to his knees. Mun suddenly realizes the trap. This is exactly why the redhead kept spamming that same basic move earlier. Mun strains hard, but his legs refuse to budge. Showing zero mercy, Dong Yan just starts raining blows down on his skull. He keeps pounding away, daring Mun to repeat those cute insults now. Dong Yan mocks the guy's earlier arrogance, driving Mun crazy, but he refuses to let up at all. He buries his knee into Mun's face, leaving the watchers completely speechless. Mun absorbs the blows until his opening finally arrives. He shoves Dong Yan back, completely sick of these basic, predictable strikes. He yells out that Dong Yan is just talentless garbage. Losing to someone like this feels completely impossible to him, but the redhead forces him quiet by launching another brutal strike. Mun forces him away, but the guy simply charges right back in. They trade insane, heavy hits, making everyone watching tense up. Dong Yan targets the exact same spot and fractures Mun right on the arm. The guy takes some absolutely devastating damage here. He refuses to accept that some talentless loser might actually beat him. His prestigious family has thrived for decades, all thanks to their highly guarded, generational martial arts techniques. Chosen as their future leader, he trained obsessively for his entire life. But he soon realized a bitter truth: he lacked any real gift. Mun had zero natural talent to match his own family standards. He slowly became a complete source of shame for them. Yet he stayed resolute and endured a hellish training regimen. No normal person would ever survive that grind. Pouring his soul into this, he genuinely believed he earned the leadership role. Then he found out pure effort was just the bare minimum. His own father brought in some unknown kid to replace him. Total disbelief washed over him. The old man made it completely clear. Survival required raw talent, a gift he simply did not possess. Blaming this lack of skill on fate, his father coldly ordered him to leave. The boy would be taking his rightful place. Mun grew furious and openly defied this harsh ruling. He sacrificed everything to improve, begging for just one final chance. The condition was simple: beat the kid to keep his honorable title. Mun accepted the challenge immediately, feeling totally betrayed by the unfairness. Stepping into the ring with that boy, reality hit hard. A guy without talent was truly worthless. The defeat shattered him completely. With zero options left, he had to walk away. Eyes burning with sheer vengeance, Mun swore to prove one thing: raw effort could absolutely crush natural talent. He needed the whole world to see it. That journey led him straight to Chansu, his second massive hurdle. Without hesitating, he challenged the man to fight. Visibly annoyed, Chansu totally dismantled him without breaking a sweat. Mun tried holding his ground, only to discover this guy was another terrifying prodigy. He seriously wondered if the universe was telling him to quit. Frustration boiling over, he launched a desperate assault. He threw a massive kick at Chansu but got brutally countered by the genius right away. Yet a tiny scratch appeared on the cheek of Chansu. A rare sight indeed, earning Mun some actual genuine praise. Hearing that just fired him up worse. He scrambled back up and charged in, halting his punch midair when Chansu explicitly called him strong. Offering a handshake, Chansu suggested they should just be friends. For the first time in his entire life, somebody validated his pathetic struggle. And that is exactly how he became loyal to Chansu. Through endless grinding over time, his power grew exponentially, carrying him all the way to this exact moment. Now watch closely, the stakes are way too high for Mun to quit. He continues trading savage hits with the redhead. The spectators grow deeply worried during this brutal clash. Whoever wins, both fighters are going to suffer permanent damage. Junu grits his teeth, feeling totally helpless. Choi frantically yells to pull Dong Yan back before he takes another severe injury, but Park blocks her path. This battle belongs to those two alone. Absolutely nobody else has the right to interfere right now. Anxiety still consumes her as the violence spirals completely out of control. Dong Yan and Mun just keep battering each other. Both warriors suddenly realize what drives them: not natural talent, not raw strength, just absolute unbreakable tenacity and focus. Every scar from their past lives culminates right here. Dong Yan violently refuses to let his knees hit the dirt. Throwing their final punches simultaneously, they go completely all out. The crowd gasps as both fighters lose all bodily function. Both men crash hard onto their knees. A devastating double knockout ends the match. Chansu catches the limp body of Mun, whispering that he truly fought well. Meanwhile, Park tells Dong Yan to rest easy now. The two leaders step up to finish this messy chaos. Our main character and the ultimate villain finally stare each other down. Wasting zero time, Chansu barks a cruel order: kneel down right now, just like 2 years ago, if he wants any mercy. The thugs laugh loudly while Choi feels deeply insulted, but Chansu is genuinely confused. He points out Park finally has cash and a decent crew, so why remain so insanely obsessed with the Nexus gang? Does Park think he is some tragic hero who always needs more? Junu sees with anger, vividly remembering the past trauma. Trust me, the pain Nexus caused was no joke. The sheer hatred and those brutal injuries took years to properly heal. Staring right at the terrifying expression of Park, Chansu assumes this is just them venting their deep frustration. Park calls him out and charges straight in for an attack. Chansu just laughs, calls him a total musclehead. The fight kicks off, and the goons go wild watching this final showdown. Chansu easily dodges the punch, flipping backward to kick Park. Park sees the strike coming in fast. He uses his insane reflexes to dodge it cleanly. Chansu's gang thinks his speed is completely unmatched, but Park senses the truth: the guy is hiding something way more terrifying than just being fast. Park takes a heavy punch. Chansu refuses to stop, relentlessly delivering even more blows. Choi just cannot believe anyone could actually overpower Park. Beside her, Junu grits his teeth in pure frustration. Earlier, when Junu tried to plan a counterattack against Chansu, everyone gave him the exact same warning. They warned that Chansu fights like he already knows your next move. It is not just simple prediction. The guy practically sees into the future. Junu called total nonsense on that, thinking they were overhyping him. But watching it happen live, he is actually starting to believe Chansu has real foresight. Watching Park take hit after hit, Junu literally cannot find any other explanation for this. But fighting Park is never a joke. Chansu forces him back, openly admitting the guy has serious skills. Still, he makes one thing clear: raw strength and quick adaptability will never be enough to win this battle. Chansu boasts that he can completely see through every single thing Park does. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Lion Kim answers a phone call. The voice on the line demands a status update. The caller knows things are going horribly wrong. A mysterious woman chimes in, complaining that Lion always makes things difficult instead of following the actual plan. Another unknown man asks about Chansu. Lion says he is not done fighting yet. He assures them Chansu is a solid partner who deserves a second chance to prove his true worth. Park faces the final villain. The rain starts pouring down, but Park keeps swinging. He throws a heavy punch, only for Chansu to call it totally readable and easily slip away. He brags about reading any opponent like a book, then kicks Park hard across the ground. Park drops to his knees, barely dodging the next flurry of attacks. Chansu brutally stomps his face, sending him flying backward without taking a single scratch himself. Chansu reminds him he is absolutely nothing special. All that hype from everyone else means zero. He makes it painfully clear to Park, you are just a nobody. Dongan knows he is in no position to talk after almost losing earlier, but he desperately wants Park to pull through. Everything rests squarely on his shoulders now. Suddenly, Park screams. The goons are completely shocked. He rips off his jacket. Time to get entirely serious and humble this guy. The Nexus leader instantly senses a terrifying new vibe radiating off him. Park charges in with a massive punch. Chansu dodges effortlessly, telling him he is dead wrong. Those moves are still way too easy to read. Chansu spots a left hook coming. He sets up his counter, flat out telling Park that all this extra effort changes absolutely nothing. Park roars once again and completely shatters Chansu's guard. He buries a hit deep into his stomach, finally dealing real damage. The tides instantly shift. Now, Chansu is the one getting backed into a corner. He can still read Park perfectly, but he just does not understand what is stopping him from countering. Chansu realizes Park was holding back this entire time, and he simply cannot handle the pressure anymore. Choi watches in pure shock, wondering what is happening. Junu breaks it down. Park was holding back just to keep his opponent alive, but right now, it looks like he completely stopped caring about that. Here's the crazy part. Park's father owned a gym. Trainers constantly begged to enroll his son, but he always rejected them. One day, somebody finally asked why he was so dead set against letting Park train. His dad spent his whole life doing martial arts. Because of that, he constantly ended up in messy situations where he was forced to fight people. Sometimes he would lose his patience completely, seeing hundreds of brutal ways to destroy his opponent and ruin their life. And that exact violent urge is why he banned his son from training. The father knew Park was a special kid, born with absolutely insane strength. Even one tiny mistake could send the kid straight to a lifetime in jail. Choi is completely stunned to learn Park was hiding this much raw power. But she really does not understand how he reached this crazy level without any formal training. Junu just smiles. He explains that without real training, Park got stronger through pure street combat. The guy is a literal beast with terrifying, insane adaptability. Back in the fight, Park faces Chansu. He drives a brutal knee strike upward and completely wrecks his face. Chansu stumbles backward. Feeling blood spill from his head, his eyes actually widen in sick excitement. Wearing a dead, cold expression, Park dares him to read his next moves. You see, not just in video games, but out in the real world too, Chansu always easily dominated anyone in a street fight. He could effortlessly read any opponent's moves. People naturally started following him, and he rolled with the gang leader life because the power trip felt good. Despite being a genius, even he could never outsmart real money and absolute power. He understood how brutal the world was, but held zero grudge against those holding actual power. Instead, pure envy drove him to chase their status. The moment a golden opportunity popped up, he built his own crew from scratch to climb straight to the top. Guilt never even crossed his mind. As far as he cared, the whole world was already packed with everyone chasing that exact same authority. No matter the dirty work required, his ultimate endgame remained simple: stack cash and completely crush the guys he used to envy. He grinded day and night, slowly but surely inching toward that massive payoff. Except right now, Park is swinging a fist straight at his face. And get this, Chansu cannot comprehend why this messy street brawl is making his blood pump so hard. He finally feels completely alive. Junu catches his twisted laugh and just stares in pure confusion. Never before has he wanted to utterly destroy a guy without caring about the money or the rank. He lets out a dark chuckle. His entire scheme is crashing down, yet somehow it feels amazing, a totally foreign sensation to him. Even his subordinates realize their boss flipped a switch. The leader suddenly rushes in himself, launching a heavy kick right at Park. The crew breathes a sigh of relief seeing him take point. Suddenly, his vision gets terrifyingly sharp. He zeroes in right on his opponent's blind spots. Chansu lands a brutal hit and instantly strings together a ruthless combo. The lackeys start getting hyped for a win, but Moon barks at them to hold their ground. Their boss going all out proves Park is strong enough to force his hand. Moon knows they are perfectly matched. One single slip-up will flip this entire brawl on its head. Chansu just keeps trading blows with Park. The clash just keeps escalating. Taking a clean shot to the jaw, Chansu openly admits the kid is an absolute monster. His attacks might be predictable, but the rush is totally electric, giving him every single excuse needed to hold absolutely nothing back. Both fighters trade heavy strikes, pushing themselves to the absolute brink for that knockout win. It turns into a pure slugfest between two stubborn brawlers. They smash each other in the face, yet somehow stay upright and keep swinging. Then a voice suddenly yells at them to freeze. Junwoo clicks his tongue, wondering who just interrupted. Lion Kim tells Park the fight is totally finished. Chansu snaps at him to get lost since no one won yet. But Lion shoots that down, claiming he lost the actual war the second he sank to this miserable street level. He needs to quit immediately. Park stares at the newcomer. Flashing a completely murderous look, he warns the guy to step back. But Chansu swats Park's hand away. Visibly grinding his teeth, he loudly announces Nexus is officially disbanded, completely stunning Park and everyone else. Junwoo absolutely refuses this half-baked ending. Frustrated and completely unsatisfied, he screams out his protests, but Lion just chuckles in his face. The man points out that Junwoo already got his wish. The gang is completely wiped out just like he planned. Lion says that victory alone should be enough, leaving Junwoo totally at a loss for words. The lackeys panic over getting dissolved, while Chansu begs Lion for one more shot at this. Lion tells him to just survive on his own from here, maybe then he will actually earn a real second chance. Standing totally powerless in front of his crew, Chansu confesses he simply lost his cool. Still burning to carve out a legacy, he swallows his pride, takes a step back, and drops straight to his knees. Convinced this humiliation will only fuel his future rise, he openly admits defeat, leaving Park and his friends standing there in pure shock. Junwoo yells at him to stand up, slaps the pathetic leader, and calls the situation complete garbage. Boiling over with rage because the guy treated them like dirt, Junwoo commands him to rise. He screams that Chansu should be begging for their mercy, not bowing to some random trash who just walked in. Taking the hits without fighting back, Chansu stays glued to the floor, making everyone feel violently sick. Just like that, leaving Park's group feeling like total idiots blinded by anger, Nexus and their broken leader vanish into the night. But every single one of them knows the war isn't actually finished. Pascal's scheme, all that grinding, Lion stepping in, it all proves Nexus was just a pawn for some massive hidden force. Junwoo lacks hard evidence, but he knows damn well this isn't a real victory. This is only the beginning. Junwoo promises the crew he will hunt down those shadow players soon enough. Yet after all that chaos, they have absolutely no choice but to drag themselves back to a normal school routine. Crazy how fast things change, right? These quiet days make that brutal street brawl feel like some distant fever dream. Cut to the convenience store, a little girl teases the cashier, asking if he will finally pop the question. He quickly tells the kid to butt out. Suddenly, Choi walks through the front doors. The kid loudly wishes him luck and bolts, leaving the super awkward guy freezing up and making ridiculous faces. He tries playing it cool, but his heart just hammers against his ribs. Taking a deep breath, he steadies his nerves. He has literally practiced for this exact moment for ages. He watches her walk in every single day. So this clueless store worker assumes she's totally hitting on him. He scans her items and decides it is finally his time to shine. Gathering his courage, he tosses in a free gimbap with her meal. Choi just stares, wondering what his deal is. Meanwhile, the guy instantly regrets his delivery after practicing all night. But then Choi flashes him a beautiful smile, and all his anxiety instantly melts away. He thinks this is true love, completely misreading the situation. Choi is just confused, and then Inchin suddenly rolls up on their bikes. This absolute gorilla of a guy stomps inside, barking at Choi that they have zero time to waste. She calls him a psycho. Annoyed, she demands to know how they even tracked her down. Watching this argument unfold, the anxious store worker starts seeing red. A massive meathead yelling at his precious girl, he immediately assumes she is trapped in a dangerous situation. The gorilla casually eats the free gimbap, ordering her to hurry up. Our poor worker watches a stranger devour his romantic gift. The fatty then tosses out a warning and heads for the exit. Highly irritated, Choi turns to the love-struck cashier and asks if there is a back door out of here. His imagination runs completely wild. He frantically points to the rear exit. She tosses back a quick thank you, still completely baffled by his dramatic behavior. As Choi slips out the back, this weirdo aggressively flips the closed sign. He marches right outside to confront the gorilla. Ripping his shirt open, he reveals an insane sleeper build. He orders Banjung to spit out his lady's gimbap right now, or he is throwing hands. Meanwhile, at a barbecue joint, Insu gets word that Choi was kidnapped again. Banjung is supposedly taking the heat for it, but Insu is way too focused on grilling his meat. totally ignoring his goon's panic. Back at the store, the fatty swings a heavy punch. The strike lands perfectly, but the cashier doesn't even flinch. One swift kick. The fatty gets absolutely demolished. Standing over him, the weirdo mutters about love making men insane. The gorilla collapses, wondering who this monster even is. He figures this cashier must be one of the hidden tigers who vanished when Nexus fell apart. Look at the bigger picture here. With Nexus gone, a massive power vacuum has opened up. Heavy hitters who spent years laying low are suddenly flooding the streets, chasing Chansu's empty throne. The streets call them secondary shocks. Dong-Yoon suddenly appears, slapping the weirdo and frustratedly demanding answers about Choi. Assuming this new guy is the boss, the cashier grits his teeth. He fiercely demands they leave his princess alone. From the ground, Banjung frantically warns Dong-Yoon about those kicks. The redhead charges in. Loverboy fires off that identical block. Both take a heavy step back, and Dong-Yoon suddenly remembers those rumors about hidden monsters. How did a guy this strong stay completely under the radar? He realizes this dude is definitely not a student. Dropping into a fighting stance, Loverboy admits his surprise that anyone in Korea blocked that. A brutal punch, the redhead barely dodges it. Dong-Yoon mentally respects his power. Getting backed into a dangerous corner, the redhead perfectly targets Loverboy's knee to force some distance. No holding back. They trade heavy blows until Choi suddenly runs up, screaming at them to stop. The whole stupid misunderstanding finally gets cleared up. The weirdo aggressively bows to the group, shouting a dramatic apology. Choi just feels annoyed, wishing he used his words instead of fists, but she lets him off the hook. Instead, she turns her fury on the fatty who started this entire mess. Banjung totally plays the victim here. Choi tells him it is entirely his terrifying face's fault, arguing that anybody would have jumped to conclusions. The weirdo just keeps apologizing. As the gang walks away, he drops to his knees weeping. When will he ever see his gorgeous princess again? The guy is hopelessly in love. Cut to the very next day. Junwoo strolls right into Park's classroom wearing a wicked grin. He announces that he finally tracked down the real puppet masters, meaning Park has work to do. Park stands up, dead serious. He asks who they are. Later at Junwoo's building, the whole crew circles up. Junwoo finally identifies the exact people who have been backing Nexus all along. Every single Nexus crime, he believes it all traces right back to them. Park realizes Chansu was just a disposable pawn. He decides to crush these hidden leaders first, aiming to teach Chansu a real lesson. Junwoo gets it, but get ready for a heavy reality check. They cannot win without serious cash because Chansu's backers are fourth-generation heirs of the Saengan group. Pure shock hits the gang. Junwoo explains Lion is the second eldest son, while the real mastermind behind him is the eldest Dong-Ho Lee. Choi instantly recognizes that name. She points out these guys have enough wealth to literally buy the entire planet in a few years. Why would billionaires even bother with a trash gang like Nexus? Junwoo admits he is entirely clueless on that part too. But since they are going to war with untouchable elites, he knows this next fight won't be easy. Junwoo warns everyone to brace themselves. Meanwhile, in a high-rise somewhere else, Dong-Ho Lee formally announces his plan to conquer the entirety of Korea. He makes his point crystal clear. He wants to become totally supreme and unmatched, exactly like their parents were. No one gets to stand in their way. He plans to completely bury everyone else in both money and power. He is incredibly disappointed. His brother finally had a real shot to prove himself, but he completely choked and became a total joke. He tries apologizing for his brother, but the blondie just laughs straight at Lion. Stunned, they act so differently while sharing the same blood. Hearing their mocking laughter just severely frustrates Lion, but the blondie writes him off as way too green, convinced he is absolutely not ready to run things. He feels pretty let down seeing just how incredibly careless Lion got with the general public. Acting incredibly cocky, he volunteers to clean up this entire mess. The woman just laughs, highly doubting he can actually fix it. She decides to handle it herself, promising Dong-Ho a totally flawless plan. Dong-Ho finds that quite laughable. It almost seems like they already knew the Nexus gang would crash. They both just smile to brush it off. Dong-Ho lets it slide. He always knew he would eventually have to establish a real pecking order here. The blondie asks if he is seriously trying to start a four-way war. Dong-Ho says exactly whoever comes out on top gets to completely lead this generation in money and absolute power. The blondie is genuinely amazed by his crazy confidence, and the woman calls it a solid opportunity. With that, Dong-Ho officially starts their brutal game. Now watch this shift. Over at the detention center, Gubin Yang finally secures his release, leaving the other inmates completely speechless. They immediately start muttering about how incredibly unfair this system is. One guy waves goodbye, while another totally mocks Gubin, betting he returns in just a few days. Gubin just glares back, his eyes burning with pure rage. He violently grabs the loudmouth. He spits out that he genuinely hopes this guy rots in here forever. He is never coming back. He has serious power backing him now. He slams the inmate into the metal fence, effortlessly ruining his face. The others just stare at his insane strength, praying they cross paths outside someday. Gubin finally walks out of that hellhole, taking a deep breath of real freedom. A heavily tattooed, mysterious woman tells him to move it. His new employer is already waiting. The blonde woman, Aleem, flashes a cute smile as he gets in. She casually mentions she needs him to build a brand new gang to replace Nexus. He is pretty confused why she wants him to crush Park right out of the gate, especially without a solid crew backing him yet. She explains the streets are already buzzing about the massive shockwaves hitting town after that gang went down. Fresh fighters and upstart crews are already violently fighting over the empty throne. So fighting every single one of them sounds completely stupid and exhausting. She asks him, how do you reach the absolute top as fast as possible? Gubin gets it. Since Park single-handedly ruined Nexus, destroying Park publicly means all those lesser gangs will instantly back off out of sheer fear. She says exactly. She orders him to just dive right in and completely wreck the guy without sweating the aftermath. Gubin accepts the job, but admits he needs to handle one quick personal matter first. Just as the sun goes down, violent crashing noises echo out from a nearby house. A guy mutters about fighting over cash, kicking his door open to go hustle outside. Suddenly, he freezes. Gubin is standing right there on the porch. Baldy smiles at his old friend. The guy tears up and tightly hugs Gubin, utterly baffled by how quickly he got out. They head out, and here's the real issue. Gubin asks why he still has not escaped that awful house yet. He assumes Donghua is just struggling to finally abandon his totally ungrateful family. Donghua tries making up weak excuses. Gubin reads right through him, tossing a heavy bag onto the ground and handing over massive stacks of raw cash. Gubin admits he is wrapped up in a massive deal right now. Once it finishes, he promises they can truly enjoy their lives. He shoves all the money into his homie's hands. He tells him to pack up and leave. He definitely does not need those horrible parents anymore. Calling him a true brother, Gubin tells him to just calm down. Years ago, the two of them teamed up to snatch some random guy's bag. They desperately tried hiding, but Donghua tripped and hit the dirt hard. Staying surprisingly calm, he yelled at Gubin to keep running, but their pursuer finally caught up, violently dragging poor Donghua into a dark alley. The terrified kid mumbled terrible excuses. The angry man was not having it, beating the absolute crap out of Donghua to make him snitch on his friend, but the kid stayed quiet. Gubin just watched helplessly from the shadows, entirely too scared to do anything. The next day, Baldy just cried, blaming himself completely. Right then, he swore to protect his brother forever, no matter what. Donghua softly assured him it was not entirely his fault. They both knew the harsh risks. But he agreed they were officially brothers from that day on. That is how those two kids finally became a real family. Back in Junu's office, he warns they might face far more enemies than just Dong-Ho Lee. He calls them literal rats, constantly multiplying in the shadows. Junu really wonders why Park looks so completely defeated. Our guy brings up that fight with Chansu last month, asking if Junu honestly thinks he could have won. Junu is absolutely certain Park would take the win just like always. But Park shakes his head. This was the very first time he actually doubted himself. He just doesn't see things going his way if Chansu ever comes back stronger. Junu is pretty shocked to see Park's confidence tank so hard. Still, he admits the guy has a point. They need to stay totally prepared. New plans are definitely required to lock in an absolute win. Meanwhile, Chansu tracks down Ryan and demands a completely honest answer. If that fight kept going, would he have actually managed to snatch the win? Ryan kinda dodges the question since street brawls really aren't his thing. But he makes one thing crystal clear: next time, Chansu has to win no matter the cost. Fired up, he takes those words seriously. Elsewhere, Dongha charges right at some terrified goons sprinting away. They are terrified, wondering why he returned when his boss got locked up in juvie. Out of nowhere, one punk gets launched away. The others almost piss themselves, realizing Gubin is actually back on the streets. The target gets boxed in by the two friends. Gubin really hopes this punk had fun talking trash while he was locked up. Baldy echoes the threat, scaring the guy straight. The poor dude drops straight to his knees, throwing out pathetic excuses just to survive. Gubin simply kicks a brick over and barks an order, use it to prove how sorry he is. Otherwise, he gets to live his whole life hiding like a rat. Left completely cornered, the victim grabs that heavy brick and violently crushes his own fingers just to prove his twisted loyalty. Later on, as Gubin walks back with his buddy, AI steps in. She brings up her text about dodging side hustles, asking if basic Korean is too hard for him. He just shrugs, claiming he was only handling some quick personal business. But Gubin demands even more cash to cover his best friend's lingering debts. And since they are totally broke, a single bag of fat stacks just isn't enough. She insults him, tossing over a few more cash bags. She promises he never has to stress about money again. But from now on, he makes zero moves without her direct orders. If he keeps taking side gigs, she is absolutely done showing him any mercy. Gyubin gladly takes the deal, flashing a totally wicked grin. Back at the office, Junwoo breaks down the current Seoul situation. First up is Myeongdong. It is normally packed and loud, but lately it is completely a dead zone. Next, he points out Gangseo District. Turns out, all those rival high schools constantly attacking each other have somehow joined forces. They are now officially calling themselves the League. Junwoo honestly wonders why everyone is reacting so differently, especially with two absolute beasts suddenly stepping onto the scene. Now, this is where it gets crazy. Choi scans those reports and realizes that weird lover boy from days ago is running things. She immediately calls dibs on Gangseo District, positive she knows him. Over at the convenience store, our weirdo is still deeply regretting what went down. Ever since his brutal fight with Dong-yeon, his precious princess stopped dropping by for ramen. He kinda accepts that a guy like him can't make her happy, but giving up is just too hard. Suddenly the door chimes. His entire face lights up instantly. His princess is walking right toward him. She calls him out by name Jong-yoon, a 19-year-old who returned to Korea after Nexus fell, completely destroying the local schools in mere days. Staring him down, she asks if she got anything wrong. Jong-yoon frantically swears he is innocent. He claims he just got dragged into some weird messes, honestly feeling crushed that his precious girl would accuse him like that. Choi looks pretty confused, but before she can even reply, a massive air cooler gets hurled through the front window. The leader of the Gangseo League just rolled up for payback. He screams at our weirdo to drag himself outside right now. Choi nearly takes a hit, but her lover boy blocks it perfectly. He is super bummed he blew his normal guy cover, but he steps up to handle this entire mob solo. He casually tells Choi to go pick out her ramen. Anxious, she offers to help out, but Jong-hyun smiles, telling her not to sweat it, he'll completely wreck these guys in minutes. The street brawl kicks off, and Jong-hyun absolutely obliterates their leader. He takes a raw baseball bat hit and stands there completely unfazed. The beast wipes the floor with everyone under 3 minutes. Proudly, he asks if her food is ready, while Choi just stares in panic. They finally sit down to clear the air. So Jong-hyun starts spilling his story, promising to keep things short. He actually calls himself a perfectly innocent student. Yeah, right. Choi isn't buying that, but he pushes on, explaining he lived in Thailand. When he moved here, rumors about him apparently spread like wildfire, drawing all the local bullies straight to the new kid. You really can't blame him. He tried laying low, but those punks wouldn't quit, so his patience snapped, and he just absolutely destroyed them all. He mentions picking up Muay Thai from his dad's employee, a former trainer, but even after beating them all, he frustratingly admits his life just got worse. He kept getting dragged into random fights, and word spread incredibly fast. Soon enough, guys from rival schools started popping up to challenge him, and the local gangs even gave him totally stupid nicknames. He is still pretty furious about it, yet those wild rumors just kept spreading anyway. Now thugs from neighboring towns are ganging up on him too. He points out Guang-ho as one of them. Choi listens, but totally calls nonsense on it. He desperately tries convincing his princess that he is completely innocent, but gets cut off. A bunch of men suddenly bow down right in front of him. Jong-yoon gets annoyed and straight up calls them weirdos, since they were literally trying to kill him a second ago. Guang-ho's crew speaks up. They just want to follow someone incredibly strong, so they are begging him to be their new captain. The lover boy wonders how these guys can call anyone sir when they look 49 themselves. One guy insists age does not matter at all. They all want to follow him purely for his strength, completely begging him to take over as their leader. Jong-yoon gets seriously mad at them for forcing these weird expectations on him, but this just makes Choi laugh out loud. She calls him a total weirdo, but assures him she actually believes his story. He is clearly not some random street thug. The guy actually knows how to move. Choi smiles and tells him to just join her team. She hands over her phone, mentioning her boss is a literal cash cow. Jong-yoon totally gets the wrong idea here. He drops right to his knees, showing extreme gratitude while politely taking her phone. He loudly promises to do his absolute best just for her. Guang-ho's men look super confused at first, then they all drop to their knees in front of Choi to follow their new boss. Just like that, Choi accidentally becomes their new boss. Outside the gym, a kid thanks Park's father for the tough training and promises to do his best. As the taxi drives off, the father turns around and gets a bit surprised seeing his son standing right there. He immediately senses something is very wrong here. The kid straight up asks his father to help him get stronger. His dad turns serious, though he always knew this exact day was inevitable. Meanwhile, outside the school, the redhead quietly contemplates his previous battles. Despite giving it everything, the absolute best he managed was a draw. Even against a guy like Jong-yoon, he seriously doubts he could have won. He feels extremely frustrated, basically blaming himself. But Choi suddenly surprises him from behind. Flashing a cheeky smile, she tells him to just calm down. Jong-yoon casually greets him as well. Dong-yoon is totally shocked recognizing the guy, but Choi quickly fills him in. She laughs out loud. proudly announcing this weirdo works under her now. Jong Yoon loudly agrees, promising he is ready to do absolutely anything for his precious princess. Dong Yoon bluntly calls the guy mentally unstable, but Choi thinks that just makes him better for the job. The lover boy gives a proper apology for the other day, and Dong Yoon quickly assures him it is perfectly fine. The weirdo excitedly points out Dong Yoon is definitely not some normal fighter, getting super curious about what intense training the redhead went through. Dong Yoon plainly shares he has never done any real training in his life, a fact that completely catches Jong Yoon off guard. He admits Dong Yoon's kicks definitely felt raw, but the raw strength packed behind them was just insane. Honestly, he believes only a few real fighters have ever made him feel that kind of heavy impact. The weirdo straight up calls him a genius, but the redhead just looks completely disappointed, wishing Jong Yoon was actually right. The weirdo knows how frustrating it gets when pure willpower cannot smash through your limits. But here's the thing, he happily suggests Dong Yoon tag along to meet someone who can really help. Later after school, Jong Yoon calls them incredibly lucky. His dad's friend is still working, and coincidentally, he happens to be in Korea right now too. He totally calls it fate. Meanwhile, Choi just learns his dad runs a whole mango importing business. She assumes his family is already rich, so she genuinely cannot understand why he was working as a simple cashier. He explains that money is all his dad's hard work, and he wants to achieve something himself. Suddenly, Dong Yoon notices a strange man closely examining his legs. The weirdo happily recognizes his master, Tae Shik Cha. The old man literally starts crying tears of joy upon discovering the redhead has such absolutely amazing quads. He assumes the kid must have endured incredibly harsh training, so he just cannot hold back the tears. The weirdo excitedly agrees with his master. Tae Shik quickly assures the redhead he already knows the whole situation, then simply asks if he wants to get stronger. Dong Yoon gives a firm yes. Hearing that, the eccentric teacher promises the boy is going to reach terrifying new heights training under him. The old man is fully fired up now. He holds his hand out, asking Dong Yoon if he is truly ready for this. The redhead definitely knows his new teacher is going to face some real trouble dealing with him. But if he really does not mind the heavy burden, Dong Yoon respectfully bows his head, formally requesting the old man's guidance. Tae Shik smiles widely, calling it absolutely perfect. Back over at the gym, Park continues training tirelessly, completely destroying yet another heavy punching bag. His dad gently reminds him he is already incredibly powerful as is, just wanting to confirm if Park is truly sure about this path. Park tells his father this matters more than anything. His dad trusts him completely, so he decides to play along. But before they actually start, he demands two specific promises from Park. First rule, no beating a broken man. Even if Park is furious, hitting someone who lacks the will to fight makes him a coward. Then his dad explains rule 2. Martial arts is essentially just a tool set. It exists purely to maximize raw power and secure a highly efficient win. Over generations of testing, the most useful moves rise to the top. Those proven techniques become the classics added to all fighting styles. By stepping on this path as a student, Park inherits centuries of human combat wisdom, and he needs to use it with pure logic. That is what it truly means to be an honorable fighter. His dad strikes the heavy bag hard, expression dead serious. He demands Park swear to uphold these exact rules. Park gives him his word. Meanwhile, somewhere deep inside a dark building, Gubin scans his reports. He figures destiny is dragging Insu Nam back into his crosshairs. The very next day, Gubin meets with Seong A. He tells her he plans to make Insu his first target. She flat out calls the guy an idiot. She specifically ordered him to crush the protagonist before anyone else. Gubin brushes it off. They have to take Insu down regardless, so the order of operations hardly even matters. Plus, he mentions there are a few personal scores he desperately needs to settle. Seong sighs and decides to let him do whatever, figuring this detour will test if he can actually handle Park later. He calls Insu a simple warm-up, but politely thanks the woman for her permission. He promises to repay her favor with a brutally fast win. Hours later, Gubin rallies his men to destroy the Incheon gang first. His thugs are genuinely shocked. That much cash just to crush a bunch of weaklings? But an informant overhears everything. He slips into the shadows and warns Geo Park that his rival is about to strike Incheon first. Geo is caught off guard, but admits Seon A knows how to strike first. He demands constant updates from his spy and alerts his own crew. Crash the party right now. He orders, that is, if they care about the prize. All three of Geo's thugs happen to be pro athletes. Let's see how this collision plays out. Incheon's men hit a sudden roadblock. They demand answers until one guy completely freezes at the sight of Gubin's squad. The baldy smirks, genuinely thrilled to see his former pals, but nostalgia dies fast. He yanks them right off their bikes and wrecks them instantly. Then comes the order charge in. His men flood the streets, swinging weapons to slaughter the Incheon gang. Banjung batters several guys while shouting for Insu. He screams at the bleeding Incheon thugs to summon their leader immediately. Gubin feels nostalgic, but his friend knows there is a real reason behind this choice. A massive detour just for a warm-up makes no sense. Donghua finally speaks up and expresses his curiosity. The Baldy helps him recall a dark time when he was in massive trouble after an accident. Incheon was the gang hiding him, and Nam's crew became a total safe haven. Nam was kind enough to let Gubin stay with them, even though Insu was extremely hesitant and cautious about the risk. Gubin felt weird at first, but quickly realized Nam's gang was intensely loyal and reliable. Sure, living crammed together led to some ugly fights, but time always fixed everything. For once, he was inside a gang that would fight back to back. And during the brutal war for Incheon City, Gubin stood beside Nam and fought with absolutely everything he had. Donghua listens quietly to the story. Gubin stares off, admitting he truly assumed they were all fiercely loyal people back then. But despite calling them his true family, he got totally betrayed. They threw him out into the street like useless trash. You can actually feel his pure venom here. He hates them worse than actual enemies, telling Donghua he is his only real family left. Meanwhile, Insu desperately speeds toward the battle on a motorbike. Gubin really was like family to that gang. But one afternoon, Insu realized their entire hidden cash stash was missing. Another crew member could not believe it, but Insu firmly confirmed it was completely gone. Someone quickly pointed out that only Gubin was present the day before. Every single eye locked onto the Baldy, making him incredibly anxious. Insu calmly asked if he saw anyone grab the cash. They had been saving for ages just to finally upgrade their rundown house in the future. Gubin instantly flared up, feeling completely cornered and blamed. But Insu held his hands up, swearing that was not what he meant. Then another thug stepped right forward and blamed everything on the Baldy. He loudly announced he saw Gubin digging through their stuff yesterday. Gubin lunged and grabbed him. Eyes burning with pure rage, he told the guy to cut the crap. He would never sink that low, even as a street goon. But the punk kept blaming him, doubling down and openly branding the Baldy a snake. He spat out that Gubin was no family, just a pathetic street thug to them. The Baldy completely snapped and wrecked the guy with one brutal punch. He screamed at the scumbag to repeat his words, pounding his face into a pulp. Losing all control, Gubin mercilessly smashed a wooden table over him without hesitation. The rest tried stopping him, but he just kept shoving forward, desperate to unleash his boiling anger. Suddenly, Nam walked inside and found his goon beaten into a pathetic state. Hearing what happened, Nam completely ignored Gubin's frantic excuses and slapped the Baldy hard across the face. Gubin tries everything to convince him, but Nam shoves him back. He seriously doubts Gubin is innocent. Nam made the rule clear 100 times: treat everyone like blood. They are one giant family. He calls the guy out for his toxic behavior and makes the call. It is time for Gubin to go. The Baldy stands there stunned for a second, then finally gets up. His entire life was already pure trash, but just when he thought he hit absolute rock bottom, he gets proven wrong yet again. He wishes them luck and leaves. Right now, Incheon is getting totally cornered. Banjong prays their leader shows up soon, or they are completely finished. Suddenly, a loud engine revs up. Insu makes a massive entrance, instantly wrecking a goon with his heavy bike. He apologizes for the delay. The big guy hypes everyone up to hold the line victory is actually close. Insu greets his old friend, but Gubin just sneers. They were never actually close. Insu admits the Baldy got completely framed. A few hours after Gubin left, they learned the guy he smashed was actually the real thief. They wanted to make things right, but Gubin had completely vanished. Because of that, the whole misunderstanding never got fixed. Insu says he is sorry and begs for forgiveness. Gubin just laughs right in his face. A fake apology means nothing after they tossed him out like absolute garbage. Gubin refuses to let it slide and charges straight in. Insu easily dodges and fires back a brutal counter. He has absolutely zero intention of losing this fight today. Gubin stumbles back. Insu yells out that his brother did not exile him over some missing cash. It was because Gubin crossed a massive line and beat a brother mercilessly. Gubin screams out pure nonsense. Tossed out like trash, he lunges forward. Insu throws a heavy punch, but Gubin instantly binds his arms with sharp metal wires. Meanwhile, inside a sketchy alley, Geo admits she is a highly dangerous woman. Her lackey asks if they will destroy Park today. Geo smirks at the confidence. That bold attitude is why she trusts her crew. She tells him he guessed right, but today is just not the proper time. She explains the real war is happening inside their own ranks. When the dust settles, only one will walk away as the absolute winner. That is why she plans to crush the weaker links like Seong Alam first. Her lackey loves the brilliant strategy it secures their future. Geo confirms it, and they set the dark plan into motion. Back outside, the gang keeps brawling, stubbornly refusing to back down. Gubin grips the metal wire and violently yanks Insu forward. He delivers a brutal punch that sends the guy totally flying. Insu attempts a counterattack, but the tight wire completely restricts his arms. He physically cannot land a single solid punch. The sharp wire slices deep. It rips his skin with every single movement. Getting completely tangled up, Insu chooses to eat the damage. He forcefully yanks the wire to drag Cuban right toward him. The Baldy swiftly dodges with a wicked grin. Crappy moves like that will never work on him. He bound the lefty on purpose, knowing Insu is totally useless with his right hand. Cuban seizes the opening and lands a massive critical hit, but Insu suddenly notices his opponent is just swinging wildly since the wires restrict them both. Insu yanks the trap again, determined to turn this entire fight around for good. He strikes with everything left, but the Baldy ducks and yanks the wire dangerously hard. Insu screams out in pure physical agony. Cuban remembers them constantly bragging about brotherhood and having each other's backs. He seriously doubts Insu can protect anyone, when he cannot even save himself. Baldy aggressively insults the guy, warning him to stop spitting out fake nonsense he does not actually mean. He just keeps pummeling the guy, unleashing years of buried, toxic rage. He always despised the word family. To him, family meant people who actively ruined your life just for making eye contact. Backstabbers who would literally throw a party if he dropped dead. He saw happy families on television, but it only made his miserable reality feel infinitely worse. Inchin was exactly the same, throwing him cheap pity and pretending he actually gave a damn. He hated their fake garbage. But the worst part was Nam giving him a false sense of hope, and that genuinely terrified him. He actually started getting used to belonging, but in the end, shattered all over again. His worst fear became reality. Now, Cuban's eyes are just blazing with pure revenge. He wanted to completely break Inchin. The betrayal was enough to stomp out whatever tiny shred of hope he had left. Cuban even tried killing his awful father afterward. But watch this present moment. Insu suddenly blinds the guy with a brutal headbutt. He apologizes one last time, but Cuban crossed a massive line today by trying to slaughter Insu's real family. For that unforgivable sin, he refuses to yield. Insu absolutely wrecks him with a colossal punch, sending Cuban flying backward. Cuban realizes he played into the trap by stepping too close. He silently admits he will lose if this brawling keeps up, so the Baldy scrambles to create some distance again, but Insu is not about to let his prey escape. Insu grabs his target and drops a brutal elbow strike, absolutely rocking his head. The hits keep coming, but Cuban finally breaks loose and creates some distance. Insu yanks him right back into range for another heavy punch. Cuban is genuinely confused. Did this guy train while he was gone? Because Insu's power level just spiked out of nowhere. Taking an absolute beating, the Baldy forces himself to stay calm. He gambles everything on this next move, losing to a traitor just isn't an option. Cuban tries pinning Insu down. He grabs his opponent and dives off the edge for a mutual takedown, but Insu manages to catch a metal wire, hanging on tightly to save his old friend's life. Frustrated, Cuban yells at him to just let go. Insu barks back, "Shut up," because a fall from this height means instant death. Cuban straight up ignores him. He would much rather die than be saved by his enemy. But Insu screams at him to cut the nonsense. That actually shuts Cuban up, though his anger is totally obvious. Insu tells him to just chill out for 1 second. If he ends up dead today, he will not get another chance to continue these stupid fights. Cuban tries talking back again, but freezes the moment he sees blood dripping down. Insu strains his grip, but the metal wire completely snaps apart, sending Cuban plunging straight down into the sea. The Baldy accepts his fate, figuring this brutal death was always inevitable anyway. As he slowly sinks into the water, Insu dives in without a second thought. Against all odds, they both wash up on the shore alive. Insu is just relieved his old friend survived, but suddenly, Cuban watches in absolute shock as his own ally knocks Insu out cold with a bat. Donghua claps mockingly, admitting he always knew the Baldy would chicken out. Gio and his gang step out of the shadows. The betrayal finally clicks for Cuban. Donghua calls him a totally unreliable wimp. Still, he admits Cuban wasn't completely useless, thanking him for handing over this golden opportunity. Cuban screams out in pure frustration. He simply cannot believe his sworn brother actually stabbed him in the back. He desperately asks if Donghua is being forced into this, but his garbage friend just calls him an idiot. Donghua makes it crystal clear he only cares about the money. Cuban processes this for a second, then bursts into laughter, mocking his friend's pathetic greed. That strikes a nerve. The rat goes quiet, loses his temper, and violently smashes the bat right into Cuban's face. The Baldy instantly blacks out and hits the ground. Donghua spits on him, calling him a wuss who totally deserved this for clinging to pathetic hopes about family loyalty. Now watch how the corporate side reacts. The secretary rushes into Sionga's office, warning that they played right into Gio's trap. The boss already knows everything. Sionga admits her mistake. She really should have expected this level of scheming from her competitor. Visibly frustrated, she points to her massive fish tank. She tells her secretary that she never feeds any of them, yet somehow, They have not starved yet. Despite being the same breed, they are not friends. They are simply predators and victims. Humans are exactly the same way, playing that identical survival game. Meanwhile, Geo spends the night celebrating his major victory with a fancy dinner. He tells his crew to stop hesitating, but Dongwa quickly reminds him they still have to crush Park and assemble a massive gang for this grand plan. Geo looks genuinely surprised. He certainly did not expect his new goon to be this passionate about the mission. Smirking, Geo explains that taking out Park as fast as humanly possible is definitely the top priority. But there is zero chance of defeating that monster without destroying Junwoo first. Dongwo looks totally confused, so Geo breaks it down for him. Park gets away with absolutely anything he wants without facing a single consequence. Whenever he finishes a brawl, a high-paid lawyer steps in and sweeps the mess under the rug, all thanks to Junwoo's backing. Without that financial shield, Park becomes nothing more than a wounded lion. Hearing this, Donghua figures Junwoo is not someone to mess with. Geo calls him right, but guarantees he will take care of Junwoo himself. Geo admits the guy entered the scene aggressively and quickly became a massive pain. Still, he highly doubts a wobbling corporate baby can survive his lethal traps. He remains confident that once he goes all out, Junwoo's entire career is finished forever. Over at another location, Junwoo rushes into a building and gets slammed with horrible news. Every single distributor is suddenly canceling their deals. This means their company value is about to totally tank. Junwoo desperately asks for the reason behind this boycott. The informant admits he is completely clueless, since the distributors are throwing out garbage excuses. He strongly suspects someone is pulling strings to destroy Junwoo. Sweating heavily, the guy reveals they have to pay 50 billion won by tomorrow. He begs for a quick decision because time is completely running out. Junwoo instantly realizes they are starting with him first. He frantically orders his team to check if the banks can cover the payment. Unfortunately, his secretary delivers the grim news that is not happening either. A total nightmare scenario. With banks suddenly refusing to help, Junwoo admits he really never should have let his guard down. He tries keeping his cool, racking his brain for any kind of solution. But then Seonga steps out of nowhere, totally mocking him, calling himself a real businessman when he lacks even 50 billion in pure cash. She casually greets him, dropping the bomb that she has the exact money he needs. Meanwhile, Geo figures his enemy is sweating over those shut-down distribution lines, especially since the recent expansion left him completely broke. Assuming Junwoo is already defeated, he confidently orders his men to go deal with Park. His goons gear up to move, but Geo suddenly gets a video file footage of himself abusing a woman. Pure frustration instantly hits him. Checking the sender, Geo grits his teeth in absolute rage it came from Seonga. He wastes zero time and calls her right on the spot. She admits sending it through a burner phone, playfully adding that finding the perfect clip to tame him took serious work. Listing off even more of his dirty crimes, she casually wonders why he lives such a trashy life. The cheeky girl threatens to leak more footage, mentioning she has some journalist friends who would absolutely love to see this kind of dirt. Boiling with anger, he forces himself to stay calm and demands to know her price. Smiling, the woman simply asks for a face-to-face meetup. Later that night, Geo pulls up to a dark construction site, aggressively demanding if Seonga really wants to start a fight with him. He spits out harsh threats, reminding her he holds some dark secrets of his own. But she just keeps smiling. He completely deserved this for blocking her path. She actually pities him, warning that her bodyguard might just scare him to death. Right on cue, Junwoo steps out of the shadows, wearing an absolutely evil grin. Geo demands to know why he is here, assuming this is just some weird friendship flex. Junwoo quickly shuts that down. It is nothing like that. He reveals Geo was brought here just to hear a new proposal. Junwoo points out they are stuck in the exact same boat. They need to chill, because fighting each other just lets the real target slip right away. Knowing he means Donga Lee, Geo backs off and lets Junwoo keep talking. Junwoo suggests they handle things completely straightforward, so neither side has to deal with unnecessary humiliation. His idea? An all-out war using fists and absolutely nothing else. But the loser has to swallow their pride and leave the game for good. Geo sees right through the cheap tricks, mocking Junwoo for relying solely on mindless violence. But Junwoo shoots that down, bragging he is fully confident in his power, money, and everything else. Junwoo casually mocks the guy, twisting words to make him even angrier. Blinded by pure rage, Joe actually agrees to it. Junwoo sets the big fight for 3 days from now and tells him to bring anyone he wants. Geo grinds his teeth hard. Taking that raw frustration as a yes, Junwoo just smiles wickedly. Now watch how the strategy shifts here. Back at the office, Seonga questions his confidence, especially since his opponent is busy building a literal army. She gives him a harsh reminder, fail this, and he loses absolutely everything he owns. He already knows the stakes, fully expecting Geo to rely on his powerful goons for an easy win. But numbers mean absolutely nothing unless they fight like Chansu against a real monster. Suddenly, Choi bursts into the room in a total panic. She cannot get in touch with Park anywhere. The news shocks Junwoo, but then he remembers Park mentioned desperately wanting to get stronger recently. He decides to track the guy down himself, confident they can find Park with a full 3 days left to prepare. Choi anxiously asks what happens if Park stays completely off the grid. Junwoo brushes it off as a stupid question. His mind is already set on fighting. Dong-yoon feels pretty hesitant, obviously terrified of letting the other side take the win. Junwoo doubts he can hold off an entire army alone with Park and Insu missing. But the redhead just grins, reminding everyone they have one more guy perfect for this job. Junwoo looks confused, but Choi instantly catches on. She pulls up to a convenience store alongside Dong-yeon, begging the lover boy to join their brawl. The weirdo agrees on the spot, zero hesitation. Over in a locker room, Gio's right-hand man gathers the athletes. He aggressively reminds them they only have this luxury thanks to KSK Entertainment and their massive sponsorships. Free stadiums and top-tier education all come from the company's pocket. Now, it is time for them to actually put in some real effort to pay it back. This is where the hype gets real. He calls them incredibly lucky, getting this rare chance to prove their worth to the guy funding their entire lives. Meanwhile, Donna hypes up his own goons. Sure, they are in a desperate, trashy spot, but he firmly believes they are unstoppable. He boldly announces that out on the stadium floor, they will finally show everyone what they are made of. Both rival leaders command their armies to fall in line. At the hospital, Gyubin slowly opens his eyes, instantly startled by Insu. The guy flashes a cheeky smile, claiming he just came to check on his pathetic condition. Gyubin flares up, but then he suddenly remembers Insu fighting desperately to save him from drowning. He goes completely silent, awkwardly asking the guy to leave. Insu turns to go, but suddenly stops, casually inviting the baldy out for a cold beer later. He shares some updates. The gang is actually thriving now. The guys are busting their backs, learning honest trades, and finishing up their part-time shifts. Insu proudly mentions they even scored a house way bigger than the one he saw before. And there is still one empty room left over. Insu offers him a beer again, hoping he actually shows up this time around. Gyubin still calls his whole act pure trash. Meanwhile, Junwoo pushes hard to track down Park. He hits a dense forest after hearing a rumor that Park was spotted way up on the mountain. He barely drags himself up to the peak. He really hopes our main character has a solid excuse for putting him through this absolute nightmare. Junwoo steps forward, hearing someone training hard. He finally spots Park and yells out, but our boy just keeps smashing the pile of bricks he set up. Junwoo catches his breath, reminding Park about the heavy responsibilities waiting for him. But our guy totally ignores the lecture, throwing a completely wild punch with everything he has. That raw strength absolutely shatters the bricks into dust. Junwoo just stands there speechless, witnessing this beastly power. Park finally wraps up training. Down at the stadium, Sia seriously doubts Park is going to show, but Choi drops the news Junwoo managed to track him down. So there is actually a chance he makes it before this whole mess ends. Suddenly, the arena lights snap on. Choi gives a nervous smile, staring down Jiho's massive army of goons. Jiho checks his assembled muscle and loudly wonders why Park is still a no-show. He is pretty disappointed going through all this trouble just to face down some unbothered, lazy crew. Jeonjun anxiously notes that their numbers are way higher than expected, but the redhead barks at him to stop acting like a total wimp. Loverboy gets it, yet he knows these guys are incredibly dangerous just from their cold stares, especially Donghwa and that one dude rocking the tracksuit. Dong-yoon grins and calls it his lucky day. He finally gets a real chance to test his limits out here. He boldly claims he absolutely loves punching bags that hit back. Jong-yoon smirks right back, calling him a pretty worthy rival. He gets fired up to outdo the redhead, all to impress Choi. Both of them drop into stances, shouting that they are good to go. Jiho thinks they are underestimating him. Things are about to get messy. Jiho wants to see their actual strength, daring them to survive without the main character. His thugs draw weapons and charge right at Junwoo's crew. Dong-yoon warns his team, guessing this absolute brawl might actually take the entire night to finish. A thug tries sneaking behind the redhead, but Jong-yoon screams duck, unleashing a clean kick to wreck the guy instantly. Dong-yoon and Loverboy push forward together. They tear through the crowd using insane combos, becoming basically unstoppable side by side. Loverboy tells his buddy to stay sharp, since they are taking hits from every single direction. The redhead brushes it off, saying he always expects to take a few bad hits in a real war. He appreciates the backup, but makes it painfully clear Jong-yoon has no right to lecture him. Loverboy just grins, hoping Dong-yoon handles the next wave without whining about it. Sia looks completely let down by Jiho's weak gang. She finally drops her worry, pretty impressed they can hold the line this well without Park around. But Choi brings her back to reality. Everything could flip soon, because the real fight has not even begun. She points straight at the gang leaders stepping up to move. Jeonjun spots Donghwa, suddenly remembering what Insu said about him betraying Gubin. Everyone always thought he was just Gubin's loyal sidekick, Nobody realized Donghua was secretly plotting something way darker behind the scenes. Insu once heard Gubin admit that if they actually fought to the death, victory was not guaranteed. The only reason Donghua stayed quietly in the background was to keep his own hands clean. He fully exploited Gubin's overly trusting nature. So he just used the guy as a disposable meat shield. That is exactly how he gained power through Gubin without trying. Insu had warned Zhang Yun to watch out for the selfish psycho. Right on cue, Loverboy takes a massive, unexpected kick straight to the gut. He grits his teeth hard, telling the redhead to cover his own six from now on. Dong Yun leaves him to it, far too busy preparing to crush Donghua with his own hands. He unleashes pure rage on the rat who backstabbed Gubin without hesitation. He throws a brutal kick. Donghua stays perfectly calm, mocking the guy for being incredibly stupid and overconfident. He yanks a random goon into the path of Dong Yun's kick as a human shield, leaving the redhead completely speechless. Taking that small opening, Donghua delivers a devastating punch. Blood streams down the redhead's face, making it almost impossible to track the incoming hits. He grinds his teeth in blind frustration. Donghua just laughs, telling him to save that tough talk for his actual friends. They are not exactly buddies, Donghua reminds him. If the redhead stepped in here expecting some honorable duel, he is definitely not making it out of this alive. A few thugs suddenly grab Dong Yun from behind, and Donghua instantly rushes in for the kill. A ridiculously heavy blow completely flattens the redhead. The rival athlete and his goons just smirk, entirely convinced the brawl is over now that Dong Yun is down. He really doubts anyone else can step up. The other tracksuited guy just laughs, acting super disappointed because they never even got a proper warm-up today. Zhang Yan and the redhead fight with everything they have just to hold off these goons. Suddenly, the doors swing wide open, grabbing every single person's attention. Park finally steps into the stadium, entirely ready to destroy them all. Just his terrifying aura alone stops the low-level grunts from taking a single step forward. To them, it feels exactly like staring down a wild tiger. Donghua angrily yells out, "Stop standing around and absolutely destroy this guy." So the men scream, gathering up all their remaining courage to rush straight at Park. Flashback to a few days ago. Park's father stacked up some bricks and explained how his son's punches hit like a blunt hammer. Until now, Park was just forcing power through raw body movement and heavily dense muscles. But his dad made it clear. Against a truly worthy opponent, raw force simply would not be enough to secure a win. He gave Park a quick example, asking him point-blank, how exactly would you go about breaking through that solid wall? His dad answered his own question by focusing all of his immense strength onto one tiny point before punching the concrete. That strike blew entirely through the backside, the force carrying straight to the core through this specific technique. His father fully believed this move would make Park completely unstoppable. Park totally grasped what his dad meant. Snap back to present day. Park drops that exact technique right here, effortlessly destroying multiple charging goons at once. The pro athlete orders the goons back and instantly hits Park with a heavy kick. He highly doubts those weak lackeys are even worth a decent warm-up. Park blocks the strike, but the moment he tries counterattacking, the massive gorilla athlete jumps right in and tries pinning him flat. Then the javelin expert rushes in, sending Park completely flying. Our boy manages to land safely on his feet, but silently admits those hits carry serious weight. The athlete scoffs, calling all those rumors about Park complete nonsense. Sure, he openly admits the kid can easily dominate some low-tier street thugs, but standing in front of real professional athletes who train for absolutely everything, a supposed weakling like Park has absolutely zero chance of winning this fight. Park launches another attack, but he simply cannot keep up with the pro athlete's speed. He gets completely wrecked again. Just as the guy moves in to finish this for good, Park channels that lesson to throw an incredibly heavy punch. Choi watches in pure shock. She sees Park getting totally overpowered here despite fighting seriously. The athlete taunts him way too slow and easily dodges the strike. He smashes a knee right into Park and just continues, totally destroying him. So our boy slips past the final kick and decides to completely ignore every rule he learned. He finally connects a terrifying hook, totally wrecking the athlete's face. The others notice Park's movements have suddenly shifted, wondering if he just changed his strategy. Even so, they stay completely convinced it will not change the final outcome. One guy lands another absolutely brutal knee strike to his mouth. Meanwhile, the others pin down his arm so the next fighter can kick him straight in the face. Our boy is sent violently flying backward while everyone watches in shock. But despite taking all that damage, he somehow still manages to stay standing. His opponents finally start acknowledging his raw strength. They openly admit that even without formal martial arts training, this kid is genuinely powerful. However, they firmly believe the actual skill gap between them remains small. And in the brutal world of athletic competition, even a tiny gap decides victory or total defeat. Park takes one more hit, but this time, he completely loses his patience. He throws a headbutt hard enough to almost knock his opponent out cold. Then he loudly declares he's entirely done playing around. He follows that right up with a vicious elbow strike to the guy's head, completely shifting the entire momentum of this battle. The gorilla guy tries to interfere, but Park simply overpowers him using pure raw force. The big man is visibly shaken, actually losing in a direct contest of physical strength. After eating another solid punch to the face, he stumbles back, nearly collapsing. He quickly realizes one more clean hit might permanently finish him here. At that moment, Jiu suddenly shouts out in pure frustration. He angrily questions how real professional athletes are actually struggling against someone with zero formal fighting skills. He openly warns them lose this, and you can forget about any future sponsorships. You can feel the tension spike right here. The stakes just shot way up. The bruised athlete really cannot help but wonder how could this kid possibly be this overwhelmingly strong. No matter how many brutal training camps he survived in his life, he feels like he still cannot even reach Park's level. He is completely forced to admit Park is truly a monster. The three fighters finally decide to attack together. One of them gets a seriously bad feeling right before things go totally wrong. But before he can even physically react, our boy lands an absolutely crushing punch directly to his mouth. Fading fast out of consciousness, this fighter suddenly remembers his own tragic past. He was actually once considered one of Korea's absolute greatest hopes in the 100-meter sprint. But because sprinting simply is not a popular sport, he never received any proper support. It did not matter how hard he trained. His future in athletics always felt completely uncertain. Earning a real sponsorship would have changed everything for his team, giving them a genuine chance to finally prove their worth. That is exactly why they all ended up working under Jiu. He rewarded their dirty work generously with wealth and luxury. They got exclusive black cards and heavy financial backing. So at first, he convinced himself that doing these jobs felt kind of humiliating. But whatever it was, still totally worth putting up with for the sake of his dream. Skip ahead a bit, his entire squad is already wiped out on the floor. That is when reality finally hits him. Losing today had absolutely zero to do with his bad luck or the lack of backup he always blamed. Those were just pathetic excuses to mask his own weakness. The cold, hard truth slaps him right in the face before he completely blacks out. Even flat on his back, the guy gets zero peace before taking another brutal kick. Weirdly enough, hitting total rock bottom brings him this strange wash of relief. He feels incredibly stupid for actually thinking that way, though. Out of absolutely nowhere, Jiu storms over in a rage and kicks him for dropping so fast. He screams about the massive pile of money wasted just to lose like this, demanding the guy stand up and fight. Instead of putting up with that absolute garbage, our boy suddenly launches a kick right at Jiu, catching him completely off guard. Total shock hits the room. The downed athlete looks completely confused as the brutal beating finally stops. Up in the stands, the white-haired girl bursts out laughing as the blonde boss suddenly ends up totally flattened on the floor. Park grabs him fiercely by the hair, making it painfully clear that nobody ever agreed he was somehow safe from getting hit himself. Before the blonde guy even processes the threat, a heavy punch wrecks his mouth. Meanwhile, the main war is still raging. Kim is seriously battered, but his opponent looks just as awful. Dongwo realizes their entire side is totally screwed. One absolute beast is dismantling their remaining allies. Another guy is out cold, meaning taking down the redhead will not fix this disaster. With zero winning options left, he just drops straight to his knees and surrenders. But Dongyun simply glares down and blasts a kick right into his mouth. The brutal punishment just keeps flowing despite Donghua giving up. The redhead calls him totally pathetic and entirely worthless. Over by Jiu, the situation takes an even uglier turn. Heavy punch after punch connects, tossing him around like an actual rag doll. The whole room watches in total disbelief as Park hammers Jiu with that same wild intensity from the actual match. Jiu frantically starts screaming about their earlier bet. He begs that Park cannot touch him because of their deal. The protagonist coldly replies that, sure, he heard about some bet, but he absolutely never agreed to play along. Genuinely terrified now, the blonde guy begs him to back off. Park actually hesitates for a split second, flashing back to his father. His old man once told him true strength means knowing when to stop hitting someone who refuses to fight back. Restraint is real power. Too bad, Jiu instantly ruins his chance at mercy by tossing out another threat. He screams that one more step means his crazy rich connections will completely destroy Park permanently. Hearing that absolute nonsense, our boy just flashes a chilling grin. Since Jiu clearly still wants a war, the lesson continues. A massive punch sends the rich kid flying straight through the air. Scrambling up fast, Jiu vaults over a wall and sprints away screaming threats. He demands Park wait and see his entire future get erased. But before he gets far at all, Park suddenly teleports right behind him silently, daring him to try it. Another vicious hook launches him flying again. The entire beatdown becomes something genuinely terrifying to witness. Park casually strolls closer. Before he can finish the job, a baseball suddenly rips past his head at nearly 300 kilometers an hour. Ju dragged over a pitching machine and starts blasting fastballs at insane speeds. Get this though, Park weaves through every single fastball like a ghost. Ju watches in pure disbelief. Our boy leaps off the wall, slamming Ju headfirst into the heavy metal machine. With his adrenaline totally fading, every single injury hits the blonde kid at once. Agony floods his entire nervous system. Real, genuine fear finally sets in. Pure survival instinct takes over. Utterly terrified, he starts aggressively begging for forgiveness. Park shoves his hand right into his mouth, asking one final time if he wants to fight. The kid instantly folds, swearing he is completely done. Even hearing that total surrender, Park yanks him up by the hair anyway. Outside the main arena, the battered fighters slowly start stumbling back up. Junwoo arrives on the scene right as Ju dangles helplessly in the air. And just like that, they secure the crazy win. The scene cuts away. Lee Dong-ho calmly removes his glasses, revealing this entire mess went exactly according to his master plan. Over in another location, Ryan approaches Chi and Soo and says their moment has finally arrived. We cut back to Lee talking things over with Ryan, admitting he never expected much from those other fools anyway. Even as half-brothers, they're still family, meaning no way they could succeed where someone like Ryan already failed. He viciously trashes the rest for thinking raw money solves every single problem. That white-haired girl just throws cash around, and Ju pathetically buys athletes who cannot handle a real street fight. To Lee, they are completely losing their minds. He lays it out simply: real power only comes from true confidence forged over years. Mix that utter confidence with pure fear, and psychological dominance just happens naturally. Ultimately, that exact mind game decides the real winner here. The shot pulls back to reveal his entire army. He boldly declares that his men will be the ones doing the actual fighting. He is fully convinced that after completely crushing Nexus, Ryan is totally out of fresh ideas. The dark-haired guy just stares back at him in dead silence. He makes it obvious the real bloodbath hasn't even started yet. Lee finally kicks off his operation. Every single soldier immediately falls in line with his orders. It becomes super obvious these guys are not your average street fighters. Meanwhile, back at Junwoo's place, Choi bitterly complains about Seonga being there. Hearing this, the white-haired girl fires back and calls her vulgar. They have been constantly at each other's throats since she arrived. Choi takes instant offense to that. Luckily, Junwoo steps in before things get completely messy. He tells everyone to chill out because Seonga is on their side now. She already helped them out. Plus, she's the only person here who actually knows anything useful about Lee. The white-haired woman explains she has her own reasons for joining up. Since she loaned Junwoo a completely stupid amount of cash, she cannot afford to watch them fail. Hearing that, Choi's ears perk straight up. She asks if that is actually real, practically dying to know exactly how rich this woman is. Seonga casually drops that she has a bit more cash than Junwoo himself. The girl tries playing it cool and welcomes her, but everyone sees her acting way friendlier now that serious money is involved. Later, Seonga starts spilling the real history behind her group's dark origins. She says it was born out of all-out warfare between different organizations in South Korea. It traces right back to the country's biggest former criminal syndicate. Back in the day, this single group held total dominance over literally every area. Money, heavy influence, raw power, you name it. Over time, it grew so massive it actually started controlling national politics and the entire economy. As the years roll on, that insane level of power lets them evolve way beyond just being a gang. They eventually turn into a massive corporate conglomerate. But even with that shiny new corporate look, those violent criminal roots never actually fade away. The group keeps its brutal legacy totally alive by secretly holding onto those old-school traditions. To guarantee their iron grip carries over to the next generation, they begin training elite gangsters. These guys are carefully prepped to pass down their brutal methods. They eventually back up the future boss. The next heir is meant to inherit not just the massive organization, but absolute authority along with it. When someone asks if these people are truly legit elite gangsters, Seonga confirms they absolutely are. She explains the bosses always keep an eye out for talented youth. Once picked, they endure brutally disciplined training until they become literal human weapons. Junwoo finds this weird. He asks out loud if the syndicate already trains elite gangsters. Why was Nexus even created in the first place? She says this ties directly to Ryan, who is currently second in line to inherit the whole organization. Nexus was basically his huge chance to prove himself. It was his golden shot at building his own reputation and showing off what he could do. Junwoo quickly does the math and figures Lee must have absolutely hated the Nexus project. He realizes Ryan likely used Nexus to prove his strength, showing the higher-ups he was worthy of inheriting everything once the project finally wrapped. Seonga looks highly amused that Junwoo is finally starting to think like a real strategist. At that exact point, Park asks if these elite gangsters are actually even stronger than Chanu. Park instantly gets annoyed. He insists Chanu is not just some ordinary dude, calling him the absolute toughest opponent he has ever faced. Now watch this flashback. We see a young kid ruthlessly beating up a bunch of guys. A man in a suit pats his shoulder, telling him he is officially accepted into the organization. Hearing this, the kid thinks it really does not matter where they came from or who they used to be. The only reality they ever knew was the brutal world of the strong. Ever since middle school, they were forced through non-stop training just to join the absolute best organization out there. Yet even after all that hell, he watches in total disbelief as Chanu single-handedly beats down multiple elite organization members. The elites stand there completely stunned. They cannot grasp how some outsider is overpowering fighters who survived the organization's brutal training. Chanu effortlessly wrecks several opponents with a nasty double kick, sending their bodies flying across the room. He even tells them straight up, "You guys are not weak, I'm just way too strong." One of the beaten guys gets completely pissed. He pulls a knife, loudly accusing Chanu of running his mouth too much. He warns that today is just a small warning, promising they will not go easy next time. But before he finishes talking, something slams into him from behind. The thug turns just in time to catch a leg crashing into his skull. Chanu casually mentions it has been a minute since seeing Moongill. The red-haired guy demands to know why he was brought here, gets told it revolves around Nexus. He lays it out plain and simple, they are running it back exactly like before. Meanwhile, another crew just caught wind of a nasty ambush going down near the Mujin Club. A desperate call for backup is already out, and panic is setting in that their own guys got snatched. But one of the big bosses, not bothered at all. He casually brushes it off. This kind of street violence happens in that zone constantly anyway. At first, he thinks about handing out some harsh discipline, but suddenly switches up. Instead, he figures the adults need to just stay entirely out of this. He orders the younger rookies to handle the mess, figuring they seriously need the real-world combat experience. This perfectly cues the top 3 elites of the crew to step up, boldly telling him they have this on lock. We then cut straight to a dim bar where some guy is sweating through a harsh interrogation. Shaking, he admits his whole squad just got totally flattened. He wonders out loud if these enemies actually think they can provoke a guy tied to the Sand group without facing serious consequences. But before he can even finish that thought, a sharp blade gets leveled directly at him. The guy gripping the knife laughs, mocking him for clearly not realizing how incredibly serious this situation is. He orders him to call the Sand group immediately, making it painfully clear they're actually the main target. Suddenly, the fat guy spots movement and watches a body get violently launched across the entire room. The rest of them panic, demanding to know who just crashed in. They get told it is just 3 people, but even at that heavy disadvantage, these Sengen group trainees single-handedly wipe the floor with MTSAing. You can almost see the panic set in. He instantly realizes these are the exact guys they have been hunting. Before anyone even braces themselves, a guy next to them gets brutally blasted and sent flying. The top elite steps right up and instantly shuts down all the pointless yapping. Time to clean up. He decides to wipe out what he considers straight-up garbage. The others get visibly furious, while their boss simply scoffs, claiming these rookies must have a massive death wish to come at them this out in the open. Fast forward a bit, and the top elite is just casually shredding the battlefield. He steps over crushed enemies like this entire fight is completely beneath his level. The fat guy keeps endlessly thanking him for the assist, but Bong straight up humiliates him with a hard smack right across the face. He coldly warns him that this is the absolute last time he lets a mistake slide, making it perfectly clear there will not be another warning. Later on, while walking out in the rain, he goes to light a cigarette just as a car suddenly rolls right up. Some guy steps out and hands over a ringing phone, saying the young master is on the line. The second he answers, Lee starts aggressively tearing into him for sending actual kids since Chansu easily beat them all up. Naturally, he gets furious and demands that Lee show his face right this second. The scene drops straight into Lee's house, where he demands a proper explanation from Bong. Bong admits he fully expected his men to go up against Park, but he seriously never imagined they would end up losing to Chansu instead. Hearing that excuse, Lee coldly reminds him of a harsh truth. Even if Ryan is his fairly useless younger brother, the kid is still fundamentally a tiger's cub. He points out that nobody has ever seen Chansu actually lose a fight, firmly warning Bong against rushing headfirst into some blind revenge mission. Instead, he orders him to slow down and actually study his targets properly first. And just to truly burn that lesson in, Lee suddenly grabs a heavy golf club and whacks him right upside the head. But even taking a nasty swing like that, Bong stays completely frozen, not a single flinch. His boss coldly asks if he gets the message, and Bong obediently agrees. Meanwhile, deep under a bridge, Moon finally meets up with Chansu. After listening to his wild plan, Moon just bursts out laughing, absolutely ridiculous. He seriously cannot believe Chansu thinks anyone would agree to start a new nexus after the recent chaos. The red-haired guy sharply reminds Chansu that he is the coward who abandoned them all for his own selfish gain, caring only about personal success. In Moon's eyes, those loyal followers never actually meant a thing to him. So there is zero chance anyone is going to suddenly blindly trust him again just because he is tossing around the idea of rebuilding Nexus. Then, completely out of nowhere, the white-haired guy drops straight to his knees. Now check this out. Moon is totally stunned, completely lost on what is happening. Chansu openly admits his awful selfishness, swearing it took losing everybody to finally realize how terribly wrong he was. He genuinely tries to beg for real forgiveness, but the red-haired guy instantly shuts that entire performance right down. He commands him to never kneel in front of anyone ever again. Seeing him act so pathetic feels like a massive insult to everyone who once actually had his back. Get out. He orders Chansu to leave, saying there is nothing left to discuss. He then walks off entirely alone into the pouring rain, leaving the guy just kneeling silently behind him. Somewhere else, Zhang Yan watches the redhead training and casually comments that this is exactly what he expected. He notices how Dong Yan's guard and overall defense have gotten incredibly sharp, proving all that brutal hard work is actually paying off. But the redhead, he is still nowhere near satisfied. He still feels like he is severely lacking in pure strength. Mid-punch, a memory surfaces a quiet conversation with his master, who simply asked him exactly why he fights. His master taught him one core Muay Thai rule. That motivation has to blast straight through your fists. Right now, he realizes he has basically just been dead weight dragging Park down. But starting today, he makes a hard choice. Time to step up and stop completely relying on everybody else. Fully locked in, he throws a massive kick. It absolutely shatters the heavy wooden practice dummy. His friend watches from the side, pretty damn impressed. Seeing that raw power, he knows he really cannot afford to fall behind now either. Meanwhile, back at Jungwoo's place, he lays it out. From here on, everything turns into a pure one-on-one showdown. Any careless move or truly dumb mistake makes them completely easy pickings. Getting caught off guard means an instant loss. Every single person has to stay completely sharp here. The white-haired girl argues back. Stalling just hurts them, especially since they are already pretty badly outnumbered. She suggests targeting Ryan could be a really smart play. He looks like a much easier mark. Jungwoo instantly shoots that idea down. Too risky. With Chansu currently acting as a total wild card, a careless attack could backfire horribly. Because of this, he heavily insists they prep for every single possible scenario. Right now, they simply cannot risk messing with the fragile power balance. Moving too early could blow the whole situation wide open. It leaves them absolutely zero room to ever recover. Watch closely here. Deep in a dark alley, Chansu is walking totally alone when a shadow steps out. Without even a tiny warning, the stranger flashes a blade and lunges. Right before it connects, the white-haired guy safely dodges. Finding his footing, he looks up. He is completely stunned. His attacker is actually Beck. Another vicious stab follows. He slips past it again and kicks the weapon away. He pivots hard, fully ready to drive an elbow into Baek's face, but then stops cold. In that exact second, it all hits him. First, Moon brutally rejected him. Now this guy wants him dead. It genuinely makes him wonder if he has always just been entirely worthless. The other guy does not care, though. He charges in with a heavy punch, but notices something weird. Chansu does not try to block or dodge at all. Highly confused, Baek fiercely demands answers. He violently demands to know why the guy even returned, accusing him of acting like the exact same selfish piece of trash he always was. He keeps hurling insults, calling him a guy who only ever cares about himself. Another brutal punch lands, yet the white-haired guy refuses to retaliate. Taking the heavy hits, Chansu just remembers Moon's painfully harsh words. He recalls being told he abandoned everyone for his own benefit. He treated them like they meant absolutely nothing. Those awful words are seriously tearing him apart. Baek suddenly grabs the dropped knife, fully ready to keep going, but Chansu finally speaks up. He admits Baek is completely right and straight up owns his flaws. He tells him he really is just a selfish, self-centered jerk only chasing his own personal interests. If hurting him will finally make Baek feel better, he says to just go for it. He promises he's not fighting back today. Hearing this garbage, Baek tightly grits his teeth. He asks if he thinks this is some sick joke. But looking deeply into those cold eyes, he realizes the white-haired guy is dead serious. There is truly absolutely nothing left inside him. Baek slowly drags the sharp knife along Chansu's face. Ultimately, he just cannot pull the trigger. He lets the heavy weapon drop. Staring at such a pathetic state, Baek admits his anger is gone. He claims Chansu still manages to make people feel awful, even while looking completely broken himself. Clearly frustrated, Baek bitterly tells him off. He tells him to stay the same sorry mess he always was, then walks away. The scene immediately cuts to our boy going absolutely crazy on a gym punching bag. He unloads punch after punch with insane power. He strikes hard enough to completely rip the bag right off its chains. Drenched in sweat, he mutters out loud. He is deeply annoyed by the chaos unfolding everywhere around him. But get this, a scout is secretly watching him. The elite members report they finally located Park. Meanwhile, Chansu is out trying to approach the former Nexus members one by one. He desperately hopes to talk and rebuild those old connections. Every single one of them totally ignores him or shuts him out completely. Simultaneously, elite members quietly tail him from afar. A direct report goes to Byung-ho, confirming Park is currently staying inside the boxing gym and not moving anywhere. As for Chansu, the intel confirms all former Nexus members are heavily rejecting him. Hearing this update, one guy calmly lights a cigarette. He orders the whole crew to start moving out. The big operation kicks off right now. Over at the old Nexus building, Ryan just wonders if things really had to end this terribly. He always knew rebuilding would be incredibly tough. He just hoped Kim would never actually quit halfway through. He knows without Park, his family's mob ties, and the backing of those former Nexus members, they have pretty much zero shot at winning. Ryan is feeling completely pessimistic, admitting this might actually be the end, but Chamu absolutely refuses to accept defeat. Even fully aware that everyone resents him, he insists he cannot give up, no matter the cost. Ryan asks what his actual plan is, but he avoids answering and just walks away. Meanwhile, a panicked guy rushes right over to Lee with urgent news. He reports that Chamu is attacking them right this second. Lee initially refuses to believe it, totally convinced Nexus could not possibly be back. But the guard quickly clears it up, telling him the guy is actually attacking all by himself, completely blinded by pure rage. Lee finds this almost amusing, pointing out that Chamu is acting completely insane. At that exact moment, Bung walks in and tells them not to worry. Ultimately, the white-haired guy was someone they planned on taking out eventually anyway. He adds that if Nexus had actually managed to regroup, this situation might have been a real problem. But since everybody abandoned Chanwu, this should be a totally easy fight. And get this, our guy is already brawling solo against a massive crowd of enemies. One thug charges at him swinging a club, but he easily dodges and counters with a brutal shot to the face. Another attacker rushes in aggressively, swinging hard at his arm, but Chanwu blocks it with enough force to shatter the weapon entirely. He hits back immediately, but before he can properly recover, someone strikes him from behind. Super annoyed, he grabs that attacker's arm and answers with a heavy punch straight to the mouth, then unleashes another explosive strike going full berserk mode. Back over at Jungwoo's building, Sangha reports that everything is clear. She tells him the white-haired guy is currently attacking Lee entirely by himself. Choi cannot figure out why he would do something so reckless alone, but Jungwoo quickly pieces it together. He realizes Chanwu is probably trying to regroup Nexus his own way. He admits he originally expected their enemies to just wear each other down fighting internally. But what the white-haired guy is doing right now is almost embarrassing to watch. No matter how incredibly strong he is, there is zero chance he wins completely alone. Because of that, Jungwoo immediately orders Choi to gather everyone together. He announces that the next big showdown is starting very soon. Back in the action, Chanwu is still crazy outnumbered. He keeps dodging and countering, bringing down regular enemies despite the overwhelming numbers against him. Even so, he just keeps taking damage. Eventually, he notices something different about one specific opponent in the crowd. This guy is clearly not like the others. He quickly realizes it is Suyuk, their third-ranked elite fighter. Suyuk admits Chanwu is stronger than expected, but calmly states it simply will not be enough. In his eyes, if Chanwu actually wanted to win, he shouldn't be this gassed already. He explains that everyone fought so far were just a bunch of disposable pawns. From here on out, he will be facing real elite warriors. And to make matters worse, Chanwu is already completely worn down. Every opponent going forward is only getting harder to beat. The white-haired guy is not trying to hear any of it though, strictly telling him to shut up and fight. The elite fighter calls him arrogant, claiming that without Nexus backing him, he is nothing. Right after that, everyone rushes him at once. The brawl turns into total chaos, with punches and heavy kicks flying from every single direction. As Chanwu gets brutally beaten down, he silently admits the man is right. He knows he betrayed the trust of Nexus, fully believing he deserves to suffer through this alone. Even totally overwhelmed, he refuses to give up. He keeps fighting through the intense pain, relentlessly throwing shots at his opponents. As he struggles, one heavy thought stays firmly stuck in his head. He cannot disgrace Nexus any more than he already has. He thinks back on absolutely everything he did while chasing success: violence, fraud, blackmail, and betrayal. Every single crime he committed was fueled by his crazy obsession with winning at any cost. That dark obsession ran his entire life. In the end, nothing else ever really mattered to him as long as he could succeed. That is exactly the kind of person he became. And now he is finally forced to face how completely empty that mindset really is. Chanwu accepts that he really did choose to become this level of trash. Catching a brutal stick strike to the mouth, he thinks about how shameful his past actions actually were. Memories of every Nexus member flood his head. Even after everything he did to betray them, the very last people on his mind are still his former friends. Weirdly enough, that thought alone brings him a little bit of peace. But watch this, just as another thug winds up to swing, he gets blasted in the chest, sent flying backward. Everyone turns around, totally surprised, and Suyuk immediately recognizes the newcomer. To his absolute shock, it is not just Moon showing up. It is the entire Nexus crew standing together right behind their bro. The white-haired guy is left completely speechless. Ryan explains that while fighting might be his thing, they could all see this battle was totally impossible alone. It turns out he personally met with all the former Nexus members, convincing every last one to show up. He even admits it, he never thought the day would actually come when Cheonsu bows his head to all his old crew. One guy points out that Ryan played a massive role in pulling everyone back together. That right there is exactly why they showed up. Another member chimes in they just refuse to walk away with unfinished business. The big guy speaks up next. They do not want to play the villains here, but they are completely done living like absolute punks. Moon steps in to set things straight. Cheonsu should not get the wrong idea, because they have not forgiven him yet. If he actually wants to earn their trust back, he has to prove himself from this moment forward. Win or lose, he has to keep getting stronger, and this time around, he better see it through to the bitter end without running away. With that said, he tosses the Nexus ring right back to Cheonsu. The white-haired guy stares at it, asking if that is really all it takes. Once he gets the nod, he cracks a smile, promising himself he will never let them down again. Suyuk just brushes the whole scene off as sappy nonsense. Right then, Cheonsu spots someone walking up. It is the #1 elite fighter, the one and only Bong. The man is clearly surprised to see Nexus rebuilt in such an unexpected way. He never imagined the tides would shift this fast, wondering if Ryan is the real reason these guys changed their minds so quickly. Just then, Lee walks up and calmly tells Bong that this entire mess is on him. If he wants to make up for those earlier screw-ups, he has to handle these Nexus members himself. He also gives a strict order to capture Ryan specifically. Even though the kid is his own little brother, he gives the elite fighter the total green light to wreck him and leave him with absolutely nothing. Bong takes the order without a second thought and charges straight at Cheonsu. The white-haired leader quickly notes his speed fast, but definitely not fast enough. The brawl finally pops off. The Nexus crew clashes with enemies on all sides, while their leader and that #1 elite guy start their own brutal brawl. Cheonsu spots an opening and drives a nasty strike right into Bong's stomach. Mid-fight, he realizes he can read every single one of his moves. Bong is totally caught off guard by how much stronger Cheonsu is than expected. Up until now, he only heard rumors about those weird eyes that supposedly predict an opponent perfectly. Despite that, the elite pushes forward aggressively and grabs his arm. He mocks him right to his face, claiming the only reason he ever dominated before was because the elite fighters were missing. In his eyes, no matter how tough he looks, Cheonsu and Nexus are still just bugs to be squashed. The guy stomps him down, arrogantly saying Cheonsu rebuilt Nexus just so it could get destroyed all over again. He gets ready to stomp right on his head, but the white-haired guy sweeps his legs right out from under him. In a flash, the tables turn, and now Bong is the one getting his head stepped on. Cheonsu glares down, coldly telling him he talks way too much trash. He points out that he is fighting without Park right now, yet he still walks around with this crazy confidence. The white-haired guy firmly believes Bong has zero chance here, simply because he reads every single move before it happens. A quick flashback shows us exactly where this wild ability came from. As a kid, Cheonsu was almost killed by a wild dog. In that terrifying life or death moment, he felt what it was like to predict an enemy for the very first time. From then on, he slowly developed the ability to read the body language of absolutely everyone he faced. Fighting and games both came incredibly naturally to him, mostly because everything just felt way too easy. But even with this rare gift, it still was not enough to beat Park. That harsh realization forces Cheonsu to dig a lot deeper into his own ability. In his eyes, Park is like the true king of the jungle. He has got that unmistakable, terrifying look of a real apex predator. He constantly replays every detail from facing him, the sounds, the smells, the overwhelming aura, and the raw killing instinct hidden in his eyes. By living through that terrifying encounter over and over in his mind, the white-haired guy finally starts to understand the deeper instinct behind actual fighting. He becomes fully convinced he has finally figured out something completely new. It is something that might actually let him take down that beast someday. Snapping back to the current fight, he predicts Bong is about to throw a punch and use his other hand to slam him into the wall. Sure enough, the guy attacks, but Cheonsu smoothly dodges and counters with a heavy kick to the head. When his opponent drops, Cheonsu avoids another punch and immediately follows up with a second kick, even flipping backward while he does it. He breaks down his whole understanding of combat. He notes that all animals instinctively give off physical signs before an attack, subtle things like eye movement, changes in breathing, or even shifts in their heartbeat. If an opponent cannot hide those signals, then from his perspective, fighting them is basically like fighting a completely blind person. Using that exact edge, he lands another brutal strike right to Bong's face. As he keeps up the assault, he confidently states that this match is already a done deal. However, the elite fighter just spits out blood and starts laughing. To him, real defeat only means death, so as long as he is still breathing, he does not consider himself beaten. Bong firmly believes Qiansu can never truly win without killing him first. The white-haired fighter responds with ruthless seriousness. Fine. If that is what it takes, today might really be his last day. Pissed off, Bong throws a wildly powerful kick, but Qiansu easily dodges it yet again. Qiansu instantly reads the next move. He realizes Bong is trying to grab him and just slam him straight into the ground. As his opponent reaches out, Qiansu shifts aside at the absolute perfect angle. He knocks the attack away, blocks another incoming strike, and drives a heavy punch straight into his face. With that hit, the fight gets even more chaotic. The white-haired guy warns him charging in mindlessly like this is not going to solve a single thing, but Bong thinks this aggression will finally create the exact opening he needs. He eventually lands one remarkably clean, heavy hit. Bong insists that in a life-or-death fight, the most important things are physical strength and sheer endurance, both of which happen to be his biggest advantages. Meanwhile, the white-haired fighter calls that absolute meaningless trash talk. He leaps over the man with a clean acrobatic flip, crashing down with another brutal kick right onto his head. He keeps the heavy pressure on non-stop. Su-hook and the other elite watch closely. Not gonna lie, even they admit this situation is starting to get legitimately concerning. Lee starts aggressively questioning Bong, wondering if he is even taking this battle seriously. Lee personally picked this absolute beast to stay right by his side, yet he still cannot take down a single one of Ryan's men. The boss shouts a warning if Bong actually intends to lose this, Lee will personally deal with him afterward. Bong calmly reassures his master that he has absolutely no plans to lose. Even so, he just keeps missing attack after attack. His punches completely whiff, kicks get dodged, and every single mistake earns him another clean shot from Qiansu. Despite taking hits repeatedly, Bong refuses to stop moving forward. At first, the white-haired guy assumes Bong's biggest advantage is just his crazy endurance, but he soon realizes this goes way beyond simple durability. What is actually driving him is pure grit. Bong admits that maybe he will never beat Qiansu, but he firmly declares he will absolutely never lose. A flashback shows his past. Lee's father had personally picked him to be a loyal servant, acting as the king's sword and faithful hound. Back then, he was strictly told to fight with honor. Once again, Bong repeats his core belief he can only ever truly be defeated through death. Qiansu suddenly notices the completely unwavering look in Bong's eyes. Despite all the heavy damage taken, his calm expression makes it seem like he hasn't suffered at all. He seriously wonders, does this guy really intend to keep fighting until his final breath? Before the brawl can continue, Ryan suddenly steps in, puts a hand on Qiansu's shoulder, and tells him that is enough. Ryan explains that dragging out this pointless fight will only get them both crushed from all sides. Hearing this, Lee immediately gets furious. He angrily demands to know why Ryan is interfering in something that is none of his business. In response, Ryan unexpectedly slaps him hard across the face, leaving everyone completely stunned. Lee just stands there in utter disbelief, unable to process what just happened. Ryan then slowly turns to the elite fighter and bluntly orders him to start serving him from now on. He points out that Bong spent all this valuable time acting as nothing more than Lee's personal toy. But in reality, Bong is an employee of the Xiangxin group and holds a vital responsibility to protect its actual interests. Ryan forces the guy to make a real choice. He can either keep being a useless tool for a selfish, immature brat like Lee, who constantly puts his own fragile ego above everything else. Or he can stand with Ryan and combine Nexus with the elite forces of the Xiangxin group. Watch this carefully, hearing all this. The loyal hound actually pauses to think. Another flashback shows Bong asking Lee's father a bold question: did being the king's sword also mean being Lee's completely obedient dog? The father gently explains that although he serves Lee for now, a day will inevitably come when Ryan will need him as a sword too. Since Ryan shares the exact same bloodline, he is completely destined to one day bear his true claws. When that time finally comes, Bong will be totally free to choose which king he wants to serve, the one truly fit to lead Xiangxin. Back in the present, Lee angrily grabs a heavy club and tries to strike his brother for daring to humiliate him like this. But Ryan simply smirks. Right before the deadly blow lands, Bong steps in and easily catches the weapon. He then calmly announces he has chosen to follow Ryan instead. Lee is absolutely outraged by this betrayal. He cannot believe someone he considers a mere servant would ever dare make a choice against him. In Lee's spoiled eyes, Bong exists only to obey his commands. However, his brother completely ignores the angry outburst and orders Lee to kneel. Bong immediately grabs his former master right by the shoulder and forces him aggressively down onto his knees. Ryan coldly asks if Lee finally understands the current situation. Consumed by blind rage, Lee screams back that his brother has completely lost his mind. He claims Ryan is only acting bold because he happened to win a single time. Lee insists his brother must accept his place as second in command forever, believing himself to be the true Shangsun heir. Ryan completely dismisses this. He just calls him a fool. He explains that if Lee really were the sole chosen heir, their father would have stopped him the very moment Nexus was created. Their father, staying completely out of it, actually proves the opposite. Unlike his brother who got everything handed over on a silver platter, he only had one shot. He took that chance and made it count. Now he tells Lee to surrender. He is the true heir to the Zhang group. Lee stands there, speechless and completely humiliated. The elite fighters and the Nexus crew just watch it all unfold. Ryan openly admits just how incredibly satisfying this moment really feels. Chi and Su steps in, quickly reminding them they need to cover this whole mess up. Ryan formally announces the new reality. Nexus and the Xingan elite unit are now a single force. To him, this exact outcome was always bound to happen. As a reward for their brutal effort, he promises to personally fund their friends and families for the absolute rest of their lives. But he makes one thing perfectly clear. Before that payout happens, they have one massive obstacle left. They need to destroy Park. He asks the crowd if they are ready to crush him. Everyone roars back, loudly confirming their absolute loyalty. Qiansu stays quiet. He realizes he finally gets another real shot at the protagonist. Meanwhile, over at Junwoo's building, the whole crew is gathered. Choi suddenly gets a text. The gangsters and Nexus just officially merged. She realizes instantly that Ryan secured his victory, making things a whole lot worse. Hearing the grim news, the white-haired girl breaks down their new reality. She explains the new stakes. Depending on their next opponent, winning just one single fight might actually be enough to end this entire game. But dragging this war out will only make things messier. She looks at Junwoo and asks for his next move. He calmly repeats his day one strategy. It does not matter how much money they burn right now, they just need to prepare for all-out war. Honestly, he thinks this final clash might be way simpler than he first expected. The very next day, Ryan stares out at the horizon. Only one final step remains. Suddenly, he spots a car pulling up to the curb. The driver door swings open, and it is none other than Junwoo. Ryan immediately mocks the terrible parking job, joking that only an actual criminal would leave a car like that. Junwoo laughs it off, taking the insult as a total compliment. Then he flips the subject, asking if Ryan enjoyed his special present. That gift? A massive mountain of hard evidence, documents exposing heavy corruption, tax evasion, and the Zangan Group's direct ties to Nexus. It shows shady deals spanning generations. Dirty politicians, crooked lawyers, and massive TV networks are all tied to their illegal operations. Watch this tension peak. Ryan asks what he actually wants for all this. Junwoo demands the permanent shutdown of both the organization and the entire game itself. Hearing that, Ryan just casually grabs the heavy briefcase. He violently chucks it straight off the ledge. He makes it crystal clear the Zangan Group is not something you can just casually threaten. He reminds Junwoo that Shang Shan's influence infects every single corner of South Korea. They control endless industries and massive political figures. With that kind of power, he asks if Junwoo seriously thinks a few weak threats will accomplish anything. Junwoo smiles. He admits he has a pretty fiery personality, but fires back, deciding to throw absolutely everything on the line. He bets his company's shares, his physical assets, and his cold cash. If he loses, he promises to never cross their path again. With zero backup plans left, he pushes Ryan to stop stalling so they can settle this blood feud once and for all. Ryan actually finds this insane proposal pretty interesting. Since both sides are betting the house, he decides to throw in his own prize. He asks if Junwoo is also willing to wager that friend's house, the one left rotting right in the middle of the city. Ryan admits he likes claiming things that have a bit of a story behind them. This actually gets a dark chuckle out of Junwoo. Ryan then tells him to pick the battlefield. After a brief pause, Junwoo makes the call. The final showdown happens in exactly 3 days, right at the OJ Group headquarters. Just like that, both sides lock in the deadly contract. Ryan accepts the terms, admitting he is already hyped for the bloodbath. Soon after, OJ Company employees start getting some very weird text messages. Confused, they check the alert. Management is ordering everyone to work from home for a week, claiming the main building needs sudden internal renovations. Later that same night, Zanga points out how completely insane Junwoo really is. Staking a massive fortune on one single fight to decide it all just feels completely reckless. But honestly, you have to respect the sheer genius of it. To her, he is completely shameless, probably the craziest guy she has ever met. She asks him how it actually feels, finally standing at the exact moment he always wanted. Junwoo quietly wonders what else he could possibly do right now. Thinking about his fallen friend, he figures worrying will not change a thing while the war is still unfinished. Looking exhausted and more than a little sad, he admits his only real job now is cleaning up this massive mess. The rest falls entirely on Park and the loyal fighters standing beside him. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Inshu is fully recovered and claims he is feeling way better. Cuban brings up the hard truth they owe Junwoo big time. This might not technically be their war to fight, but Inshin absolutely needs to step in. He agrees. Repaying that massive favor Junwoo gave them is simply the right thing to do. So yeah, they have to pick a side in this absolute mess. It completely doesn't erase the fact that Inshin actually helped build Nexus, but he still wants to take some real responsibility here. He wants to chip in whatever he can. It just feels morally right. Meanwhile, over at the store, Dong-yoon asks Choi if absolutely everyone around them has some kind of tragic backstory. She admits it really seems that way, though honestly, she personally cannot stand depressing stories like that. Then she asks for his actual plan. From where she stands, he has zero reason to drag himself into a wildly dangerous fight against Nexus. She points out a simple fact: if he wants to stay out of this, literally nobody is forcing him, but the guy just smiles. Fighting for her alone is reason enough. His dedication is almost ridiculously sincere. Choi finds his attitude weird and warns him do not get the wrong idea. She makes it crystal clear she does not want him catching feelings. She is just not interested like that. He takes the rejection surprisingly well. He explains that his feelings are not romantic love in the usual sense. It is more like pure admiration, a completely harmless celebrity crush. Outside, the rest of the gang jokingly mourns his brutal rejection. With the final day closing in, the redhead sprints hard until he eventually finds Park. Looking back on everything they have faced, Dong-yoon pauses to really reflect on his own wild journey and all the brutal stuff he survived. After a quiet second, he just tells Park to definitely win this time. Our boy pauses, locking eyes, and assures him that he absolutely will. Get ready. The day of the final battle arrives, and the whole crew gathers up while Park double-checks attendance. And with that final nod, the absolute worst war officially kicks off. Across the street, the entire Nexus elite unit shows up, fully ready for this massive showdown. Outside Junwoo's building, everyone stands around carefully reviewing the official contract. A lawyer breaks down the brutal terms. The loser hands over absolutely everything. It is a genuine all-or-nothing gamble. Making it legit, both leaders have already signed. Only two official ways to win exist. The first is simple: one rep per side, Park and Chansu. Whichever rep reaches the very top of that building first gets declared the absolute winner. Condition 2 kicks in if both guys hit the rooftop at the exact same time. Then, victory goes to whoever wins a straight-up bare-knuckle fight. Junwoo adds that after the battle ends, the official seal gets placed on that rooftop. After that, zero changes or disputes allowed. Ryan listens in and smirks. This setup is exactly what he wanted. They announce the hard start time. The second the clock strikes midnight, total chaos begins. Before kicking off, the lawyer asks Junwoo and Ryan to head upstairs. The blonde boss pauses in front of his team, speaking to them with total sincerity. He reminds them of the insane hardships they survived together. Their run has been packed with deadly situations, impossible challenges, and absolute madness. But right now, every single drop of blood leads to this final fight. Confident as ever, he swears they are definitely winning today. He urges every single guy to leave this battlefield with zero regrets. The redhead immediately teases him for being way too dramatic, calling the speech embarrassingly sappy. Inshu, meanwhile, steps up confidently. He has zero intention of leaving any regrets on that floor. Park straight up declares there is no possible way they lose today. Hearing that fire reassures Junwoo their loud confidence is a massive relief. Across the lot, Ryan addresses his own vicious crew. He tells them point blank win this fight, and they completely control everything. He barks out an order: do not just try, make victory happen, no matter the cost. Above all else, he commands zero mercy. His entire squad roars back in unison, hyping up his order as they gear up for the slaughter. With the clock ticking down to midnight, the last planned phase finally locks in. Junwoo and Ryan already stand posted up at the roof as the absolute mayhem kicks off. Guys immediately rush the entrance, storming their assigned spots exactly like they were ordered to. Meanwhile, Dong-yoon and Park check in, making sure they both remember the core strategy. Junwoo had warned them earlier the building has 34 floors including the roof, but the main elevators completely stop at 32. So those final 2 floors must be taken by stairs. Since Ryan's crew heavily outnumbers them, they will definitely rush to control the elevators. That is exactly why Inshin needs to block one of those lifts. The brutal job falls to Inshu, the fat guy, and their squad, knowing it is hell. He still insists they do whatever it takes, ensuring Park and his entire crew can keep climbing up. Over on the Nexus side, they think this is easy. They point out their clear advantage in pure numbers and raw individual strength. Things get intense fast when Banjung takes a brutal hit from a heavy Nexus fighter. Nobody is going up today. Amid the chaos, the crew tells Banjung to keep protecting that elevator, but he brushes it off. He plans to crush this giant himself. The bulky Nexus brawler steps up, daring him to actually try stopping this. Banjung tells him to shut his mouth. They are just pawns in this game. Still, he warns the big man not to underestimate him. His opponent shrugs that warning right off. It is a real shame. If the big guy had just stepped aside, he could have walked away completely unharmed. Without hesitating for a single second, he throws a massive punch and the brawl explodes. Absolute chaos erupts everywhere as fighters yell at each other to just hold on. Right in the middle of this bloodbath, the elevator suddenly shoots up. The giant fighter is completely stunned. How is that possible with nobody inside? He quickly figures it out. The crew used the stairs and called the lift from a higher floor. But before he can even process that trick, he gets grabbed right from behind. Banjung has been an absolute unit since birth. After puberty, the man stood 200 centimeters tall and weighed 243 kilos. Right now, though, he is even heavier, packing on an extra 30 kilos. That means this Nexus brawler is going nowhere. And pay attention here while fights break out everywhere. That elevator just keeps rising without stopping. One ally thinks the job is basically done as Banjung violently pins down his massive opponent. But Banjung yells out, "Do not give up. They have to keep pushing forward. They have to block Nexus." Meanwhile, inside another elevator, the elite squad is ascending. Moon realizes that Park has probably reached the very top before them. But Chianu brushes it off. This is just the start. Everything up until now was nothing but a warm-up for the real war. The doors slide open and Inshu is already waiting outside. He stares them down, practically begging them to make a move. Without missing a single beat, Inshu launches at the white-haired rival, but Moon completely blocks him. Moon tells Chianu to keep climbing while he trashes this small fry. Chianu agrees, demanding a win. Inshu suddenly remembers Moon swearing never to return to Nexus. He always thought Moon was dumb, but not this completely stupid, and he instantly strikes. Moon, for my mind, with pure venom, refusing to budge. He would rather see this out than run away. With tension maxed out, Inshu declares it is time to settle scores and charges straight in. Elsewhere, Banjung tells Chianu to hit the roof alone while they hold the line. Looking up, he spots the redhead and the elite attendant ahead. The attendant openly admits that their opponents are dangerously strong. And no, he is not scared, he just thinks they need to take this seriously. He tells Chianu to push forward, they will handle the trash. Instantly, another brutal fight erupts. Meanwhile, Chianu calmly climbs the final stairs. Everything he wants is right behind that heavy door. He knows winning this gets him everything he ever dreamed of. Now watch this setup when he steps onto the roof. Park is waiting. The ultimate showdown between Junwoo and Kim Chianu is finally here. Junwoo knows this was always meant to happen. Both killers made it to the roof for one final clash. Winner takes absolutely everything. Chianu stares down at his shaking hand. He wonders if he is terrified, but quickly realizes it is not fear. It is pure adrenaline. He has waited years for this, running this exact fight through his head 1,000,000 times. He smiles. It is good to finally see Park in person. Junwoo calls him a psycho for being excited about getting completely crushed. No more talking. Junwoo drops his stance and charges forward. Chianu just smirks and apologizes, admitting that he has evolved quite a bit himself. Down below, the street war between the elite guards and the crew gets even bloodier. Getting jumped, Zhang Yan tells the redhead to handle the heavy hitter. But the elite enemy orders Zhang Yan aside, calling him a mere kid. Zhang Yan snaps back, "Who are you calling a kid?" He instantly blasts the elite with a brutal chest kick. The guy absorbs the strike, but shock hits his face. That kick was insanely heavy for someone so small. From just that single exchange, he knows this redhead is not someone to ignore. He is totally intrigued. He admits he has known about him since Nexus began, and now he finally gets to see his skills firsthand. But he honestly questions it. Why would a guy like him waste that kind of insane power on something pointless, like revenge or loyalty? Down on a lower floor, Ensu and Moon are going all out. Scar Guy throws a massive hook, but eats a brutal chest strike instead. Moon points out his massive improvement. Still, he insists that if a talent like him had just stayed in Nexus, his life would be completely set. He calls him an idiot for leaving, and Sue just tells him to shut up and blasts a heavy punch right into his face. He makes it crystal clear, even if they begged, he is never going back to Nexus. Moon just answers with pure ice. If Scar wants to reject wealth and success, then all he gets now is total agony. They keep trading absolutely brutal blows through the entire conversation. Meanwhile, Bong totally brushes off revenge as a joke. He asks the redhead, "Is this actually worth more to you than cash and fame?" Dong Yoon and Insu shut that garbage down instantly. "Criminals deserve exactly zero glory," they yell. as the brawl rages on with heavy insults flying everywhere. Up on the rooftop, Park completely whiffs his first shot. Chansu lands a heavy chest strike, knocking him back, but Park instantly recovers with a backflip and charges right in again. He attacks again, but Chansu reads the entire sequence and dodges. Park starts getting frustrated. It is that exact same annoying feeling from their last fight. Chansu keeps easily slipping the strikes. Then out of nowhere, the white-haired guy lands a clean face shot, sending him sliding backward. Chansu casually comments that Park looks ready to collapse. He asks if he was actually as hyped for this showdown as he claimed to be. He even mocks our protagonist, telling him to take this seriously and show that same burning energy from earlier. Watching this makes Ryan smile. He wonders what they should even do next, since this victory looks way too easy right now. Junwoo finds this whole thing completely unbelievable, especially watching Park struggle under this much intense pressure. He can feel that something is definitely off. Did Chansu actually train hard enough to get this insanely powerful? Completely furious, Junwoo screams that this is the final fight. He tells Park to unleash absolutely everything without holding back. Watch this setup closely. Our boy remembers the exact punch he trained for, getting ready. The white-haired guy asks if he genuinely prepared anything useful. He warns that stalling any longer just makes this whole beating pointless. Park charges him with a massive flying kick, but immediately eats a brutal counter to the face. His ears ring hard as another vicious blow lands. Even so, Park wonders if this is actually all Chansu has. The strike hits hard, sure, but it honestly just feels like a basic punch. He fires back with a knee strike. But before he can chain his moves, a vicious uppercut sends him flying backward, spitting blood. Park admits that last hit felt way heavier than the others, even looking totally identical. Park charges right back. But this time, Chansu notices the punch lacks its usual power. He questions if Park actually mastered his technique. Junwoo knows the style Park learned from his dad just does not fully fit him. That friction ruins his consistent stopping power. Still, right now, it is the only real weapon he has left. And honestly, even with terrible odds, if these punches land clean, a win is basically guaranteed. Chansu eats another solid headshot and immediately realizes he seriously needs to keep his guard up now. He figures out that Park might hit hard, but raw power is totally useless if it completely misses. Chansu dodges and drives a knee right into his gut, dropping a heavy kick that sends Park stumbling. When our boy tries to catch his breath, the white-haired guy just keeps pressing him. Is this seriously everything you have after all that preparation? He calls the attacks totally disappointing and claims he is losing interest, planning to finish this fast. But our boy just laughs. He points out that Chansu is completely mistaken if he thinks he has seen it all. Hearing this bold claim, Chansu actually starts wondering if Park is hiding some terrifying backup strength. Park then calmly states he only needs 3 punches, just 3 clean hits, and he will consider this entirely finished. The white-haired guy laughs and asks if he has completely lost his mind. It sounds absolutely crazy after taking so much damage. But pay attention here as the brawl continues. Chansu suddenly finds himself barely dodging a wild strike at the absolute last second. The near miss is so insanely close that a trailing wave of pure force literally slices the air right beside his face. Landing this move in his battered state is a straight-up miracle, but this specific fighting style is just beautifully refined. He originally worried this new move would completely wreck his body, but he trained it like an absolute madman anyway. And now, it finally works in real combat. He finally understands why his dad was so dead set on teaching it. Mid-exchange, Park violently drives his fist deep into Chansu's gut. The brutal force sends him flying backward, crashing incredibly hard into the wreckage behind him. Park keeps his cool and counts it down, figuring he only needs 2 more hits to meet his goal. Meanwhile, up on floor 32, another mob of fighters floods in and charges straight at Insu. He weaves through the ambush, throws a heavy counter punch, and slides past another hook. But getting swarmed takes a toll. They box him in, launch him backward with a brutal kick, and he realizes this situation is turning ugly fast. His squad is locking down the elevators, but the enemy forces still manage to crawl their way up. Taking Moon on alone is brutal enough, but dealing with fresh backup makes it almost impossible. Knowing their defense is about to crack, he abandons the spot and bolts straight for the stairs. Moon watches him run and scoffs. He figures Insu is just trying to drag out the clock, a totally desperate stalling tactic doomed to fail. He also spots that Scar's crew is barely holding their ground, leaving their defensive line completely exposed and falling apart. Moon laughs out loud, bragging that half their forces have not even arrived. But right on cue, the elevator opens behind him, revealing a pile of his own guys completely beaten to a pulp. Gubin strolls out of the cabin, casually mentioning his only job is to block any more enemies from reaching this floor. Shocked by the sudden entrance, Insu demands to know what he is doing here. Gubin just scratches the back of his head and casually says he wanted to switch things up a bit. This total disrespect ticks Moon off. He lets out a sinister laugh, daring them to act this cocky once he actually finishes them off. Over in the other clash, Bung completely overpowers the redhead. The kid tries a counter leg sweep, but the elite fighter blocks it effortlessly. Admitting this wild unpredictability makes him a seriously tough opponent. Bung claims that in another life, the redhead could have easily grown into one of the absolute strongest fighters in the entire country. But right now, his fate is already sealed. With one massive heave, Bung launches Dong Yun flying straight into a row of wooden tables. The redhead takes a hard crash, yet somehow flips backward to recover. Planting his feet, he makes zero excuses. He feels the massive physical gap between them and frankly admits he might not actually walk away with a win here. Even so, he calls out to Park to wrap things up quickly, knowing their defense cannot last much longer. But the real spotlight is back on the main event. Chanu absorbs Park's heavy strike, genuinely wondering if this is the ultimate technique he prepared for today. He guesses just 2 more hits will end this completely. No fear at all, just pure thrill. He starts sprinting up the stairs with incredibly agile movements. He begs Park not to disappoint him now, claiming this is exactly the bloody clash he wanted. Annoyed by the arrogant smirk, our boy lunges forward, firing off a brutal strike aimed straight at his throat. Yet Chanu simply dances around every punch, reading the attacks flawlessly and throwing sharp counters in return. Park winds up another heavy hit, but his enemy predicts the timing perfectly, slipping away without taking a single scratch. Frustration really starts boiling over for our boy, while the white-haired martial artist stays unnervingly calm. The two break apart for a breather, and the protagonist suddenly feels warm blood dripping down from his own ear. He stumbles a bit, completely confused about what just happened. Flashback to a second ago. When Park launched that earlier strike, Chanu had slipped it and smacked his ear with an open palm. That high-pressure burst totally ruptured his hearing and shattered his inner balance. Seeing the damage take effect, the white-haired fighter flashes a wild grin and loudly declares Park is finished. Our boy sways on his feet. The room spins, his vision blurs, and gravity betrays him. Chanu knows that palm strike ruptured a vital nerve center, leaving Park so dizzy he can barely stand straight. He taunts him, pointing out how Park was already struggling on defense, but now his condition is completely critical. Park throws one desperate, sloppy punch. Chanu ducks it like a pro and answers with a brutal straight right to the jaw. Claiming his victory, he winds up a devastating high kick that lands flush on target. Watching from the sidelines, Junwoo starts panicking. He cannot wrap his head around the fact that after all that intense training, Park is actually losing. Right then, a cell phone buzzes. An urgent text lights up the screen. Their defensive lines are rapidly collapsing everywhere. The first floor has been completely overrun. An army of hostile grunts is about to swarm up the stairs in massive waves. The clock is ticking down to 0, and dragging these fights out means certain death. Up on the 32nd floor, the enemy reinforcements just refuse to stop spawning. Inshu watches the endless reinforcements pour in, realizing the entire situation is rapidly spiraling. Guessing the fat guy probably got crushed already, he yells for Gubin to move out. Total chaos breaks loose as the enemy mob desperately chases them down. He decides right then and there they need a new strategy, fast. Since the lobby fell, their scattered groups absolutely must merge together. But honestly, even a united front only delays the inevitable enemy breakthrough for a little while longer. The ground floor breach triggers a brutal domino effect, crashing through the upper levels and eventually threatening the rooftop too. Panic rising, Insu screams over to Dong Yun and the redhead that the first floor barrier has officially shattered. He orders them to group up and secure the roof immediately. Hearing the call, Dong Yun and the attendant both nod, launching straight into high gear to hold the line. Bai demands to know where they are going and quickly chases right after them. Soon, they are all charging up those stairs in an absolutely desperate race. Up at that rooftop entrance, a tiny group stays behind to block the path, totally outnumbered by the huge wave of Nexus forces heading straight for them. Moon just brushes them off, laughing that they are completely wasting their time. They are fighting desperately to hold this line instead of backing up Park. Insu snaps back that they are like bugs swarming a lamp, fighting blindly with numbers instead of any actual strategy. The redhead chimes in, unlike Nexus, they actually trust Park. Their only real job right now is holding the enemy back. That seriously ticks Moon off, but before it escalates, something heavy slams right into the door. Backup is definitely on the way. Back at the main showdown, our guy whiffs another punch and has to fall back. He swings again and Chansu reads it perfectly, but Park catches him completely off guard with a direct headbutt. The white-haired guy gets totally confused, wondering how Park managed to land a hit despite losing his balance completely. He quickly realizes Park actually grabbed a handful of his hair to control his movement. Park coldly tells him that seeing the moves does not matter at all. He remembers every single detail of their last brawl, revealing Chansu was not the only one replaying it thousands of times in his head. Even fighting completely dizzy, he can predict every attack clearly because he also has that special trick to read his opponent perfectly. Using that, he smashes the guy straight in the face with 90% of his full power. Chansu goes flying backward, blood instantly spilling from his mouth. Still keeping strict count, Park announces they only have one single punch left. Chansu looks visibly shaken, feeling all that raw damage piling up inside. He knows they are both wearing down, but he also realizes he simply cannot afford to wait anymore. He charges forward, throwing absolutely everything he has, landing a straight punch. Barely dodging the counter, he keeps pressuring Park relentlessly, fully believing one single mistake will end it all. Just like that, he manages to smash a brutal knee strike right into Park's face. Seeing this brutal hit, Junwoo screams out for Park, while the redhead recognizes his voice and confirms the insane tension rising everywhere. Even so, Insu screams for everyone to hold steady, insisting they just need to buy a little more time. The Nexus fighters are steadily getting pushed back under pressure, but they believe if they can just hold this defense, the duel stays perfectly balanced and our guy will eventually pull off the win. You have to see this, though the reality inside the fight is way more chaotic. The white-haired guy keeps overpowering Park, forcing everyone watching to realize this could end at any second. Even Ryan just stands there silently watching, completely unsure how this will end. Inside the building, the redhead yells for everyone to stay strong, but Park keeps struggling as another nasty knee strike lands right in his gut. He tries to counter it with an elbow, but misses completely. Chansu's movements just get sharper, dodging every single attack while landing solid hits. Honestly, Park is only still standing right now because his physical durability is absolutely insane. Otherwise, he would have totally crumbled. Despite all that, he takes even more damage, eating another incredibly heavy blow. But suddenly, Chansu feels his own vision fading. His whole perception of the fight gets shaky, like he can barely even see his opponent clearly anymore. Back up at the rooftop entrance, Bung orders everyone to move and charges straight at the redhead. He pins the guy back against a brick wall and grabs for the door handle, making everyone instantly tense up. Jong Yoon sees him going for that door and screams at his friend to hold them back. But the pressure becomes way too much when Moon joins the push and grabs the handle. In the very next moment, all the Nexus fighters start pouring right through that door and flood the rooftop. But the scene up there freezes everyone dead in their tracks. They reach the roof exactly as Park and Chansu are about to trade hits. With the punch rushing toward him, the white-haired guy calculates every single possible outcome. He realizes he is completely screwed in every single dimension. Bro just accepts his fate with a smile and takes the killer punch directly. While everyone watches in pure shock, Park tells the guy to go to hell, sending him flying backward. The entire battle ends in dead silence as everyone processes what just happened. Bung asks out loud if Chansu actually got defeated, and they see him collapse while Park stands tall. Lying there in the dirt, the white-haired guy thinks back on where everything went so wrong. He wonders if the downfall started when Nexus formed or when he failed to properly finish Park earlier. Despite everything falling apart, he truly believes he made the right calls then. But now he realizes his absolute biggest mistake was ever going all out against Park. At this point, there is nothing left for him to do. He is completely lost. Meanwhile, Ryan is sweating bullets with Chianu down. He might just lose every single thing he built. He is terrified of being dragged into another brutal fight just to keep his scraps. But right then, our boy strolls up and calmly asks if he wants a beatdown too. Ryan looks totally rattled, but Junwoo steps right in and tells Park to chill out. He promises there is zero need to push this any further. Then he turns to Ryan, giving him a hard reminder that his contract was written up extremely carefully, meaning a courtroom battle is an automatic loss. So now the guy is staring down two simple choices: take the fall and hand over all his assets, or keep fighting like an absolute idiot. Ryan freezes for a second, then he furiously spits out that he will remember this exact humiliation until the day he dies. Junwoo is not even slightly fazed. He invites the guy to challenge him whenever he wants. The outcome will not change anyway. Shortly after that, just Park and Junwoo are left standing on the rooftop. Junwoo looks back on their history together. He remembers the very first day, the old debts, and suddenly realizes he is the one who should be saying thank you now. He gives Park a sincere thank you for absolutely everything, openly admitting he never would have survived without him. Our boy just smiles and gives a cryptic reply, hinting they might cross paths again someday. Junwoo takes that in quietly. It is probably goodbye. Their shared story is finally over. Flash forward a few months. Ryan hands over all his assets exactly as promised, and Junwoo uses a chunk of that cash to clear an old debt. The Zangon group is too busy drowning in their own internal drama to react. As for Chianu, he spends months in the hospital before vanishing completely off the map. All those violent factions tied to Nexus finally get arrested, bringing real stability back to the country. Standing in his old house, Junwoo takes a quiet moment. He honestly cannot feel fully relieved without his friend. He wonders if completely wiping the slate clean would have been the better move. Ultimately, he just decides to live with that lingering discomfort, staring at his friend's photo in silent regret. He simply hopes his choices brought some peace. He steps outside and finally lets the demolition crew begin. Out on the street, he runs into Park, who casually asks what his next move is. They share a smile, choosing to just look forward to tomorrow. In the aftermath of all this chaos, society actually mellows out. We even see some random thug getting totally ignored in class. The guy literally screams that he is from Nexus, but nobody cares. His classmates just tell him to shut up and study instead of acting like a total clown. Then there's the redhead, tackling a brutal physical endurance exam to make up for his terrible grades. Day 1, and he immediately nails an absolutely insane jump, stunning the whole crowd. One rival actually starts sweating bullets after realizing exactly who he is up against. Way back in the day, Donghan used to struggle with a total lack of talent, but after grinding nonstop, he has finally reached a level where people are genuinely terrified to face him. Over on her end, Choi hits the books for her high school equivalency exams. She struggles at first. Tearing down Nexus is a hard habit to break, but a great teacher eventually helps her settle in. Jonghyun drops his convenience store gig to go work for his dad. Naturally, he quits that too after barely 3 days. In a wild twist, he ends up moving to Jeju Island to farm mangoes with a bunch of his buddies. Bro is just desperately trying to find anything to distract himself from the painful breakup with Choi. Inshu heads back to Incheon and absolutely crushes every single certification exam he was cramming for. He picks up a bunch of practical skills on construction sites and even adds a new family member. But Gubin feels completely out of place in Incheon after spending so much time away. Right on cue, the athlete shows up and asks why he is stressing over something so small. He reminds him that once you step into this place, you belong here for life. With his work totally finished, Junwoo quits his job and travels the world. He just wants to find a real purpose beyond money and endless revenge. And crazy enough, he meets a girl sitting right next to him on a trip. They hit it off and eventually get married. Back to our boy, never the proactive type, he spends a solid chunk of time literally sitting at home doing absolutely nothing. Sometimes he just stares down the punching bag and then sits right back down. He keeps repeating this loop until something clicks. He turns and tells his dad he wants to be a fighter, putting a massive smile on his face. And with that, this crazy story finally ends on a truly happy note.